Chapter 101, The Little Witch Like a Lark. King's Cross Station. Ron and Hermione got out of the taxi with suitcases in their hands. It's about 8 o'clock now, and the train will leave at 9 o'clock, so there is plenty of time. In the station, there were already many little wizards saying goodbye to their parents. Ron couldn't help but glanced at Hermione beside him when he saw this scene. It might be that school is about to start. Hermione, who hadn't slept well last night, was covering her mouth and yawning. "What's wrong?" Seeing Ron looking at herself, she asked inexplicably. "No, nothing." The Riddler. With some dissatisfaction, Hermione poked his waist with her little hand. This guy is definitely thinking about her. According to the order, they soon reached the door leading to the pillar, and the trot accelerated and rushed in. It was only after the 9 3/4 station that Ron discovered that all kinds of curious little wizards were already crowded around him, all of whom had just entered school this year. That is, a freshman in the first year. Before he knew it, he and Hermione had both been living at Hogwarts for almost a year. Sparing those little wizards, Ron took 22 suitcases and led the girl behind him into the carriage. As usual, the two found a spot at the end of the carriage, and there was no one in it. Speaking of which, I don't seem to have seen the Weasleys and Harry. The familiar little witch who was leaning on Ron said with some doubts. The two of them I saw a lot of acquaintances at the waiting station, Malfoy, Cedric. But I just couldn't find those conspicuous redheads and Harry. Ron also wanted to ask Fred what happened to the card. Maybe it was a delay on the way, and it's not 9 o'clock yet. Ron picked up a multi-flavored bean and put it in Hermione's mouth, but Hermione also took a bite from his little finger. "It hurts." Ron pulled out his fingers and glanced helplessly at the smug little witch, and rubbed her brown curly hair with the other free hand, and it looked a little messy after a while. The golden sunlight filtered through the window, draped over the two of them like golden gauze. Hermione narrowed her eyes when she was being touched, looking like a very comfortable kitten. "I feel that cat ears are more suitable for Miss Hermione than rabbit ears." Ron couldn't hold the wand in his hand anymore. The thoughts in his heart gradually expanded, and he looked down at Hermione, who was lying in his arms with his eyes closed. Anyway, the carriage they are in belongs to the last position, so no one should disturb them. Just try it. While Hermione wasn't paying attention, Ron gently picked up the wand and pointed it at the little witch's brown curly hair. "Become cat ears." A whisper sounded, and the wand gave off a faint glow. Two brown cat ears suddenly appeared on top of the empty head, and they vibrated quickly from time to time. Oops, it's a heart-wrenching feeling. Ron glanced at Hermione, who didn't know what was going on, and quietly stretched out a hand to touch it. "It looks fluffy and must feel very good," Ron thought. However, his hand had just reached halfway, when the door of the carriage suddenly slammed. Miss Hermione opened her eyes instantly when she heard the voice, and then quickly left Ron's arms. "Strange, why do I feel that the knock on the door is a bit loud?" Ron looked at the shaking cat ears and secretly said something was wrong. If Miss Hermione found out, she would be bitten again. As Hermione opened the door of the carriage, what caught her eye was a little witch with pale gold and brown, waist-length, and smart grey eyes. The first time she saw Hermione, she froze in place for a while. What happened to those two cat ears? "Hello, what's the matter with you?" Seeing that the little witch didn't speak, Miss Hermione asked kindly. "No, I just can't find an empty carriage." The little witch's voice was very light, but full of empty inspiration, just like the cry of a lark. Ron stuck his head out of the carriage and glanced at the little witch outside. It was a very cute little witch with two weird radish earrings. "You can come to our carriage." Miss Hermione was very friendly to the first-year wizard and invited her directly. "My name is Hermione Granger, and he's my boyfriend Lord Gerald." This introduction made Ron laugh. It was a declaration of his sovereignty. "Thank you, I'm Luna Lovegood." The ethereal voice sounded, and Luna walked into the carriage with the magazine and sat opposite Ron and Hermione. "Hello," Ron greeted with a chuckle. He had an impression of the little witch in front of him. "Hello," Luna responded politely. "Is the magazine in your hand, the Quibbler?" Hermione, who read magazines in her spare time, recognized the name of the magazine at a glance. After all, the Quibbler is a unique magazine in the magical world, specializing in those creatures that are said to not exist in the world, and the sales volume is much higher than that of the Daily Prophet. 700 rooms are the most suitable for killing boredom. But Hermione obviously didn't agree with the magazine, at least Ron had heard her complain. "Is Xenophilius Lovegood, the editor-in-chief of this magazine, your father?" Seeing that Hermione was about to make her own comment, Lo took the lead in answering. "Yes, the editor-in-chief is indeed my father." Luna looked at Ron curiously and replied. Hermione, who was just about to comment on this magazine, didn't know what to say. Her brown cat ears kept shaking, revealing her inner thoughts. Fortunately, Ron interrupted her, otherwise she would have blurted out her critical words. Although she was deceived by Ron every day, it didn't mean that Miss Hermione was a fool. You. Luna finally couldn't help but pointed to the top of Miss Hermione's head. She hesitated. "The cat ears on top of your head look interesting." Hearing this, Ron couldn't help covering his face. "It's over, it's been said." Cat ears. The little ear on Hermione's head froze, no more shaking. She reached out and touched the top of her head, and there were indeed two fluffy kitten ears. In an instant, she locked the target. N. Chapter 102, Flying Car, Keen Luna. Miss Hermione straightened her brown curly hair and sulked away from Ron. No wonder she felt that her hearing had improved a lot. It turned out that it was all a matter of cat ears. Ron was sitting in the corner by the window, looking at the shaking cat ears helplessly sighed. "He hasn't touched it yet. And my face still hurts." He touched his slightly flushed cheeks, which had been pulled out by the angry Miss Hermione. "I'm sorry." Luna tilted her head to look at Ron and said softly. "No, nothing." Ron shook his head. "Are you a first-year wizard this year?" Hermione on the side asked curiously. Although she had a guess, she still wanted to ask. "Well, I just entered school this year." Luna nodded, her expression looked dazed. There were outsiders in the carriage, and Hermione was too embarrassed to lie down in Ron's arms. What's more, she is still wearing two cat ears, and she doesn't want to pay attention to Ron. Seeing the two little girls chatting gradually, Ron leaned his head against the window and sighed helplessly. This train was not as quiet as the previous two. The two larks chatted and chatted from Hogwarts to naysayers. In short, the knowledge reserves of these two people were not bad, and they could catch up on everything. Bang bang. The door of the carriage was knocked again. This time the sound was a little abrupt, not like a knock on the door by a waiter. "Please come in." Hermione stood up and opened the door of the carriage. "Excuse me, Hermione?" Frederick opened the carriage, and suddenly froze before he could finish speaking. "Oh, hurry up." Brother George rushed over anxiously. "What's the matter with you two?" Ron leaned lazily against the window and asked with some confusion. "Did you lose something?" Hermione also asked curiously. The two brothers looked so anxious, but they had never seen them in school once. Even when they were caught and punished by Filch, the two of them were smiling indifferently. "It's Harry and Ron. We searched all the carriages and couldn't find them." "You are the last carriage," Fred said impatiently. And behind the two of them was Ginny, who was a little overwhelmed. "No, can these two people ride on the train?" Ron didn't understand. It was the first time that even Hermione had encountered such a situation. After entering the pillar, we haven't seen the two of them. Ginny said in a low voice. Are you talking about Harry and Ron? Is the one wearing glasses and the other a little wizard with red hair? Suddenly, Luna, who was sitting in the seat, asked softly. If that's right, they should be outside. Before a few people could answer, Luna pointed to the outside of the car window. Fred and George were stunned for a moment, and subconsciously looked in the direction of their fingers. Ron and Hermione also turned their heads to look. On the azure skyline, the sea of clouds surged up and down. Occasionally, a few flying birds can be seen. But what appeared in the eyes of several people at this time was not a bird, but a blue Ford Anglia car, which looked a little worn. A car flying in the sky. Hermione opened her eyes wide and spat out a few words in disbelief. Even Ron was a little surprised. The flying car is not important. His current alchemy can also allow him to transform the car into this. What matters is the driver in the car. The red-haired boy. It's Dad's car. Fred gritted his teeth. Ron actually drove the car over. And Harry's on top too. Ginny said, pointing to the co-pilot's seat. How dare he? George also froze in place, his lips trembling, unable to utter a complete sentence. I can already imagine Mrs. Weasley's expression. Ron looked at the twins with pity. Oh, Gryffindor may be deducted. As soon as these words came out, Miss Hermione collapsed. Points will be deducted at the beginning of the semester. Who can bear this? And Ron and Harry outside seemed to have noticed the gaze here, and the old blue car slowly approached. Lawn, Hermione. Seeing his two good friends, Harry waved happily. At this time, Ron also leaned his head over and saw his twin brother who was gnashing his teeth at a glance. He was a little flustered. At this time, many little wizards in the train found this old Ford car soaring in the sky and cheered. The car is going to run. Luna, who was observing more carefully, said in an ethereal voice. She could see the car starting to drift upwards. Under the watchful eyes of several people, the old Ford rushed straight into the clouds and disappeared. These two idiots. Hermione murmured to herself with dull eyes. Originally, she wanted to compete for the Academy Cup this semester, but now she thinks it's out of the question. The Fred brothers also nodded in agreement. Let's find a way to tell Professor McGonagall first, and we'll talk when we have time. After speaking, the two pulled Ginny out of the carriage directly. Won't the two of them be fired? Hermione asked in a low voice, her brown eyes still staring at the clouds. If these two continue to play like this, they will have to be fired sooner or later. Will not. Ron replied. After all, Dumbledore wouldn't have fired Harry. Harry Potter, that the boy who survived? Asked Luna, who was sitting across from her, tilting her head. Click the link to join the group chat, Fiction Exchange Group, https://jq.qq.com/question_wv1027 and die4kz9x, blank, 6 question 9 question 8.9.25850 internal group 22,0 5 2 3149 blank 6989258550. It's him. Hermione replied with some headache. J-ows, Luna nodded knowingly. This really refreshed her understanding of Harry. Okay, Fred has already reported to Professor McGonagall, don't worry about the rest. Ron took out a pack of chocolates and put it on the table. Rather than thinking about this, it's better to have some snacks. Saying that, he handed it to Hermione and Luna one by one. Thank you, Luna thanked politely. And Hermione frowned and replaced Ron's chocolate with rice balls. You've eaten enough sugar today, I don't want to see your tooth ache. Miss Hermione poked Ron's cheek with her finger and pouted. Okay, I'll have dinner. Ron smiled and held Hermione's little hand. He has no requirements for snacks. On the other hand, Luna, who saw the relationship between the two, had a thoughtful expression. Chapter 103, McGonagall. Snape went looking for Harry. The train crossed the vast plain and headed for the cliff in the distance. Hermione and Luna were already familiar with each other, and they talked and laughed along the way. Instead, Ron lazily used the sunlight to read the magazine, The Quibbler, which was a meet-and-greet gift from Luna. And Hermione received a carrot card, which Luna made herself. As the sun gradually went down, the train arrived at the terminal before the moon appeared, which is Hogwarts School. As the train slowly stopped, the journey ended happily. After Ron simply packed his things, he took Hermione and Luna off the train. This year's guide is still Hagrid, who has nothing to do. As a freshman in the first year, Luna needs to go to meet Hagrid, while Ron and the others will enter the auditorium of Hogwarts in advance, waiting for the opening of the sorting ceremony. As second-year students, they need to take a carriage to the auditorium of Hogwarts this time. In the eyes of ordinary little wizards, those carriages have only one carriage and no horses responsible for pulling the carriages, such as Miss Hermione. Are these the Thestrals? Miss Hermione, who has read Fantastic Beasts, naturally understands it. This is the first time she has seen such a creature. Before that, Hermione thought it was just a legend. Only those who have witnessed death with their own eyes can see Thestral's body, such as Ron now. He once killed a werewolf who wanted to attack him in Diagon Alley, which is considered death. The Thestral's image is very strange. As a whole, it looks like a dark horse integrated into the Dark Knight. There is no meat on its body, the black fur is tightly attached to the bones, and the bones are clearly visible. Moreover, his head is very similar to that of a fire dragon, his eyes have no pupils, only white ones, and a long black tail is held behind him. The bulge between the shoulder bones even gave birth to bat-like wings. The description in the book is very hideous, and I don't know if it's true. Hermione's little head was full of curiosity. Hearing this, Ron couldn't help but touched her brown curly hair and chuckled. I know, you wouldn't want to see it. No one wants to see Thestrals, because they crave the blood of wizards, and wherever they appear comes death. In the wizarding world, Thestrals are known as magical creatures that bring misfortune. Can you, CCFF, see them? Seeing Ron staring at the carriage without horses, Hermione couldn't help waving her hand in front of him. Can see. Ron didn't hide it and said it directly. I've seen scenes of dead people before. Okay, let's go to the auditorium quickly, it's almost time to start. He pointed to the first-year freshman who had already boarded the boat in the distance, then took Hermione's hand and got into the carriage pulled by Thestrals. There was no warning. After Lorne and Hermione were seated in the carriage started automatically and stumbled along the way. There was a faint smell of musty and straw in the carriage. Hermione pulled the curtains back to let in the air. With the stars shining, the carriage splashed the water on the ground. From time to time a cool night wind blows on the path leading to Hogwarts. By the way, what about Harry and Ron? Hermione, who was leaning against the window admiring the distant scenery, asked suddenly. It's nothing more than deducting some points, and Fred and the others didn't tell Professor McGonagall the news. Ron leaned over gently, rested his head on Hermione's shoulder, and whispered. You're going to be deducted points at the beginning of school, sorry. Earning points is not easy, Hermione sighed. The violation of the school rules this time was enough to turn Gryffindor into a negative number. Gryffindor's little lions broke the record once again, and the lower limit was getting lower and lower. Don't think about that, just deduct it, I'll let you in class. Ron chuckled lightly. Miss Hermione, however, did not appreciate it. I do not want it. As the carriage slowly stopped in the Hogwarts Academy, Ron stepped out of the carriage first and extended his hand to Hermione in the carriage. Calm down, dear Miss Granger." Seeing Ron like this, Hermione couldn't help laughing, then stretched out her hand and took the hand that was handed over. "Let's go, many people around are watching us." Feeling the eyes gradually gathering around, Hermione lowered her head and whispered. "I thought you would swear your sovereignty." Ron quipped. "Hate." Hermione turned her head sideways and chose to ignore him. It's just that the cat ears on her head have betrayed her, and the constant trembling represents the unrest in her heart. As for Miss Hermione herself, she may have been wearing this cat ear for nearly a day, so she selectively forgot about it. She didn't take her hat to cover it up. After arriving in the auditorium, Professor McGonagall stood at the entrance of the auditorium. "Professor McGonagall, Fred didn't tell you about Harry." Ron greeted politely, and then asked strangely. Even Hermione straightened her cat ears, full of curiosity. "I've already informed Professor Snape, and they're on the Beating Willow side now." Professor McGonagall glanced at Hermione's cat ears, and a smile flashed in her originally warm and angry eyes. "Excellent transformation spell, Hermione," she praised in a hoarse voice. "Transfiguration spell?" Hermione was stunned for a moment, then opened her eyes wide and remembered something. She quickly touched the top of her head. The soft touch made her smile stiff. Sure enough, it's still there. It's all Ron's fault. Thinking of this, Hermione gritted her teeth and glanced at the culprit who turned away. Looking at the interaction between the two, Professor McGonagall turned sideways with a smile on his lips. "Go in, or the new students will come in a while." As soon as Ron walked into the auditorium, he felt a small kick on his heel, which was kicked by an angry Hermione. No pain or itching. As if nothing happened, Ron walked to Griffin's table with a smile. Even if today is the sorting ceremony, it can't stop him, the little snake, from coming to the little lion's dining table to eat. "By the way, did you hear that just now?" Hermione, who was sitting in her seat, whispered. "Professor McGonagall said that Snape went to find Harry and the others." Ron nodded, and he heard it too. Now that Snape has passed, Harry probably will have to be skinned tonight if he doesn't die. Unless he turns into Harry tonight. Begging for flowers, asking for votes. Chapter 104, Snape, I see who dares to deduct Harry's points today. The sorting ceremony at Hogwarts is about to begin. The aged and spirited Dumbledore sat in the main seat of the auditorium, and looked at the spirited little wizards with a pair of eyes full of wisdom and a smile. His hands and fingers are facing each other, and the candlelight is reflected on the mirror of the half-moon. Lorne sat at the Gryffindor table opposite Neville and Lee Jordan, and the Weasley twins. As for Harry and Ron, Snape had already asked Snape to find these two troublemakers, and they probably didn't have any good fruit to eat after finding them. Unless Harry becomes Harry. However, after Malfoy's last confession, Harry would never take Nangwukwin again. I was afraid that Malfoy would see and entangle him. Am I so attractive? Harry sometimes wonders about his own charm. Malfoy, Ron, and even Neville wanted to meet her. After Professor McGonagall finished teaching the new little wizard, the door of the auditorium quietly opened, and the lively atmosphere instantly became lively. Ron looked at the group of curious little wizards with a smile at the corner of his mouth, and at a glance saw the little witch Luna whom he met on the train today. Ginny. Hermione also saw the little red-haired witch from the Weasleys. It's just that Ginny's mood doesn't look very good. She's worried about Harry, and she's always been like this all the time. George explained Hermione's doubts. As for Ron, she didn't mention it at all. Fred smiled gleefully. The two of them had already seen their younger sister, and obviously had a lot of interest in Harry. Ron will be sad to hear that. Ron chuckled softly. Only Ron's injured world happened. Just when a few people were teasing, the sorting ceremony began. The Sorting Hat releases new songs with unpleasant and strange tunes every year. Some people like it, and some people feel uncomfortable. Ron is the kind of person who doesn't appreciate it. Just like the division last year, every time a wizard puts on his hat, the school to which he is assigned will applaud him. As a little wizard was sent to Slytherin, Ron, sitting in Gryffindor, clapped his hands symbolically. He is in Gryffindor, with Slytherin in his heart. Luna Lovegood. Professor McGonagall's hoarse voice sounded. Perhaps because of the amplifying spell, her voice was loud in the auditorium. When the little witch she had just met came to power, Hermione slowly moved to Ron's side. I always feel that Luna's character is weird. She seems to believe very much in those magical creatures that don't exist, such as harassing horseflies. I've never seen a record of that kind of creature in a book. Hearing what the girl said, Ron pinched her chubby cheeks. You can't deny their existence just because you don't understand them. Do you remember the name of our cooperation? Fairy tale. Before Hermione could answer, George answered first. It's just because you don't know they exist that it's worth being curious about. Hermione also understood the meaning of the name. After all, she was also a member of the team. All right. Miss Hermione sighed helplessly. Her and Luna's ideas are completely two extremes. One only believes in books, while the other is completely fantasy. Maybe this is the incompatibility. As Luna walked up slowly, looking at the somewhat worn hat, she hesitated and put it on. Hey, I'm not shabby, you little witch. Don't try to sew me up again. The Sorting Hat shouted loudly. A little girl who loves fantasy, your wisdom is amazing. I think you should go to Ravenclaw. As Luna walked towards the Kitty Hawk's table, it was Ginny Weasley's turn. I bet she must be Gryffindor, it's our family tradition. Fred said very confidently. All of their brothers came to Gryffindor, and the odds were terrifying. Ron wouldn't bet against Fred, and he also thought Ginny would come to Gryffindor's table. Ginny held the hat with anticipation, and prepared to put her hands on her head, but before it touched her head, the Sorting Hat made a sharp sound. Gryffindor. Not surprisingly, George and Fred cheered. And Ginny looked very happy too. She hurried to Fred's side. Has Harry not returned yet? She asked suspiciously. Fred was a little speechless, but he replied helplessly, Snape hasn't brought him and Ron back. Interpunct flowers interpunct Ron. Ginny opened her eyes wide and suddenly remembered that her brother was also missing. Ron is miserable. Ron took a sip of black tea with honey and couldn't help thinking. This sorting ceremony is coming to an end soon. At this time, Snape, who was dressed in a black robe like a big bat, pushed the door and walked in. His face was flat, and he couldn't see any emotional changes at all. Behind him were two very embarrassed little wizards, a man and a woman. Well, the man is Ron, and the woman is Harry. Ron rubbed his eyes to make sure he didn't read it wrong. Equally excited was the wide-eyed Malfoy, who stood up directly from the Slytherin table. 0. However, after being given a cold look by Snape, Malfoy sat down again consciously. However, he still waved to Harry, his expression full of surprise. Ron and Harry? Professor McGonagall stepped forward. His eyes hesitated for a while. She had seen Harley like this before. It seemed that she had some accidents while practicing the Transfiguration spell with Ron, and she changed back after a day. Why did it become like this today? Dumbledore, who was sitting in the middle, looked at those emerald green eyes that seemed familiar. with a smile on the corner of his mouth. She looks really similar to Lily. Thinking of this, he also turned his head and glanced at Snape. Feeling the gaze of the old bee, Snape couldn't help frowning. He hates this look. I know what happened to you tonight. Professor McGonagall looked sternly at the two little wizards in front of her. You two must pay for your own affairs, 50 points from Gryffindor. Although he is the Dean of Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall's actions are not soft at all. Miss Hermione was stunned when she heard this. Just started school and got a negative 50 points? I don't think Harley should be penalized. At this time, a cold voice sounded. Snape cast a glance at those green eyes full of frustration, and couldn't help but speak. Begging for flowers, begging for votes, begging for everything, death. Chapter 105, the one on the photo is. What chime are you? Hearing Snape's words, the expressions of several people present changed instantly. Professor McGonagall looked at Severus in surprise. She had never seen this old bat intercede for other little wizards. This was the first time. And didn't she remember Snape's bad attitude towards Harry and Ron? After all, more than half of Gryffindor's points were deducted from Harry by Snape. Ron, who lowered his head, widened his eyes, pulled Harry happily, and gave him a wink. And Harry's expression was a little unbelievable. She really didn't expect Snape to speak for her. At that time, after the old fort hit the hitting willow, the two of them even ran out of the willow's attack range. Immediately afterwards, he saw Snape rushing over. If the moon, 703, was brighter tonight, Harry might not even be able to see him. Seeing Snape who came to catch someone, Harry remembered that he still had the potion that Ron gave him in his pocket. Maybe after becoming Harry, Snape shouldn't deduct too many points from him. After all, Harry will always be better than Harry in potions class. Taking advantage of the bright moonlight, Snape, who came to arrest someone, came to the vicinity of the beating willow with a bad expression, and saw Harry who was supporting Ron at a glance. He was stunned. Snape's lips quivered, but he couldn't say a word of reproach. Why? So similar? As long as Harry looks like James, he will not be soft-hearted. But who invented the Transfiguration spell? Snape couldn't help but curse. In this way, under Harry's trembling gaze, he silently brought the two back to the auditorium. As for the precious beating willow that was hit by a car by the old fort, the broken willow branches were scattered on the ground, and the willow branches were still flying in the night sky, looking very angry. Since it came to Hogwarts, when has it suffered such grievances? However, the two of them have violated the Wizards' Statute of the Secrecy and the Hogwarts school rules. At least 7 Muggles saw the flying car. Although he didn't understand Snape's mood, Mag's attitude was still very firm. This was the worst ever at Hogwarts. They've been fired enough. Hearing this, Harry froze in place, her emerald green eyes filled with despair. This was the last punishment she didn't want to hear. Dumbledore stood in the middle and didn't speak. His eyes looked at Snape, who was silent with interest. This old bee is also a fun person. I'll deal with those muggles, that's all. Snape struggled for a while and said coldly. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left the auditorium and returned to Slytherin's basement. Mag looked at the back of the leaving black robe with some complicated eyes. She didn't understand why Snape insisted on it. Since Severus said so, don't deduct points. Dumbledore smiled softly, and he turned to look at Harry and Ron with their heads bowed. You two are not allowed to have another time. Even Dumbledore is. Professor McGonagall sighed helplessly. The dinner party is over, and the new little wizards are all full. And the embarrassed Harry and Ron were sitting at the table in Gryffindor eating the rest of the dinner. Ron and Fred did not choose to go back, but sat in the surrounding seats. Are you really Harry? Ginny looked at Harry, who looked like an emerald, in disbelief, and asked in a low voice. It became like this because I drank the potion, but I am indeed Harry Potter." Harry explained tiredly. This is the third time Ginny has asked her. "It's the first time I see Snape like that." Fred recalled the scene just now and couldn't help laughing. I really don't know why he had that expression after seeing Harry. George is also a little puzzled. Ron, who knew the truth, didn't laugh along with him. He took a sip of the black tea, and the smell of honey filled his mouth, making him half squint. Snape was like that. It wasn't because of Harry's mother. A poor and pathetic couple. He couldn't help thinking. Suddenly, Ron was taken aback. He took his hand out of his pocket. I don't know when a few photos appeared in my hands. There is no doubt that it was sent to him by the Frog Cub who had been away for almost 2 months. Because Hermione was still beside him, he turned to his side and glanced at it calmly. The first photo is a dense forest, a group photo of his Frog Cub and a small white snake. That's the friend it made in another world. And the second one made Ron stunned. It was a dark room full of various human organs and test tube instruments, and even a tall and thin man could be seen carrying out an operation with a scalpel. Interesting, which world did the Frog Cub go to this time? Ron held his curiosity and looked at the last photo. It was a row of coffins, and on the top of the coffin was the number 1, 2, 4, and in front of the coffin, a feminine-looking man with long eyeshadow was making a gesture. The man's skin was pale, his golden eyes were like snakes, and he had a cold smile on his face. Ron has an impression. Isn't this Ochimaru? His own Frog Cub has been to this world several times. The last time he was a local souvenir, the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, was enough to surprise him. Happy. I don't know what I can get back this time. But 5.5. Looking at the row of coffins, an idea suddenly appeared in Ron's head. In the blink of an eye, I glanced at the time marked on it. Compared to the last photo I sent, the time has passed by half a month. Probably in a month. The travel time this time is really ridiculously long. Having raised Frog Cubs for nearly 11 years, this is the first time Ron has encountered such a situation. Ron. A pleasant voice sounded. Ron turned his head subconsciously, and before he could react, Miss Hermione gently pinched his cheek. You drink honey again. Ron subconsciously glanced at his glass, not knowing when he had run to Hermione. You steal my black tea. Chapter 106. Ron, I still like your arrogant look. The banquet came to an end. The prefects of each academy led the newly arrived little wizards to find their own lounges, while the wizards above the first year, most of them wandered in Hogwarts. For example, a young couple who did not meet during a holiday would choose to go to the Black Lake or on the Green Lawn to walk under the stars together. After Harry and Ron finished eating, they were ready to go back to the dormitory to have a good rest. After all, what happened today was completely beyond what their little hearts could bear, and the two of them were exhausted both physically and mentally. Ron said goodbye to Hermione and the other little lions at the stairs, and then walked into the Slytherin lounge. Although he preferred to stay with Hermione in the room of requirement rather than the lounge, the house elves had already taken their luggage to the dormitory. They have to go back and sort out. The next morning. The blue sky is cloudy. One by one owls soared in the air, and they flew towards the auditorium. By the time Ron came to the auditorium, Hermione and Harry had already arrived. He sat beside the girl who was studying with the book list, and leaned over to take a look. Are you studying electives? 22 after Easter in the 2nd grade, some preparations are made in advance for the 3rd grade, such as choosing elective courses. But is Hermione in such a hurry? You must know that Easter is still early, and the elective time is almost at the end of the semester. There is an ancient rune in the elective course. I think you are more suitable for this course. Miss Hermione pointed to the elective list and turned to Ron. If I choose this course, the two of us can't take it together. Ron shook his head and refused with a chuckle. He knew that Hermione was not very good at these alchemy courses. I can study hard, Hermione said in a low voice. She didn't want to drag Lorne back, and during the holiday, Lorne gave her a lot of guidance, and Hermione knew the basics of alchemy. At least, a lot better than those little wizards who haven't studied. Have you two considered these things now? Ron, who was sitting across from him, took a bite of pumpkin pie and asked in surprise. Ginny sat beside him, occasionally glancing at Harry, who had changed back. The owl is here. At this point Harry shouted. As the windows of the auditorium opened, colorful owls poured in, sprinkled with feathers of various colors. Ron used his wand to cast a defensive spell on the butter buns. He just wanted to avoid being contaminated by these feathers, along with himself and Miss Hermione. After all the owls found their owners, they dropped the letters or daily newspapers to be sent. Raw letter. Ron looked at the red envelope in his hand, and his expression became frightened. Knowing the letter, Ginny ran away quickly, leaving Harry with a blank face. Howling letter? What is that? Before he could react, he saw the letter split open, revealing sharp paper teeth. Whisper softly. Seeing that the roaring letter was about to start roaring, Ron quickly cast a spell. Ron Weasley. How dare you steal that car? You know your father made a special trip for this. Mrs. Weasley's voice came from the letter. It should have been a loud roar, but under the effect of the spell, it returned to a normal tone, but her angry tone did not diminish in the slightest. Oh, yes, baby Ginny, congratulations on entering Gryffindor. Your father and I are proud of you. After Mrs. Weasley said the last sentence in a gentle tone, the red roaring letter tore itself to shreds. Who Thank you. Ron opened his eyes and breathed frantically. At that moment, he felt like he was about to suffocate. The voice of the roaring letter can be heard by everyone in the auditorium. At that time, he will die directly and socially. Fortunately, Ron cast a spell, which prevented it from roaring. Thinking of this, Ron glanced at Ron gratefully. It's nothing, I don't want my ears to be tortured. Ron shook his head. He was sitting across from Ron, and if he yelled, he and Hermione wouldn't be much better. After the owl was sent off, it was almost 9 o'clock. In the morning he had a class on spells taught by Flitwick. And Hermione's herbal class. Afternoon neither have classes. At the changing stairs, Ron and Hermione parted. This semester, Professor Flitwick will teach some intermediate magic spells, such as armor and body protection, silence and so on. However, Ron had already learned all these spells. He rested his chin with one hand and listened to Professor Flitwick's explanation nonchalantly. After a class, because there was no Ron's quick answer, Ravenclaw got a lot of points, which made the Kitty Hawks look very happy. Putting the book in the different space, Ron went to find Hermione on the green lawn. They usually take classes in the plant shed outside. 703 When Ron arrived, Hermione and the others just finished class. Here. The green-toned wizard's robe is very eye-catching, coupled with the handsome face and bright blonde hair, which caused many little witches to look over. Hermione trotted over with a smile and slammed into Ron's arms. The time for a class is gone, and I have already started to miss it. I still prefer your arrogant look. Ron lifted Miss Hermione's chin and joked. Proud? Miss Hermione thought for a while, then raised her little head and glanced at Ron like a little swan. Is that so? The little witch asked. Right. Ron couldn't help laughing. Miss Hermione looks so cute like this. What a bad interest. Hermione lightly bumped Ron's chin with her head and said speechlessly, I know how to appreciate it. Ron retorted, then grabbed her little hand and clasped it. Let's go on a date. Since there is no class this afternoon, the two of them walked slowly by the sparkling black lake as usual. The breeze was blowing, and the grass was blown into waves. Chapter 107. Do you know what a defense class is? Lockhart is very famous, at least the little wizards at Hogwarts know him. Those thrilling adventures were turned into biographies, and his books were basically a household name in the wizarding world. Even Mrs. Weasley was obsessed. I also heard that Lockhart was going to write about the fight between my father and Lucius in the newspaper, and he laughed very happily. Ron angrily poked the omelette on the plate with a silver fork, and under his force, the omelette became torn apart. Harry sat aside and opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. After all, he was dragged up by Lockhart and forced to take a photo at the time. Naturally, he didn't like Lockhart. He did record it in the daily newspaper. Hermione said and handed Ron the daily newspaper in her hand. The Ministry of Magic Arthur Weasley had a live duel with Lucius Malfoy for Lockhart's autograph. Ron read it out softly. This report is still in the middle of the daily newspaper, which is very conspicuous. How is it possible? Ron's eyes widened, his face flushed a little, and he quickly took the daily newspaper that Ron handed him. After seeing the conspicuous report, he weakly covered his face. Unexpectedly, Lockhart really remembered it all. We have a class taught by Lockhart in the afternoon. Harry reminded beside him. Since the last Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, Professor Quirrell, was cut off by Ron, so Lockhart took his place. However, he remembered that the courses of defense against the dark arts seemed to be cursed by Senior Tom, and the professors who served would suffer more or less accidents. Lockhart should not be able to escape this curse. Ron looked thoughtful. Defense against the dark arts class. Good afternoon, little wizards. Lockhart, who was wearing a gorgeous robe, showed a standard smile, and he waved to the little wizards who came around. Ron clearly saw several little witches covering their faces and screaming in small voices. The corner of his mouth twitched at this scene. Isn't that so? He admitted that Lockhart is still very handsome, and with his many works, if Ron didn't have a memory about him, he would probably have become a fan of Lockhart. No way, those thrilling adventures are really fun. But it was nothing more than what Lockhart stole from someone else's brain. Thinking of this, he couldn't help shaking his head. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, yes, the recipient of the Merlin Medal, will be the professor of your Defense Against the Dark Arts class this semester! Lockhart raised his head with a confident smile. His wand turned a wreath in his hand. This caused many wizards around to exclaim in surprise. Miss Hermione half squinted her eyes, and she thought Lockhart was not as good-looking as Ron when she looked left and right. And after hearing Ron's speculation about Lockhart, she didn't have any good feelings for him in her heart. Especially after seeing the reports in the daily newspapers. This person is simply a good player at rubbing off heat. I believe you a little bit now, he's probably a thief. Hermione tilted her head and said to Ron. What thief? Ron, who was standing behind the two, came over and asked curiously. Nothing. Hermione glanced at Ron with some disgust, then dragged Ron forward. Face away. Hey, you two are as annoying as Lockhart. Ron shouted with wide eyes. Look at them, Harry. He turned his head and complained to the helpless Harry. What could Harry say? He could only sigh. I think you bought my book, so let's take a little test in our first class. The class started, and Lockhart picked up a stack of papers and used the floating charm to accurately distribute them in front of everyone. This skillful floating spell once again attracted the attention of some young wizards. I'll pick it up in half an hour. What the hell is this problem? Hermione exclaimed. She swore that since she came to Hogwarts, it was the first time she had seen such an outrageous subject. 1. What is Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Lockhart's greatest wish? 3. What was Lockhart's greatest achievement? 64. When is Lockhart's birthday, and what is the gift he most wants to receive? There are 3 whole sheets of paper listed for this kind of question. After Ron took a look, he threw the quill aside. It's not worth it. Harry, you made too many mistakes. Lockhart was walking around the classroom. He looked at the impatient Harry, and reminded kindly. When he came to Ron's side, he was suddenly stunned. Your name is Geralt, right? I heard other professors mention you, a gifted little wizard. Lockhart said slowly with a smile, but isn't that the reason why you chose to hand in a blank? Professor, I don't think defense against the dark arts class is for boring time. Ron looked at Lockhart with pale blue eyes. Especially such a childish question. Childish question? Lockhart laughed angrily. It was the first time he had met a wizard who would talk to him like that. Yes, these problems have nothing to do with dealing with magical creatures at all. Hermione raised her head, half squinted her brown eyes, and said in agreement. Seeing that there was an accident here, some little wizards who couldn't answer questions immediately put down their quills and turned their heads. J'was good to watch the fun. Really, if that's the case, then let you see and see. Feeling that the eyes around him were focused on him, Lockhart put away his disgusting smile and walked quickly to the platform. Don't you want to learn about magical creatures? I just caught some recently. These little guys are very vicious, smart and scary. He bent down and brought out a large cage covered with cloth under the desk. But don't worry, with me here, you won't suffer any harm. Speaking of which, he glanced provocatively at Ron, who held his chin. As Lockhart lifted the red cloth, the vicious creatures imprisoned inside also revealed their original appearance. Blue skin, long ears, about 8 feet tall. BFFT, Hermione couldn't help laughing. Isn't this an ordinary Cornish elf? Shape. Chapter 108, The Cards Are Out. Not only Miss Hermione, but even Ron and the little wizards of the pure blood family couldn't help laughing. Isn't this the Cornish elf? This is the most common magical creature, only doing some mischief. Even Ron didn't expect that Lockhart would actually use this creature as a training object. And he said it so seriously. Your mission is to catch them all back. Seeing a lot of wizards laughing out loud, Lockhart opened the huge cage with an ugly face. As the iron cage was opened, a group of Cornwall elves rushed out like bees like crazy. They let out a shrill laugh, and in the blink of an eye the entire classroom was occupied. On the ceiling, on the chandelier, on the little wizard's wand. Dizzy. Ron chanted a spell at a blue-skinned elf. The Cornish elf was about to catch Hermione's curly brown hair when a sudden light hit it. Just like a fly that lost its wings, it fell straight to the ground. Hermione quickly covered her low ponytail and hid behind Ron. There are too many of these Cornish elves, there are almost a dozen of them. If it's just 1 or 2, it's easy to deal with, but if there are too many, it's hard to deal with. You can try it with the immobilization spell. Ron muttered to himself, but he didn't make a move. And turned to look at Lockhart, who was standing on the top of the stairs. Lockhart looked at the little wizards who were messing around under the harassment of Cornwall elves, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Let you question me. Wouldn't it be up to me, Lockhart, to come forward to solve it? Okay, I'll show you an example next. Lockhart cleared his throat with a smile, and then picked up his little wand. But before he could utter the full spell, a Cornish elf snatched Lockhart's wand. Hey! Lockhart, who had lost his wand, looked at the elves flying around the room, and the smile on the corner of his mouth froze. You guys, the task of the class is to catch all these little elves, and that's it, I'm still in a hurry. After speaking, Lockhart turned around with a smile on his lips, and closed the door tightly. TSK. Ron couldn't stand it any longer. He took out his wand and pointed it at the flying elves. It's all petrified. A petrification spell went down, and all the flying fairies fell to the ground. Without the elf's pull, Ron also fell from the air, and his butt came into direct contact with the ground. As time passed, the little wizards threw all the little elves into the iron cage before the get-out-of-class ended. And Ron picked up Lockhart's wand, and after thinking about it, he put it in the different space. In case it comes later. The first session of defense against the dark arts ended with this fuss. Hey! I learned this lesson never to let those pesky little elves out of their cages. With Harry's help, Ron rubbed his numb ass and complained loudly. Professor Lockhart is simply not good enough. In the end, it's not Ron. Harry nodded in agreement. His glasses were also snatched away by those little elves, and he was even trampled to pieces in a panic, thanks to Hermione's recovery. Looks like Lockhart is exactly what you said. Holding a thick textbook, Hermione said to Ron. I really don't know if Headmaster Dumbledore knows. Sooner or later, you will know. Ron said softly, CCFF. He now even doubts whether Dumbledore knew about Lockhart's behavior long ago, so he recruited him as a professor of defense against the dark arts. If you don't have the ability, you will most likely die under the curse of Voldemort. Like Professor Quirrell. Inside the Hogwarts Great Hall. Come on, open your mouth. Ron picked up a blue grape and put it to Hermione's mouth. At this time, Miss Hermione was drinking black tea with a straw in her mouth. After seeing the grape, she ate it skillfully. However, as soon as she took a light bite, Miss Granger frowned, her brown eyes half squinting at the boy who was feeding her. Ron hid a successful smile on the corner of his mouth. There is no doubt that the sour grape was deliberately fed by him. Damn it. Hermione lightly kicked Ron's leg with her little foot. Here again, here again. Opposite Harry, the two thought sourly. Every time it comes to dinner, the young couple across from them are like this. Cough, maybe we came at the wrong time? Standing behind Ron, Fred coughed twice. It's really not the time. Ron turned to look at Fred and joked. Behind him, Fred, George and Lee Jordan came. What are you doing? Miss Hermione questioned. We have sold the first set of cards. George said with a smile. The first set of cards? You sold it to Dumbledore? Ron was stunned for a moment, then remembered the agreement between the two brothers and the old bee. Because it was agreed, and Headmaster Dumbledore gave 80 galleons. Speaking of which, Fred put a small bag on the table and said triumphantly. And the expression on Headmaster Dumbledore seems to be quite satisfied. Ron's eyes were straight. It was the first time he had seen so much money when he was so big. Are there any of our investors here? Ron asked hastily. After all, when Harry joined the team, he also helped him pay by the way. Of course there is, but I can't give it to you now. Fred shrugged. This is the first transaction, and the production of cards will also require funds, so the 80 gold galleons cannot be divided. Okay, when will the second set be made? Ron asked curiously. If Dumbledore can be satisfied, then the quality can pass the test. The second set will be processed the day after tomorrow, and the two of us have to work overtime tonight. Begging for flowers, begging for votes, begging for everything. Chapter 109, Ban, Are You a Dog? Inside the house upon request. After a day's rest in the dormitory, Ron came here with a lot of notes to prepare some magic props. Shinfeng has no shadow. A melodious drink sounded in the warm room of responsiveness. Miss Hermione was holding the Half-Blood Prince's notes in one hand and her wand in the other, aiming at the bookcase in front. The green light flashed by, but there was no trace of the wardrobe injury. Shinfeng Yueying is a high-level attacking spell. It's not worse than the killing curse. How can it be so easy to learn? Seeing the little witch's somewhat depressed face, Ron turned his head to the side and comforted softly. You must know that it took him 2 or 3 days to learn Shinfeng before he was able to master it. Moreover, the counter-curse of Shinfeng spell was not recorded in the notebook. In other words, once the enemy is attacked, the only thing waiting for the opponent is to bleed to death. As for the counter-curse, only Snape, who invented it, knows. The person who invented this spell is really a spell genius. Although she couldn't master it, Hermione couldn't bear it. Live in admiration. Inventing a spell is much harder than learning one. After all, invention is a process from scratch. If there is no strong talent, this kind of magic can't be invented. The Half-Blood Prince's potions and spells are really strong. Ron nodded undeniably. How's your magic ring? Hermione turned the ring on her hand, which represented romance, love and togetherness, and looked at Ron with a pair of bright brown eyes. After class, Ron took Hermione to the room of requirement and carved those silver rings with heart. It has now been 3 hours. A ring that will end all spells has been carved. Ron threw the ring engraved with runes to Miss Hermione, then turned around and continued to engrave the next one. Can this ring be used all the time? Hermione asked curiously, taking the ring. Although she had a ring of iron armor on her finger, Hermione never used it. If there is a cooling time, you have to wait for several hours after using it 2 or 3 times. Ron explained. It's the same with your iron armor spell. Miss Hermione nodded knowingly. She picked up the note in her hand and lay on the soft bed, next to the window with the moonlight. In the room, there was only the sound of one waving and ring carving. Miss Hermione waved her wand a few more times, but in the end she didn't stretch out Shinfeng, so she simply gave up and lay on her back on the bed. A pair of bright eyes looked at the night sky outside the window. The sea of clouds blocked the moonlight, so only a round black shadow could be seen. After covering her mouth and yawning, she turned over to look at Ron, who was engrossed. Seriously? So beautiful. After Ron finished portraying a spell of Vulcan to open the way, he looked up at the clock hanging on the wall. The time has come to 1:30 in the morning. Do one thing seriously, time always passes quickly. Dear Miss Granger, it's time to go to bed. Ron shouted softly, but he didn't get a reply from the girl. Fell asleep. When Ron turned around suspiciously, only to find that Hermione was lying on the bed facing him and fell asleep. The blocked moonlight outside the window slowly fell on the girl, and there was a slight smile on the corner of her mouth, as if she was having a sweet dream. Ron walked over carefully, helped her cover the quilt, and then extinguished the candle in the room. Good night. In the room of responsiveness, there is only moonlight and a slow-burning fire. Inside the Hogwarts Great Hall. Morning, Harry. Morning, Ron, Hermione. Harry said hello, then looked at Hermione with some doubts. He remembered that he hadn't seen Hermione in the Gryffindor lounge since last night. What's wrong? Noticing Harry's gaze, Hermione asked suspiciously. Harry couldn't hide his hesitant expression. No, nothing. After thinking about it, Harry still didn't ask. After all, this is already a private matter of the other party, so it would be rude to ask. Come on, Banban, eat a pumpkin pie. Ron hugged his little mouse, stretched out a small piece of pumpkin pie and handed it to it. Interpunct flowers interpunct Ron was a little disgusted by this scene. He had seen the body of this rat, an ugly and greasy little dwarf. I really don't know how Ron will feel when he finds out. Looking at the fragrant little mouse eating pumpkin pie, Ron thought for a while and took out a bag of multi-flavored beans. Come and try this. He picked out this bag of multi-flavored beans with his strong sense of smell. It has all the tastes of bitter gourd and earth. He actually didn't like to eat this kind of food, but Miss Hermione fed him it every day. Multi-flavor beans? Ron also knew this bean, and he waved his hand. Banban can't eat this, it's too expensive. 0. However, the mouse in his hand lit up. He put down the half-eaten pumpkin pie in his hand, and ran quickly to Ron, eagerly waiting for the multi-flavored beans. Peter Pettigrew has never eaten all kinds of snacks since he turned into a mouse. Give. Ron first handed Banban a Momotaro rice ball, and after seeing it eat, he said with a chuckle, "You're going to finish this bag of multi-flavored beans. Do you hear?" How can Banban understand? Ron said speechlessly. Ron didn't answer. Instead, he put the bag of multi-flavored beans full of weird flavors in front of Banban. Banban stretched out her small paws and took out a green multi-flavored bean from it, and ate it as soon as her eyes lit up. Garlic. Ron twitched the tip of his nose. He smelled this unpleasant smell. Peter Pettigrew also disliked the smell of garlic, and just wanted to spit it out, but he ate it involuntarily. This is the ability of Momotaro onigiri. Oh my god, does it taste like canned herring? Ron pinched his nose, and it seemed that smelling too much was not a good experience. Thinking of this, he quickly buried his head in Miss Hermione's curly hair. The familiar scent of jasmine. And the spots are with dull eyes. He swallowed this multi-flavored bean, and his trembling little paws continued to pull out a multi-flavored bean. Why can't I control myself? Peter Pettigrew was terrified. Chapter 110, Potions Teacher, Lorne Gerald. Under Ron's worried gaze, Scabbers was already foaming at the mouth, but its little paws kept picking up the multi-flavored beans and putting them in their mouths. Is your Juauedu pirated? Ron couldn't help asking. He quickly picked up the unconscious mouse and shook it. Still alive. Ron breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he had raised this mouse for many years, and he had developed feelings for it long ago. Ron didn't answer, just shrugged. He felt uncomfortable seeing this mouse now, and he always remembered the scene in the bathroom that day. Is Lorne Gerald here? At this time, a somewhat cold female voice came from behind. Miss Hermione immediately turned to look. Standing behind him is a little witch wearing a green wizard, 707, robe, but her appearance is ordinary, and even ugly. Seeing the face on the other side, Hermione involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. Well, not as good-looking as her. I'm Gerald, what's wrong? Ron turned around and asked. He knew this little Slytherin witch, who seemed to be Pansy Parkinson, a second-year student. And he's been circling Malfoy lately, like his sidekick. Professor Snape asked me to give you this letter. Pansy frowned and glanced at Ron, who was among the little lions, then took out a letter from his pocket and threw it on the table. After speaking, she turned her head and left. This man really looks like a Slytherin. Looking at Pansy, who was leaving, Harry couldn't help but say, as annoying as Malfoy. The other party's attitude was obviously somewhat hostile, and even Miss Hermione frowned. Pansy Parkinson, a pure-blooded witch, there is no need to pay attention to her. Ron said softly, and then he picked up the Snape letter. It's just a stupid witch, and he doesn't care about it. What made him more concerned was the letter Snape sent him. Snape, what's the matter? Ron opened the letter with doubt, and Hermione didn't peek at it, although she was curious. As the letter opened, the content inside was very simple. I have to go out for something important, and Ron will take over the potions class this afternoon. Ron's potion technique, Snape, has long been seen. Instead of the previous class, it is enough to teach those little wizards who are novices. As for why other professors were not replaced, it was related to Professor Snape's interpersonal relationship. Ron was also very puzzled. But the letter had already been delivered to him, and the afternoon potions class was destined for Ron to take his place. Below this letter is what needs to be learned in the next class, the brewing of life and death water. Ron is relatively familiar with the production process of this powerful sleeping pill. When he opened a shop during the holidays, many wizards of Nocturnally came to him to customize it. As for what it is used for, Ron can't control it. To replace the class, Ron folded the letter and threw it into the cameo space. What's the matter with Snape? Harry had some doubts, and his tone was complicated. After all, he had been saved by Snape since the last time he hit the beating willow. He hasn't seen Professor Snape since. And this potions class is the first time this semester. Would you like to drink some potion that Ron gave him? It's just that the time he maintains now is no longer 12 hours. For example, the last time he beat Renly, he lasted for 14 hours. Harry always felt that if he used too much, he might not be able to change back. Combined with Malfoy's harassment and Ron's increasingly strange gaze, it made him tangled. It's just a small matter. Ron shrugged. The weather was a bit cold in the afternoon, and now Hogwarts is still in the winter season. Inside the potions class, Harry still didn't use the potion in the end. He was more afraid of his good brother Ron's eyes than he was deducted by Snape. That look was very familiar. It was the look he used to look at Gujang, but now Gujang and Cedric have officially started dating. Harry hadn't eaten for almost a day after hearing the news from Fred. Pain, it hurts too much. Now he can't wait to have a duel with Cedric. But after thinking about Cedric's strength, he sighed helplessly. Not necessarily able to beat it. If you have time, let's go to Ron and learn some attacking spells. Harry thought decadently. As time passed, all the little snakes and little lions came. It's just that the class bell rang, but the familiar Snape, who looked like a big bat, didn't show up. The wizards hid behind their cauldrons and whispered, and even Hermione looked strangely at the corridor outside. You must know that Snape has never been late for class since the beginning of class. This time it was really strange. What happened to Professor Snape? Why hasn't he come yet? Hermione turned to Ron and complained. For this class, I previewed the Water of Life and Death in advance. Snape won't come, but someone else will take his place. Ron chuckled softly. Who, Madame Pomfrey? Granger Jr. 5.5 frowned and guessed. Among the people who were proficient in potions at Hogwarts, she only remembered the school doctor Madame Pomfrey and Professor Snape. No. Ron stood up and adjusted his black tie, which was one of the gifts Hermione gave him. Then, under the girl's wide eyes, she walked to the podium step by step. I'll give the lecture for today's class. Standing under the light-transmitting patterned glass, a faint light shone on Ron's dazzling blonde hair, and he said this with a gentle smile. Miss Hermione stayed where she was. It turns out that Snape's letter meant this, and he actually asked Ron to be the substitute professor. Chapter 111, Prepare to Sell the Magic Ring. Cough. All right, now take out your quills and notes. Ron picked up his wand and cast a floating spell, and the note next to Hermione flew over. Professor Snape has something to do today, so I'll take the class for him. The words fell, and Harry instantly regained his spirits. He quickly raised his head to look at Ron, who was smiling. His handsome face was so dazzling. It's great that Snape didn't show up for this class. Harry thought happily. Malfoy and Crabbe, who were sitting in the corner, were also stunned for a while, obviously not expecting Ron to go up to teach. But Malfoy shook his head, his thoughts were not here. Now Malfoy wanted to know where Harry who came with Ron when school started, had not seen her since that night. It seems to be the same as last semester. The redhead Weasley must have known, but Malfoy couldn't bear to ask. Especially during the holidays, his father had a fight with Arthur, which made the headlines on the Daily 22 and provided Lockhart with heat. Or go and ask Ron? Malfoy thought hesitantly. After all, his little girlfriend is Gryffindor. Draco, what are you thinking? The enthusiastic voice made Malfoy shudder, and Pansy had come over at some point. You stay away from me. He quickly picked up his crucible and swapped places with Crabbe. After seeing Harry's face, Malfoy couldn't appreciate Pansy's face at all. What we need to brew today is a hypnotic called Life and Death Water. According to Snape's request, Ron explained the techniques and heat of life and death to the group of little wizards. The boiling of life and death water is not difficult, the main reason is that the production process is a bit complicated, and if you are not careful, you have to start over. There are not many materials required, only 2 kinds of sunflower root powder and absinthe infusion. Miss Hermione once helped Ron brew the water of life and death in the potions shop, so she is not too unfamiliar. At least some basic questions can't trouble her. After finishing the production process, Ron put down his wand and said calmly, "You can now brew the water of life and death." Since he is the substitute for this class, he doesn't need to join in to make the water of life and death. The boiling time of the water of life and death is enough for one class. Just like the bonus points model of Professor Snape in the past, the fastest and most perfect water of life and death will be awarded 10 points. Ron brought a reclining chair and placed it in front of Hermione, then lay down comfortably and watched her operate. "You make me unable to concentrate like this." Hermione squeezed her pink fist and said angrily to Ron. That handsome face stared straight at her lazily, making Hermione's little heart thump, and the wormwood in her hand couldn't soak the liquid. Ron became more and more disruptive. "Go and see Harry and the others," Miss Granger said in a low voice, for fear of attracting the attention of others. Although the relationship between the two of them is almost known to everyone, she is still a little shy. Okay, I'll go see other little wizards." Looking at Hermione's half-squinted eyes, Ron wandered around the classroom with interest. In Potions class, Slytherin's little snake has a better grasp than the little lion, at least in Ron's view. Although Snape had no morality towards Harry and the others, he still had the ability, at least there was no case of frying again. A class is very short, especially in the Potions class, which is the most time-wasting class. When the get out of class was about to end, the first one to finish was undoubtedly the wise Miss Hermione. 10 points for Gryffindor. Under the girls' expectant gaze, Ron raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Even if he is an acting professor, he can exercise the right to add points and deduct points. There are also many wizards who have cooked them one after another, but in terms of quality and taste, they can only be regarded as inferior." The potion in Ron's cauldron had turned into a bubbling dark green viscous liquid that looked like a quagmire full of swamp gas. And it has an unpleasant smell. "What did you add to it?" Ron pinched his nose and asked in a muffled voice. "Just added some wormwood and dried snakeskin." "You're a genius." Ron shook his head helplessly. At first glance, Ron seemed to have not listened carefully to the lecture. The bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class. The little wizards dispersed in a hurry, all rushing to play or eat. After Ron sorted out the things on the podium, he walked out of the door of the Potions class. Hermione was waiting for him at the door. "Ron, you're much better than Snape." Harry, who successfully boiled the water of life and death in this class, praised him. This is one of the few potions he refined in Potions class. "I'm no match for Professor Snape." Ron responded with a chuckle. "Come on, let's play Quidditch on the green lawn," Harry suggested. "Wood and Fred are both here." 707. Hearing this proposal, Ron was a little moved. After all, he didn't join the Quidditch team when he was in first grade. Although it is said that first-year students are not allowed to join, people like Harry, Ron and even Malfoy have joined. Ron considers himself no worse than them. Quidditch? Forget it, I still have things to do this afternoon. Ron is also going to engrave a few more magic rings and give them to the twins for sale, which can be regarded as an expansion of the business. After all, a well-known store can't have just one card game, right? Don't look at me, I'll follow Ron. Seeing Harry's gaze, Miss Hermione hugged Ron's arm without hesitation and refused. Where is lawn fun in Quidditch? Besides, she wasn't as fanatical about Quidditch as Professor McGonagall was. Then let the two of us go. Seeing that the young couple refused, Harry shrugged and left with Ron. They will continue to play Quidditch this term. Ron was different. He had already retired on the spot last semester. Even now he has a horse charm that cures vertigo. It can only be said that he has no feeling for Quidditch. Come on, let's go get some food for the house elves first, and then go to the room of requirement. Chapter 112, Lockhart, you ring, give me a set. Hogwarts at night. Filch carried the oil lamp and the well-behaved Mrs. Norris, patrolling the dark stairs, looking for some disobedient little wizards. In the room upon request on the 8th floor. Ron took a bite of the pumpkin pie made by the elves, and the wand in his hand kept carving rings. So far, he has made a total of 13 spell rings, such as iron armor spells, fainting, and weapons other than yours, which are all very useful. Dear Miss Beaver, please give me the ring on your hand. Ron stretched his waist and turned his face to Hermione, who was reading, and shouted. You are the beaver. Hermione bit her little tiger's teeth and gave Ron a fierce look. But she was angry, but Miss Beaver walked behind Ron sensible. What are you going to do? After Hermione took off the ring, she questioned Ron. Add some spells to your ring so you can cast spells without a staff. After Ron took the ring, he prepared to carve some runes inside it. The romantic runes on the outside cannot be mixed with other meanings, so they can only be engraved on the inside. After completing the other 12 spells, re-engraving was very simple for lawn. It is equivalent to having a template, just copy it over. It's a waste of time to add a spell to a ring, not to mention there are as many as a dozen. After a while, Hermione, who was watching intently, nodded her head and shook her head, as if she was about to fall on the table in the next moment. Ron put down the ring in his hand and picked her up under Hermione's exclamation. Go to sleep first, and I'll do the rest. Ah, no, I'll be with you. The refreshed Hermione and Ron looked at each other. In the end, Miss Beaver gave in. Good night, Ron chuckled and put Hermione on the bed. However, when he was about to let go, Hermione squeezed slightly. Under his astonished gaze, the girl passed by with a single touch. Good night! Exclamation. Her lovely face had a sweet smile, and then she let go of Ron. You're always going to be intriguing. Ron glanced helplessly at Hermione. Can you? Ron's words were not finished yet. Under the gaze of those pale blue eyes, Hermione hurriedly shook her head. Cannot. After speaking, Hermione was about to turn over so that she wouldn't look at that handsome face. However, Ron won't let her succeed this time. He reached out and pressed her shoulders. Listen to me this time. Dash. The light of the moon shone through the window. Hermione shrunk her little head into the quilt without making any sound. Ron returned to the sofa beside the fire with satisfaction, and picked up his wand to continue tonight's task. You'll be suffocated like this, pay attention to ventilation. He turned his head and reminded kindly. Let me suffocate. A muffled voice came from the quilt. Ron shrugged helplessly. When she usually takes the initiative, She has never seen Miss Granger so shy. However, what he didn't see was that the quilt was quietly open to a corner. Hermione half squinted her eyes and bit her lower lip, her brown eyes staring at the full moon in the night sky absently. It's really beautiful, this kind of life. 2 in the morning. With the help of the light of the fire, Ron finally finished depicting the last floating charm. He put on the ring and experimented with the spell, and finally nodded in satisfaction. With the current technology, he believes that it can definitely cause an uproar in the wizarding world. These rings can be regarded as a reform of magic tools. Putting this exquisite ring on Hermione's bedside, Ron bent down and touched her soft cheek with his hand. It's time to sleep. He stood up in a trance and couldn't help stretching. Even after having the physique of a dragon, he couldn't hold on to staying up like this. As the wand was swung, the flames in the fire seemed to grow stronger. Fuchsia. Ron stretched out his ring-wearing hand and aimed at Scabbers sleeping in Ron's arms. Then, under the surprised eyes of Fred and the others, Scabbers stood upside down in the air. My Scabbers! Ron wailed, reaching for his rat. You really don't have a secret wand? George didn't have time to talk to the sad Ron, but turned to look at Ron with disbelief in his tone. You can also try. Ron didn't care, he handed the ring directly to George. Give me one too. Fred looked at the other delicate ring in Ron's hand and said with bright eyes. I can't give you this one, try this and pass out. Ron turned his hand and took out another ring from his pocket and handed it to Fred. Fainted. Fred pointed the ring at Scabbers who had just woken up. Immediately afterwards, he heard a miserable cry from Banban, and lay the corpse directly on the ground. Fred. Ron glared at his brother and resisted in a dissatisfied tone. Banban is my pet, you can't treat him like this. But before Ron could finish his words, he saw Scabbers on the ground being hung upside down by George and hung upside down in the air again. He was desperate. What the hell did my Scabbard do wrong? Actually, you don't need to chant the spell. Looking at the two Fred brothers who were full of interest, Ron reminded. Even Harry was eager to try this kind of prop. Hey, good morning, my students. A familiar laugh came, and Lockhart came over with a smile. Professor Lockhart, they bully my pet. Ron hurriedly made a small report. Seeing this scene, Fu, Xiao, Reed and George both covered their faces. It was too embarrassing. Okay, put that stinky mouse aside for now. Lockhart bypassed Ron directly and walked in front of Ron. He pretended to ponder for a while. Well, I recognize you, that genius is very talented. Nice little wizard, Gerald. It's my professor. Ron nodded, but he wanted to see what Lockhart had for him. I just saw those rings that cast spells. Speaking of which, he leaned into Ron's ear and asked in a low voice. Are you going to sell these rings? Of course, these are the finished products. Ron understood what Lockhart meant. You give me a set, Gin Galleon is not a problem. Lockhart smiled and patted Ron's shoulder. By the way, can you choose your own spell abilities? Ask for flowers, ask for a monthly pass, ask for comments. Do you have any ideas about reincarnation in dirty soil, such as Lily Tilda? Chapter 113, My 10 Rings Are All Curses. Can you choose your own spell abilities? Lockhart asked expectantly. He knew of his own abilities. Except for the one who was completely forgotten, Lockhart hardly had a spell that he could take out. And today Ron's rings made his eyes shine. Isn't this just enough to make up for his shortcomings? You know, as a professor, the use of magic spells is not bad. Lockhart patted Ron's shoulder and smiled. I just want to study these convenient rings. Maybe my next book will write about the producers of these rings. He softly seduced. No one does not yearn for fame and glory, let alone Lorne, who is still a little wizard. At least that's what Lockhart thought. Hearing these words, Ron looked at Lockhart speechlessly. He only heard one meaning: it's not that I don't know spells, I just want to study your ring. As for the promise of honor in the back, he listened to it all as nonsense. Sorry, Professor, we only have 13 kinds of magic rings. Do we have more? Ron shook his head and replied. Still want to pick a spell? Do you want these 13 kinds? Okay then. Give me 10. Lockhart looked at the curse ring placed on the table without any hesitation, and immediately made a deal. Just 10 rings can fill his 707 hands. How many gold galleons? Lockhart asked, taking out his own small vault from his gorgeous robe. You must know that the books he has sold in recent years are destined to be good for Lockhart. Ron looked at the arrogant Lockhart and thought for a while. This is a big money, and you can't be soft when it's time to kill. 300 gold galleons? Ron asked tentatively. 300 gold galleons, Lockhart whispered. Is this too expensive for you? After all, my family is the only one who can make these rings, so you can say whether you want them or not. If you are easy to use, I will definitely want it. Although Lockhart complained, he still took out 300 galleons and put it on the table. Give me 10. In the end, Lockhart chose 10 magic rings with good strength and left with a smile on his face. So many golden galleons? George was dumbfounded. Is this money so easy to earn? Even Ron's eyes widened, ignoring Scabbers, who was still hanging upside down in the air. Lorne said it was all small issues. Come to me when you are free, and I will teach you alchemy. He told George and the others his plan. You can't just sell cards in the store, the business would be too shallow. What's more, their definition from the beginning is a store similar to a grocery store. After listening to Ron's plan, Fred hesitated for a while and said, we still need to make cards, so there is no way to learn from you in the past few days. Although they have successfully sold one set, the second set and the third set need to be produced in a hurry. Just relying on the two of them, there are still too few people. Did you sell a whole set to Dumbledore? Ron suddenly thought of something and asked. Yup. George nodded. Come to think of it, forgot to tell them how to sell. When you sell it in the future, you can sell it by drawing cards. Ron turned over the remaining memories of the past and began to explain to the twins how to draw cards. It was like a card pack, repeating cards, and Fred's eyes lit up when Krypton Gold heard it. So there is such a marketing method? It's really a long experience. Then Headmaster Dumbledore's card? Take it as a commemorative edition. After all, I have already given it away, so I can't go and get it back. The two brothers successfully learned a way to draw cards under the guidance of Ron, and left the Green Lawn in high spirits. They are going to make all the cards in a few days. What are you thinking about? Miss Hermione next to her exclaimed. She found that no matter what, Ron always knew a thing or two. My brain? Ron touched his brown curly hair and responded with a chuckle, all I think about is you. Irregular. The corners of Hermione's mouth twitched. Today, Hogwarts is still very cold, and there are still snowflakes in the sky. After all, it's February now. Inside the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. After the last elf incident, all the little wizards have an understanding of Lockhart. Especially after releasing the elf, he ran away and left everything to the students to solve. It's to dog. Many little witches' goodwill towards Lockhart has decreased. Hermione rested her chin with her hand and yawned boredly, tears glistening in her brown eyes. What do you think Lockhart is going to teach us this time? She poked Ron's waist with her little hand and asked softly. Maybe teach us how to turn a werewolf into a human. Also, don't move. Ron patted off Hermione's little hand and couldn't bear to keep poking there. If you mess around again, I'll turn you into a cat girl. He threatened in a low voice. This threat really worked. Miss Hermione's body froze and she withdrew her fingers. Despicable. She covered her brown curly hair and lay on the table. Becoming a cat girl isn't the most terrifying thing. What's terrifying is that Ron has been fiddling with her cat ears. As the class bell rang, Lockhart wore an azure blue dress and walked in with a smile on his face. What was striking was that he also wore 10 gorgeous rings on his fingers. On the way to the podium, he waved his palm lightly. Bang bang. The originally closed window was opened by the floating charm, and the room was filled with cold air. Ron, who was next to the window, was shivering while holding Scabbers. The professor didn't use a wand. The little witch with sharp eyes let out an exclamation. Casting without a staff is very difficult to control. Few people in the entire wizarding world can use it. But Lockhart did it easily. This has given hope to many little wizards who have lost their idle beliefs once again. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Lockhart smiled and snapped his fingers, and a thick book floated in mid-air, turning the pages automatically. Oh, don't be surprised, this is just the most basic operation. As he said that, he also glanced at Ron, who was sitting in the corner. Chapter 114, Harry, we can only live one today. With the magic ring, Lockhart admired the gazes from around him very much. It was full of admiration and awe. As a well-known writer, Lockhart enjoys it. Ron, who was sitting below, was too lazy to expose him. After all, Lockhart also paid for it. And maybe there will be cooperation in the future. The defense against the dark arts class has begun. Today's defense against the dark arts class is still very boring. Lockhart would only pick up the thick biography and read it word by word. It is completely a parallel import. The little wizards in the class were more or less irritable. Except for the wandless spellcasting at the beginning, the audience was amazed. The rest of the class was just like farting. Even the studious Hermione couldn't help covering her mouth and yawned, looking a little sleepy. Lockhart taught the content in class, which she and Ron had already read when they were in the first grade. Can't you teach some practical magic spells? I found out that taking the defense against the dark arts class is a waste of time, and you won't learn anything at all. In the corridor, Hermione walked in front with a thick book in her arms, and she couldn't help complaining to Ron, who was behind her. What do you want to learn? Ron tidied up his black tie and shirt, which was messed up when he went to bed in class. Looking at the little witch complaining in front, Ron shook his head. You must know that so far, Miss Hermione has almost learned all the magic spells from him, except for the unforgivable curse and some cruel black magic spells. What apart from your weapons, the gods have no shadows, and the fire gods open the way. The wise Miss Beaver was already in the room of requirement, letting Ron take care of the church. It is estimated that Lockhart will not have as many spells as you now. Ron joked, if the two of you duel, I bet you will win. He has confidence in Lockhart's strength. Also, don't you know the curse from a certain senior? He asked. Senior's curse? Hermione tilted her head in confusion. You mean the curse from the mysterious man on defense against the dark arts? But isn't that a rumor? Rumor? Ron shook his head. If it was a rumor, a fake Ravenclaw like Lockhart wouldn't be invited by Dumbledore to be a professor. That's right, parallel imports like Lockhart actually came from Ravenclaw Academy. It's as ridiculous as Peter Pettigrew being assigned to Gryffindor. After all, every professor of defense against the dark arts is a one-time consumable. Ron couldn't help laughing when he said that. Miss Hermione nodded knowingly. In the afternoon, Lorne went to the Quidditch pitch, where there was a training match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Although he doesn't like to play, it doesn't mean he doesn't like to watch. The scene of the Quidditch match is really beautiful. Especially when Harry gave up the seeker position and kept chasing after Cedric. Harry's behavior also made Cedric think that he did something wrong to him, and he was confused. When Wood saw Harry looking like "You were dead or I was dead," he suddenly cheered loudly. This is Quidditch. If Harry had this kind of madness against Slytherin last year, they would have won. It's not too late to wake up now. Wood looked at Harry, who was chasing Cedric on a broom, and nodded in relief. And Kujang, who is dating Cedric, is also in the auditorium. She is cheering for her boyfriend. The result is that Harry's offensive is even more violent. Add buff on the reverse side. Ron looked at the love triangle and shook his head amusingly. Why is Harry so crazy? Hermione asked Ron with wide eyes. It was the first time she had seen Harry try so hard, and several times he had nearly crashed into a building ledge trying to chase Cedric. Love always makes people crazy. Ron pointed to Kujang in the distance and said with a chuckle. Seeing that Asian girl cheering, Hermione understood immediately. Ginny knew it would be sad. She murmured softly. You must know that Ginny, who has just joined Gryffindor, circles around Harry almost every day. Ginny's affection for Harry can be seen as long as she is not blind. Except Ron, he always thought Ginny was haunting him. The game ended with a Hufflepuff victory. Interpunct flowers interpunct 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 interpunct. Cedric won the golden snitch with his superb flying skills, ending the friendly training game. Harry got off the broom, his hands clenched tightly into fists. He is unwilling. And Wood, who lost the game, came over to comfort Harry quickly. His performance was already excellent. Especially when he can hold down Cedric, who is Hufflepuff's best seeker in recent years. Long time no see, Cedric. Ron also walked down from the auditorium and greeted Cedric with a nod. You had a great game last year, Ron. Cedric complimented with a smile. By the way, do you know what happened to Harry? 0. Saying that, he asked Ron with some doubts. After all, Ron and Harry were very close, so they might know the situation. Cedric also noticed that something was amiss with Harry today. You must know that previous games were not like this. Crazy. He couldn't think of a suitable adjective other than that. Maybe it's lovelorn. Ron shrugged and replied. The relationship between him and Cedric was limited to acquaintances, and the two did not have much intersection. Aren't we going to see Harry? Walking on the shady path. The grass on both sides of the road has already bloomed with some white flowers. For now, let him calm down. Ron held Hermione's little hand and answered helplessly. And isn't there Wood to comfort him again? We were just superfluous in the past. So, are you going to take me to the room of requirement? Hermione broke free from Ron's hand, and hopped in front of Ron. There was a slight smile on his face. Where else can you go? Filch's underground torture chamber? Ron said. His eyes lit up. Why don't we go to the Forbidden Forest tonight to play? He hasn't been to the Forbidden Forest since the last time he met Voldemort. And I heard that there are also some centaurs who can do divination. I won't go to the Forbidden Forest with you. Hermione rolled his eyes at him. Chapter 115, Dementor, Snape's Thoughts. Night. Inside the Slytherin lounge. Ron was leaning against the wall by the bedside, and the quill in his hand tapped the empty diary. Since there was an event in Gryffindor's lounge tonight, Dean Professor McGonagall would also be there, so he didn't go to the room of requirement with Hermione. The pure white light illuminated the dormitory room through the green-patterned glass. This was one of the few times he took a break in the dormitory this semester. After discovering the room of requirement, he basically never came back. Even Malfoy and Crabbe looked at Ron in amazement. Why did Gerald come back today? After getting acquainted with the environment of the room of requirement, returning to Slytherin's dormitory is always an uncomfortable feeling. Ron frowned and looked at the dark dormitory around him, and couldn't help thinking of 710. My friend, is there anything you want to ask? At this time, a line of elegant fonts appeared on the diary. It was Senior Tom Riddle. There's no way I can't come out. Because Ron's quill has been tapping on his diary, the ink has covered the entire page, as if it was intentional. Tom is also very strange. Because Ron has rarely contacted him since school started. However, this is also a good thing for Tom, and he can silently regain some power after being awakened. But the power of recovery is only a tiny bit. Senior, do you know anything about Dementors? After Ron thought for a while, he picked up the quill and wrote this sentence. So far, he has mastered a lot of dangerous spells, but not too many practical ones. The Dementor spell is undoubtedly a good black spell, but unfortunately, when he went to the Forbidden Area to study, he did not find any records of this spell. The Dementor? That spell is very dangerous. Senior Tom wrote this sentence in his diary. Ron couldn't help laughing. Danger? What kind of spell could be dangerous to you, Senior Tom? As the first Horcrux made in the early years, he still doesn't know what the future Voldemort has become. Of course, he didn't tell Tom. After all, Senior Tom didn't ask. After waiting for a long time, I didn't wait for Ron's reply. A line of text appeared on the diary again. I've learned about Dementors before, of course, it's just an academic study, you know, we're all geniuses. The diary is trying to improve Ron's favorability to him. After all, it cannot be revealed that he is Voldemort's Horcrux now. The current Senior Tom is too weak. As long as he waits a few more days and regains some strength, he will be able to control this greedy wizard through magic spells. At that time, it was time for him to open the underground secret room. So Dementor, can you teach me? There was a smile on the corner of Ron's mouth. Up to now, he has almost cleaned up Tom, and before the 6th grade, almost all the spells he learned have to be explained. In order to gain Ron's trust, Tom also invested his blood. Of course, aren't we friends? A line of writing appeared on the diary. But to practice Dementorian mantra, you must first have someone to practice with. Animals are not allowed. What you need to know is... Seeing that Senior Tom had already started to write the tutorial in the diary, Ron also wrote some of his own questions. I have to say that although Tom has bad intentions, he is definitely much better than Lockhart in teaching. Ron felt that it was more than enough to replace Lockhart by throwing him in defense against the Dark Arts class. Some elements of Dementor, Tom has already written. Now there is only one question left, and that is who to use for practice. Ron pondered, then set his eyes on Malfoy, who was chatting with Crabbe. Maybe try. Malfoy shuddered suddenly, as if he was being targeted by something dangerous. He hurriedly raised his head to look at the Faju, found nothing. Ron was writing and drawing with the diary under the light, and there was no suspicious movement. Is it my illusion? Malfoy didn't take it to heart, and continued to turn around and chat with Crabbe. Since he couldn't find Harry, his mood has been low for several days, and he has just recovered recently. The next few days were nothing more than a class with Hermione to score points. It is worth mentioning that Professor Snape finally came back in the next class. Ron could clearly observe the sense of deadness in Snape's eyes, and he could also see a few green plush willow bugs on the large black robe. Those willow bugs are also magical animals, they can fly under the treetops, just like catkins in spring. Ron had a guess in his mind about where Snape went. Is that where you first met Lily? I didn't expect that Harley would hit him so hard. It's been almost half a month, and I still haven't recovered." Even in class, Snape's voice was hoarse and indifferent, and Harry didn't even care. After the lecture, he quickly walked back to the basement office alone. "Lily? Her eyes are exactly the same as yours." Inside the secret door of the office, Snape picked up the old portrait on the table. The mind is complicated. On Ron's side, he practiced Dementor every day at 5.5, and the object of practice was undoubtedly his close friend. Performed a kaleidoscope to Crabbe and Malfoy every night, then waved his wand and cast the Dementor. After he has a practice object, his mastery becomes more and more proficient. By now, he had pretty much all of Malfoy's secrets. For example, when I'm bored, I think of Miss Hallie. Malfoy suffered a lot, and Harry was a real villain. Whether it was Malfoy or Snape, he was recruited here. Even Ron was fast. After mastering the Dementor, he learned some other dangerous spells from Senior Tom. This wool must be cleaned. Chapter 116, To be honest, you are useless to me. It is not without reason that Tom Riddle can become the second-generation Dark Lord. Whether it is talent, learning ability or knowledge reserve, he far surpasses other wizards. Although I don't know if it's because there are too many souls for the separation of Horcruxes later, the nose at the back looks silly. Throwing both Malfoy and Crabbe, who were drooling, back on their bed, Ron closed the wheel. So far, his Dementor spell has been able to be emitted silently. The talent even amazed Tom. He immediately concluded that this little wizard would definitely become a great dark wizard in the future, not even the Dark Lord. After all, he had never seen it before. Which little wizard could learn the 3 unforgivables in the 1st grade? Even then he couldn't do it. After practicing Dimension, Ron pondered for a while and gave up the idea of using the fire spell. If you can't control it and burn the entire Slytherin directly, it will be over. The 22nd moon was bright at night, but Ron was sleeping in Slytherin's dormitory and couldn't see it at all. "No, I have to take Hermione to the room of requirement tomorrow." In the last few days, Ron didn't go with Hermione because he needed to scoop Tom's wool. Mainly, I didn't want Hermione to get involved with Voldemort. And it would be troublesome if he was cursed or something. Ron didn't forget the cursed defense against the dark arts class. "I probably don't have anything to teach you." When closing the diary, a line of font suddenly appeared on it. Ron raised his eyebrows, then closed them directly. "It looks like the wool is almost smashed." The next morning. The weather today is good, the sky is blue, and the sea of clouds is churning. Ron woke up early, put on his green Slytherin robes, and straightened his blonde hair. The splendid blonde hair is a little long, but it looks fine. After turning his head to glance at Malfoy and Crabbe, who were still sleeping soundly, he shook his head and walked out. The two of them are expected to sleep until the afternoon. In the morning, McGonagall is going to be late for the class taught by McGonagall. As a good friend, Ron naturally wouldn't harm the two of them, especially if he helped him do some exercises. So he chose to leave directly. How painful the class is, it's better to sleep here. Since he got up early today, Ron came to the 8th floor to wait for Hermione to come out, and then go to have breakfast together. The fat lady at the door looked curiously at the little Slytherin wizard. Although she had seen it before, she was still a little curious. After all, no little Slytherin wizard would be willing to approach Gryffindor's lounge. Since she had made an appointment with Miss Hermione in advance, it didn't take long before the fat lady's portrait was opened. Hermione, who was neatly dressed and with a high ponytail, came out holding the use of the Transfiguration spell. When she saw Ron, her sleepy eyes lit up, and then she ran over quickly and bumped into his. In the arms. The little head rubbed in his arms, and the floral fragrance of curly hair stirred on the tip of Ron's nose. Okay, don't be afraid of others seeing it in the morning. Ron smiled and touched the little head with his hand to stop her movement. See it as soon as you see it. Anyway, Lee Jordan told us about the relationship between the two of us. Hermione couldn't help but grit her teeth, as if she was a little angry. Let's go, let's have breakfast first, then go to class. The girl couldn't wait to grab Ron's hand and ran down the stairs with him, ignoring the fat lady with the door open behind her. Hey! Come back, Miss Granger. Am I going to be driving here all the time, you two nasty little lovers? The fat lady was very angry at the behavior of these two people. She shouted loudly. But the two figures have disappeared under the stairs. Good morning, fat lady. Fred yawned and George walked out. I just seemed to hear a couple. You heard it wrong, we have to make cards in class. Let's go first. Fred and George walked slowly in front of the fat lady, ignoring the open door. You two are as annoying as that little couple. Looking at the twins who left as if nothing had happened, the fat lady gritted her teeth. I remember a few of you. Inside the Hogwarts Great Hall. Since the weather has returned to warm in the past few days, no little wizard wears a scarf anymore. Hermione was wearing a shirt with Gryffindor wizard robes on it, looking very petite and cute. Ron sat on the seat and ordered a honey milk and 2 omelettes. It is not suitable to eat too much in the morning. Okay, 1 cup a week. Seeing that Hermione was about to speak again, Ron quickly took away his own honey milk and said, "You'll get cavities." Hermione said helplessly. "Isn't there Mr. Granger?" Ron said indifferently. When the two of them were talking and laughing halfway through their meal, Ron and Harry came over. "Did you see Fred and George?" Ron asked. "No, what happened?" Ron shook his head. "I haven't seen the two of them for 3 days. I really don't know why." Ron's expression was a little helpless. There was a quiz in the charms class recently, and he wanted these two to help him and Harry train. As for looking for Hermione, forget it, she is with Ron every day, and she has no time to teach them 710 too. Maybe it's making cards. Ron said thoughtfully. After all, it will be sold in a few days, which is the day when Fairy Tale opens its store. It's not surprising that these two people do not see each other. At this time, Ron's diary on the table shook. This made him stunned for a moment. Isn't this Senior Tom's diary? He remembered that he put it in the dormitory. As for not putting it in the Shenway space, it is because there are too many sundries in it, and it is not easy to find things. What's more, he remembered that Tom could be revealed through a notebook. At that time, it would be uncomfortable to be stabbed in the back. With doubts, Ron opened the shaking diary. "My friend, when will you help me regain my strength?" After seeing this sentence, Ron could clearly feel that he was in a trance. "Leo?" He quickly shook his head and looked at the diary. It seems that his strength has recovered a bit. Senior Tom can't wait. "Hermione, please give me a quill." He thought about it and wrote a sentence on it. "To be honest, I feel that you are useless to me." The diary slowly put a question mark. "Please ask for flowers, ask for a monthly pass, ask for everything." Blank 69892585 Chapter 117, You are a well-deserved dark wizard. A question mark slowly appeared on the white paper of the diary, representing Tom's current mood. "No, I don't understand what you mean, Ron." The handwriting is still scribbled, and now he is panicking. "It means literally, Senior." Ron rested his chin in one hand and wrote with a quill pen in the other. "Now that you have nothing to teach me, it means that you have no value anymore. And you just wanted to control me, didn't you?" His handwriting is still very beautiful and coherent. Nothing appears in the diary. But Ron could clearly feel the diary in his hand trembling uncontrollably. as if it was a precursor to the eruption of a volcano. "Ron, what are you doing?" At this time, Hermione came over curiously. "It's just a diary, to record some things." Ron closed the diary and chuckled. "Really?" Hermione narrowed her eyes, but she didn't ask. After all, everyone has their own little secrets, and even she has secrets that Ron doesn't want to know. Just like when you go to bed every night. Thinking of this, Hermione hurriedly shook her head and left these things behind. "It's almost 9 o'clock now, let's hurry up to Professor McGonagall's class." After that, she pulled Ron away from her seat. When he left, Ron was still holding the diary. "This thing's Ike can't be thrown into the Shenway space casually. Really, Fred and those two people, they can't find a figure when they need it." Ron complained, then got up with the book and followed behind Ron and Hermione. Harry also scratched his head in anguish. He was also somewhat unfamiliar with the spell that Professor Flitwick was going to test. In Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, Malfoy and Crabbe were undoubtedly late. It was the first wizard other than Harry and Ron who dared to be late for her class. "I must tell Severus about this exclamation," Professor McGonagall said angrily. "I hope Malfoy won't be punished too badly by Snape, after all. His mood has been very wrong recently." Ron couldn't help thinking. As the textbooks slowly opened, this section of the Transfiguration class officially began. The second-year wizards have to learn to turn animals into objects, and they are not allowed to make a little mistake. For example, the final exam of the first year is to turn a little mouse into a snuff bottle. Naturally, Ron, needless to say, his Transfiguration charm has already been used like fire. What he said in class was a breeze for him. As for Hermione, she also followed Ron to rehearse the Transfiguration spell well during the holidays, but she still took notes seriously in class. Ron opened the diary he had put on the table in a bit of boredom. Since that paragraph was written, this diary has not had any reply. The tremor at the beginning was like an illusion, but now it looks like an ordinary diary. "You deserve to have the potential to become a dark wizard." It seems that he noticed Ron's movements, and a line of words slowly appeared in the diary. "Thank you. I appreciate the compliment." The corner of Ron's mouth twitched, and he wrote this line with a quill pen. "It's not easy to get Voldemort's praise. Diary. You can't kill me." "Can't kill?" Ron was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "There are only two ways he knows how to destroy Horcruxes. One is the fangs of his own psychic beast, the Basilisk, and the other is the fiery fire spell that Tom taught him himself. Lord Geralt, I'll let you know how much disaster your deception will bring you." After writing this sentence, there was no movement in the diary. No matter how much Ron poked it with the quill, there was no response. Is this a threat? Senior Tom's trump card is a basilisk now, what else can there be? Ron shook his head disapprovingly. Speaking of which, the basilisk also needs Parseltongue to wake up. He also asked Tom to learn, but the other party refused to teach him anyway. It has always been said that this is a kind of talent, and people without talent cannot learn it. It seems that we need to find a way to get Tom to wake up the basilisk. Ron was thinking of a way. Professor McGonagall's class is more solid than Lockhart's. At least not so boring. After competing with Hermione for a few college points, it was time to get out of class. Today's score is more than I added. Hermione raised her little head proudly, her white neck looming under her brown curly hair. "But you don't turn your hair into rabbit ears or cat ears," Ron said softly. Ever since he had been turning into various ears at her hair, Hermione had been thinking about how to get revenge all day. But it failed without a doubt. Her shape-shifting spell didn't work on Lorne's blonde hair at all. "Shut up." The mention of this made Miss Hermione angry. Ron has been getting more and more extreme lately, always fiddling with brown curls without her noticing, turning into cat ears, rabbit ears. And also to be held by Ron in his arms, petting like a pet. The key is to be comfortable. Thinking about it, the little witch covered her head with her hands and glared at Ron. I think you're pretty comfortable too, it hurts. Before Ron could finish his words, Hermione rushed over and bit his neck with his tiger teeth. Well, we're here. Isn't it time? At this time, a familiar voice sounded, and the tone was full of complexity. Damn it, why do you hug these two people every time you see them? Fred thought angrily. This young couple saw that he also wanted to fall in love. Hearing a sound, Hermione hurriedly pushed Ron away, as if Ron had rushed over just now. You two really pick your time. Ron touched his neck and said speechlessly. By the way, Ron wants to ask you for help to review the spell, but I can't find you these days. Remembering what happened this morning, Ron helped Ron deliver the news. Reviewing spells? Fred waved his hand. The two of us don't have time to do those boring things, and the cards are already critical. It will be available for sale at Hogwarts soon. Okay, then I'll tell Ron for you. Ron nodded and said. But at this moment, he felt the diary in his hand shake. This is not an illusion, it was indeed shaking and cold just now. Looking at a clean sheet of paper in the diary, Ron thought. Chapter 118, Can you see Thestrals too? Looking at the diary without any movement, Ron narrowed his eyes. Eyes up. It looks like Senior Tom is going to do something. Let's go first, we have to go to Lockhart's Defense Against the Dark Arts class in a while. Defense Against the Dark Arts class is our favorite class. George and Fred looked at each other and said with a smile. Don't you think his class is too boring? Hermione frowned when she heard this. And he's a narcissist who talks about his biography in class every day. Are you bored? Fred took out a witch card from his pocket and laughed. The two of us are not boring. After all, Lockhart doesn't care what we do. A projection appeared on the witch card, smiling slightly to Ron and Hermione in their long skirts. Only in Lockhart's class could the two of them unscrupulously research technology and make cards. For example, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape and Flitwick will not allow small movements. After waving goodbye, Ron and Hermione went to the auditorium for lunch. The afternoon class was herbal medicine, so Hermione could only reluctantly part with 710 Ron. Since the last time Harry and Ron drove into the Slaughtering Willow, Mrs. Sprout always looked very bad. Ron also heard from Hermione that Harry and Ron kept their heads down almost all the time during the herbal class, daring not to look at Mrs. Sprout. The difficulty of the herbal class is mainly due to the role of each plant and the way to deal with some dangerous plants that can kill wizards. As an excellent potion master, Ron had already memorized the various effects of herbs. This is the basic course for being a potion master. In the wizarding world, you may see many masters of magic spells, but there are only a handful of masters of potions, which is very difficult to imagine. As far as Ron knew and had contact with him, Snape was the only one. Heractus usually blooms at Christmas, and it is also the main material for making demulcents. Ron answered Mrs. Sprout's question with a smile. Perfect answer, it looks like your potions class is pretty good. Mrs. Sprout showed a smile and stretched out a finger. Slithering is 10 points. Mainly because Professor Snape taught me well. Ron said modestly. This is indeed the case. After all, without the notes Snape gave him, his current potion skills would be mediocre, and he would even spend a lot of time looking for errors in the textbook. There are mistakes in the basic book of potions, which is why Snape gave up this stupid book and started the lecture directly. Severus? Mrs. Sprout muttered softly. She, who was the same professor, naturally knew how Snape's reputation was. After all, Among all the courses, the potions class was the last thing that little wizards wanted to take. Clean up. The green lawn was blown by a breeze, and Ron put away the spell in his hand. Sit down and rest for a while. Hermione was already sweating on her forehead, and she put down the wand she was practicing. So far, Hermione has been able to release Shinfing, but she still looks unskilled. Standing on tiptoe of Gryffinder's robe, Miss Granger sat on the grass against lawn. Today is a day off and the sun is shining brightly. So there are many wizards here to play or date. In the sky, there are wizards riding brooms in Quidditch training, among them Wood and Cedric. Of course, there are also two twins with dark circles under their eyes, who are training to fish after Wood, and Harry, who has been staring at Cedric. As for the Slytherin team, they all train on the Quidditch field and don't come to the lawn. Because the Dean of the Little Snake, Snape, holds the key to the CCFF field, which can be regarded as a benefit to his own team. Aren't you hot and wearing a robe? Ron turned to the panting Miss Hermione and asked. So far, the temperature at Hogwarts has gradually picked up, and at least there has been no sign of snow and cloudy days in the past few days. It's a little hot. After thinking about it, Hermione took off Gryffinder's robe and put it aside on the greenery. Miss Hermione's outfit today made Ron's eyes shine. Above is a white plaid shirt with a red and white tie, below is a pleated skirt to the knee, and a pair of grey-toned stockings and small leather shoes. The two were just lying on the lawn, talking and laughing about the chase between Harry and Cedric. I'm going to the bathroom. Hermione got up, picked up her robe and handed it to Ron, and said softly, "You help me get this robe." The wind was a bit strong and it was still hot recently, so Hermione could only leave the robes to Ron to take care of. "Okay, I'll wait for you." Ron took the robe and responded. Then Miss Hermione trotted all the way to the nearest bathroom at Hogwarts. Ron looked at the sky and the chase was a little boring. Harry was indeed talented, but Cedric was not bad either. In this game about love, Harry is likely to lose. At this moment, his eyes were stunned. There was a group of black creatures flying with wings like bats in the sky. He had seen those creatures before. Thestral. The direction they fly to is the Forbidden Forest side. Because of the condition that, you can only see if you have seen death, the little wizards were unable to see this group of creatures representing unknown, and they were still talking and laughing. "Can you see Thestrals too?" An ethereal voice sounded, and Ron, who was lying on the lawn, moved his gaze upwards. Skirt. Before Ron could take a closer look, the figure squatted down, clutching his skirt. The blonde waist-length hair fell on the ground, a pair of grey eyes looked at Ron suspiciously, and the carrot decoration on her ears floated in the breeze. "Mr. Gerald?" Luna tilted her head and snorted softly. She looked at Ron in a daze with some incomprehension, not knowing what he was thinking. "Luna?" After seeing that face clearly, Ron quickly came to his senses. "Do you mean those creatures similar to horses flying in the sky?" Luna nodded when she heard the words. "Those are Thestrals." "I know." Ron sat up and said softly, "Those creatures can only be seen by those who have seen death." "I know." Luna nodded dazedly. Her grey eyes looked at the Gryffindor row beside Ron. "I don't know what to think." Chapter 119, Hermione who sympathizes with Luna. "So, have you ever seen death?" Luna tilted her head and asked. Her grey eyes looked at the group of dark Thestrals in the sky. They were like a group of bats. "Seen." Ron replied calmly. "Whether it's the werewolf who was killed by breath last time or Professor Quirrell who was decapitated by Lorne, these are all processes of death. I've seen it too." Luna sat on Ron's body very naturally, and wrapped her hands around her white legs in socks. Ron turned his head and glanced at her. The breeze blew her long golden hair, and at this time he realized that there was a magic wand in the other's little ear, looking very maverick. "Aren't you curious?" Without getting a reply from Ron, Luna asked curiously. "If you want to say it," Ron said with a chuckle. Of course he knew why Luna could see Thestrals, because she had witnessed her mother's death due to experimental magic when she was a child. "Why don't you go and play with your friends?" Ron looked at the silent Luna and changed the subject. He pointed to Harry, who was chasing Cedric like a mad dog in the sky, and asked softly. Ron just saw Kujang appear at their training ground, but he didn't look at it for a while, and Harry suddenly became like this. Cedric said he didn't understand. For example, the little wizard who just entered the first year has formed a small group. Even he and Hermione, Fred and the others are considered a small group. Ron looked around carefully, and there were no eagles nearby. In other words, Luna was alone. "I have no friends," she said lightly. Her tone was very flat, as if she had no emotions. It was as if he was answering a very normal thing. "Speaking of which, I haven't seen harassing horseflies around you." Luna looked puzzled, and her voice was light. "This is really rare? Harassment of horseflies?" Ron remembered the weird magical creatures in the Quibbler. "That's probably because I don't have anything to worry about." Ron shrugged. After all, his life is very good now. Every day, he flirts with dear Miss Hermione, and occasionally bits his senior Tom. "You know the existence of harassing horseflies?" Luna showed a surprised expression. This is the first time Ron has seen anything other than a trance on the face of this little witch. "I've talked to other wizards, but they don't believe me. I saw the introduction in The Quibbler before." Under Luna's surprised eyes, an outdated copy of The Quibbler appeared in Ron's hand. This is a magazine that exists in the Shenway space, which was customized during the holidays. Speaking of which, the editor-in-chief is still your father, so that's a very strange idea. Ron thought for a while and said, "I think they are all real." Speaking of which, Luna looked at the group of Thestrals that were gradually disappearing in the sky, her grey eyes looking dull. "I'm back." A pleasant voice came from a distance, and Hermione trotted towards Ron, waving her pleated skirt. But when she saw the blonde figure sitting beside Ron, she was stunned for a moment. The movement that was about to rush over gradually slowed down. Hermione half squinted, looking at the somewhat familiar back. She remembered that this little witch who was assigned to Ravenclaw came here in the same carriage with them this semester. She seems to be called Luna, and she always has some strange thoughts in her head, and she also believes in those illusory creatures. For some reason, she felt a sense of crisis. "Good noon, Miss Granger." Luna got up and patted the dust of her long dress behind her, and nodded to Hermione. "Luna, you know it." Ron also stood up and handed the well-preserved robe to Hermione. "Good afternoon, Lovegood junior sister." Hermione still remembered the other person's name. "Then I won't disturb the two of you on your date, and I'll go see my animals. Goodbye, Mr. Geralt." After Luna said something to the two, she was about to leave the lawn. "Just call me Ron." Looking at the lonely back, Ron replied softly. "What were you two talking about just now?" After Luna left, Hermione turned her head and asked curiously. "Their group of Thestrals in the chat." Ron touched her brown curly hair and chuckled. Interpunct flowers interpunct 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 interpunct. Is this Miss Hermione's possessiveness? Thestrals in the sky. Hermione looked up subconsciously, only to see Harry, who was still running after Cedric. The two of them are still chasing. No, Luna can also see Thestrals. Miss Granger saw the point. Yes, she witnessed her mother's death with her own eyes. Ron explained to her. Although Luna didn't tell him, Ron still knew something. Yes. After listening to Ron's words, there was some sympathy in Hermione's brown eyes. Especially when she heard that Luna didn't have a friend in Ravenclaw, Miss Hermione's sympathy deepened. Because she had no friends when she was in first grade, except for Lorne. Miss Granger often wondered what would happen to her if she hadn't met Ron in the wand shop. However, I just thought about it for the beginning, and I didn't dare to think about the rest at all. Let's go, Harry, and their game is over. Ron looked at Hermione, who suddenly became a little lonely for some reason, and pulled up her little hand with a chuckle. I'll go to the auditorium for dinner later. It hurts. Does Ron have a spell like a new look? At the dining table, Harry covered his blue and purple face, and asked Ron with a grin. How could that be? You'd better go to the school doctor's office honestly. Ron said helplessly. I really take him as omnipotent. Today, Harry's offensive was so strong that he didn't stop the broom and slammed into the woods directly. There is no doubt that Cedric won again. But remembering Kujang's worried eyes, Harry felt his pain eased a lot. Hey, are you still thinking about Cedric's girlfriend? Fred and George sat over with their plates and couldn't help laughing at Harry's tragic appearance. I didn't. Harry couldn't help but retort. Forget it, do you want to play cards? Fred shook his head, then took out a set of cards from his pocket. The two of them are almost done. It's just about to go on sale tomorrow. Fairy Tale is officially open. Begging for flowers, begging for votes, begging for everything, death. Chapter 120, Diary of Running Away from Home. The next morning. Today is the day Fred and the others are going to sell cards. Last night, the two of them had a good plan at the dinner table. Especially today is a day off. The two of them were going to pull both Lee Jordan and Wood over, and prepare a small table for the two of them to have a Hearthstone showdown to attract attention. Of course, these two also have a card package as a reward. As internal players, wouldn't a few people have long been looking forward to the sale of these cards? Lee Jordan even said that this would be a major game reform in the wizarding world, and he must be invited to be the referee and commentator during the game. Fred and George got up very early in Gryffindor, and even Harry and Ron were forcibly pulled up. Under Mrs. Fatty's gaze, a group of people left the Gryffindor lounge in a mighty manner. It's only 6 o'clock, are Gryffindor wizards so diligent? She muttered suspiciously about 710. She is the most diligent so far, and she has only met a Miss Granger. Even the fat lady thinks that she should go to Ravenclaw instead of Gryffindor. Coming here is truly a gift. Inside the dark Slytherin dormitory. Ron didn't get up until about 8 o'clock. In the past few days, because I have to look at Tom's diary, I didn't go to sleep on demand with Hermione. He had already discovered something was wrong with the recent diary. No matter what Ron writes these 2 days, it will not give any reply. Even the threat of, I'm going to throw you in the bathroom, failed to wake Senior Tom. Since today is a good day off, Ron didn't put on Slytherin's green robe, but a white shirt and grey coat. After adjusting his blonde hair, Ron nodded in satisfaction. Going out like this, it is estimated that many little witches can be fascinated. He even heard Ron mention that many little Gryffindor witches approached him specifically for Ron. It made Ron think he had become a heartthrob too. After preparing everything, Ron walked to the head of his bed and took a look. The diary was still lying quietly in the drawer. Why don't you tempt others? Ron reluctantly closed the drawer. He was still waiting for Senior Tom to bring the basilisk to wake it up. I don't know when to wait. As for the damage caused by the basilisk, Ron looked at himself in the mirror and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Those are the only people he cares about. After packing his things, he was ready to go to the auditorium to meet Hermione. Inside the Hogwarts Great Hall, Hermione, who was very familiar with Ron, had been waiting for him in advance with a book. Divination, why do you want to learn this? After Ron approached, he realized that the book in Hermione's hand was a horoscope, and he asked with some doubts. I have seen the existence of prophecy in many books. Don't you think that predicting the future is very powerful? Seeing Ron sitting beside her, Hermione closed the book, ordered a cup of black tea and placed it in front of him. Drink this today. She raised the corner of her mouth and said, ... Row. Ron twitched the corners of his mouth and retracted his words about ordering chocolate milk. 2 pumpkin pie and fried eggs, thank you. After a simple breakfast, Hermione was a little puzzled. What about Harry and Ron? It's almost 10 o'clock now. The two of them are estimated to have been opened by Fredera long ago. Ron said after drinking the lipstick tea. He also held Hermione's constellation divination in his hand. He remembered that this thing requires talent. After taking 2 casual glances, Ron gave up. There are too many things to study in it, and the time spent is completely disproportionate to the gains. If you have time to learn this, it is better to go to the Forbidden Forest to catch a centaurus and teach it on the spot. At least the centaur's predictions were accurate. Are we going to the library now or the room of requirement? Hermione turned the delicate ring on her finger and turned her face to ask. My dear, it's morning. Ron reminded. We might as well go see how Fred and the others are now. But we haven't been to the room of requirement for several days. Hermione's tone was a little confused. Let's go tonight. Ron was also fed up with the dark dormitory. He wanted to fall asleep watching the moonlight. Hermione nodded hurriedly. She was fed up with the dormitory where no one spoke. After making a decision, the two were ready to go to the lawn to find Fred's small shop. There weren't enough rooms at Hogwarts to rent the two of them to open a shop, so they had to find a spot on the lawn. After reaching the lawn, Ron was suddenly stunned. I saw that a place near the Black Lake was already full of little wizards. Ron, who originally thought he would be looking for a while, laughed. It seems that today's harvest should be good. Among those crowds, he even saw Malfoy and Crabbe and Gower. Because there were too many people, Lorne and Hermione simply found a place outside and waited. Looking at the Black Lake, Ron used a transformation spell to turn a stone into a boom and handed it to Hermione. Then he turned a piece of grass into an earthworm and hung it on it. Can you catch fish like this? Hermione couldn't help laughing. Try it, just in case. Ron chuckled lightly. He once heard that there are many magical creatures in the Black Lake, and there are even murlocs. Mermaid? Miss Hermione tilted her head. It's a murloc, not a mermaid. Ron corrected. These two are not creatures of the same species, and the mermaid will be sad if they hear it. With the passage of time, the number of people on Fred's side has decreased, because the prepared card packs are all sold out. But a small group of wizards stayed where they were, watching Cedric and Harry fight. That's right, Cedric also joined the ranks of playing cards. He's going to beat Harry to his knees today. Ron threw a hideous black fish in his hand back into the lake, then got up and threw the fishing rod into it. Isn't this Black Lake full of these messy magical creatures? The two of them have been fishing for that ugly black fish all afternoon. Hermione was startled at first, but then she got used to it. Congratulations, Fred. Ron walked over with a smile. Although Fred and George looked tired, they couldn't hold back the smile on their lips. Do you know how much galleon we earn? There are 50 of them. Speaking of which, Fred couldn't help laughing. Ron looked at the twins with a smile. 50 gold galleons is not bad. It will definitely be more than that in the future. By the way, have you seen Ron? Harry, who had ended the duel at this time, questioned. "I just saw him go back to the dormitory early." George spread his hands helplessly. "Yes. Inside Slytherin's dormitory. Ron is going to study in the room of requirement tonight with Hermione, so come back early to get his books and alchemy notes." It's just that when he opened the drawer, he was suddenly stunned. After a while, a smile appeared on the corner of Ron's mouth. Did Senior Tom finally run away from home? Chapter 121, Hot Pot Party in the Room of Requirement. Senior Tom has run away from home. Ron looked at the empty drawer, then turned to look at Malfoy and Crabbe, who were curiously studying the hand I just bought today. Although it is true that Weasley's group of red-haired people are really annoying, but Malfoy is still a little wizard after all, and he can't stand curiosity at all. It doesn't look like it was taken by these two. Then, who will Senior Tom go to? Ron pondered for a while and then gave up. Why do you think so much? Sooner or later, it will show up. When the time comes, he can go to the Forbidden Forest to channel his own Basilisk. At that time, use the transformation spell to turn the tree into a mirror, and then directly apply the wheel I control. Thinking of his plan, Ron nodded in satisfaction. The top priority now is to take the notes and go to the room of requirement, but I can't make my little girlfriend wait. Otherwise, I will bite him again. I don't know why, recently Miss Hermione always likes to bite. And it still hurts. Lo-22 touched the teeth marks on his fingers. This was Hermione's small mouth after he fell asleep with his fingers today, and he got bitten. That one bite almost bit out his thunder scale. In the room upon request on the 8th floor. Let's play cards. Hermione, wearing pink bear pajamas, smiled while hugging Ron's arm. The high ponytail behind her also swayed as she swayed, swaying gently behind the two of them. Playing cards? Ron put down the quill in his hand helplessly, and almost half of the rune had been recorded in the notebook. He has almost finished researching these runes, and most of the spells can be engraved into the ring. It even includes the fiery fire curse and the 3 unforgivable curses. I think the showdown between Cedric and Harry is very interesting. Hermione blinked her brown eyes and raised the corners of her mouth in anticipation. When will Miss Granger be spoiled? Ron looked at Hermione and couldn't help pinching her little cheek with his hand. Soft and smooth. And a little meaty. Okay, let's play cards. Noticing that Hermione's eyes narrowed slowly, Ron quickly released his hand and took out a set of cards from the chamois space. As an investor and creator, Ron was naturally given a complete set of cards by the two of them. Not only him, but also Harry and Hermione. As the light on the card lit up, a short goblin appeared in front of the two of them. It looks lifelike and has its own little emotions. Just like the portraits in the principal's room. Refined and interactive. Miss Beaver curiously poked the goblin with her wand, but the other party grinned at her and slapped the wand aside with the hammer in her hand. It has to be said that twins do have talents in these aspects that ordinary people do not have. Maybe next semester I can tell them about the werewolf killing. Ron thought while resting his chin on his hand. Speaking of which, I haven't tried whether the horse charm has any effect on werewolves. In the next few days, Fred and George finally became famous at Hogwarts, and all the little wizards knew about this interesting card game. After class on the green lawn, a group of people gathered, mighty. This scene even attracted a lot of professors. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick are the royal dubbing of these cards, so it is natural to know the fun of these cards. And every time the twins appeared in front of Ron, they were always smiling, and they couldn't hold back the smile at the corners of their mouths. They have earned a lot of gold galleons in the past 2 days. I know that there is a secret passage leading to Hogsmeade Village. Let's go to the bar on our off day to celebrate. Fred looked around and whispered at the dining table. "But I still have a spell to practice." Ron held Scabber with a tangled face. "You practice magic spells?" George couldn't help laughing. Ron has been practicing magic spells in recent days. Harry quickly stood up and explained to his good friend. As a roommate, he often saw Ron practice out the window at night with his wand in hand. This scene made him too embarrassed to fall asleep. Even Ron has worked so hard, what qualification does he have not to work hard? Work hard to learn the spell, and strive to defeat Cedric one day. I followed Ron. Hermione shook her head nonchalantly. "I do know there is a good place." Ron looked at the owls flying in from the window and chuckled. "The hot-pot ingredients he bought have arrived. It cost a lot of money to buy it." "Good place?" Fred and George looked at each other. Is there anything else about Hogwarts that the two of them don't know? "At 12 o'clock tonight, I'll be waiting for you in front of the giant monster portrait on the 8th floor." Ron took a sip of black tea and said, "8th floor? Isn't that the floor where Gryffinder's lounge is located?" Maybe Harry and Ron didn't know the troll portrait, but Fred and the two knew each other. After all, 713 has lived at Hogwarts for several years. With doubts and curiosity, Ron took Hermione to bid them farewell. "There's Snape's potions class today, and the two of them can't be late. Snape's mood has not been very good recently. No one wants to get in trouble at this time." Even Harry and Ron were the same. Night. Oh, the 8th floor of Hogwarts, in front of the portrait of the troll. Harry looked around suspiciously with an oil lamp in his hand. Fred was also around. "What about the lawn people?" Ron wrapped his robe tightly and complained, "Could he have made a mistake? There is no passage in this place. Although it's summer, it's still very cold at Hogwarts tonight. This way." At this time, Ron suddenly came out from a smooth wall, and Fred and George widened their eyes. "A room for gatherings." Ron meditated, then walked 3 times in front of the troll, and soon a door opened from the wall. "My Merlin, how did you discover this secret?" George exclaimed. "I met by chance." Ron shrugged. "I do not believe." Hearing this, Fred rolled his eyes. Chapter 122, Ron and Tom's Diary. Fred and George would not believe Ron's nonsense. "It's more reliable to find this magical house by chance. You might as well say that you want to go to the toilet and can't find your way." Seeing that these two people didn't believe it, Ron didn't explain it. He pushed the door directly and invited them in. The original cozy cottage of Lorne and Hermione disappeared, and in front of them was a richly decorated room, which was equipped with all kinds of utensils for eating. Silver spoons and forks hung upside down on the wall, and issued a pleasant crash. Ron and the others widened their eyes, looking at all this in disbelief as if in a daze. "Is there such a place at Hogwarts?" "Correct." At this time, Fred suddenly remembered something, and quickly took out a map from his pocket. It was their tool for night travel, the Marauder's map. No. How could there be none? George and Fred both looked at the map and were stunned for a moment. There are only 1 or 2 active names on the map, Filch and his cat, and Professor McGonagall and others. However, this map does not reveal their names. That is to say, the Marauder's map didn't record it here? Fred muttered. It seems that the 4 raiders who made this map didn't find this magical house either. "You are so amazing, Ron." George couldn't help but admire. Okay, let's start the party quickly." Ron laughed, then lit the fire with his wand. "We can just talk about the future development." According to Ron's idea, the table in the room on demand was placed near the window, and the snow scene and starry sky outside could be seen through the window. It is really suitable to eat hot pot on a snowy day. This time, he bought everything he needed, and it took him half a month in total. Then I and George will go to the Hufflepuff restaurant to get some food. By the way, do you want butterbeer? Fred asked, picking up the Marauders map. No, I have food here, and of course butterbeer. With a smile on his lips, Ron snapped his fingers. Originally, there was nothing much on the mahogany round table, and suddenly a lot of materials appeared. These are the things he stored in the cameo space, and the butterbeer he bought from the Leaky Cauldron. It's so cool, you can cast spells without a staff. George stepped forward and picked up an iron pan, somewhat puzzled. So do we have to do it ourselves? Have you heard of Hot Pot? Ron used his wand to cut a small round hole in the middle of the mahogany table, and asked back with a smile. No. Several people, including Hermione, shook their heads. Just watch me do it. Ron smiled and put his wand under the table to start a fire. I have to say that the magic in this world is really convenient, with all kinds of functions. The snow outside the window is getting heavier and heavier, and the whistling wind can be heard inside the house. The pot in the center of the table is already steaming hot, and the water keeps rolling. Harry twitched his nose lightly, the scent brightening his emerald green eyes. I think Kujangi should be called over. Do you think Cedric will come? Hearing Harry's words, Ron said speechlessly. As a roommate, he obviously knew how obsessed Harry was with Kujang, and there was even a picture of her on the bedside. Ron didn't even dare to think about whether Harry would do something at night. It's a bit spicy. Hermione took a sip, stuck out her tongue and said to Ron. The one over there is not spicy, it's a mandarin duck pot. Saying that, Ron turned the hot pot over with his wand and turned towards them calmly. Although Ron prefers spicy food to bland food. But considering the Miss Hermione beside me, it's not bad to eat something light. I like to eat the red ones here. Fred took a sip of butterbeer and wiped the sweat from his forehead with a paper. Me too. As twins, George and his brother have the same taste. I think we can expand some of Fairy Tale's businesses, such as some good magic items. Saying that, Ron showed the ring on his finger. I know this. Lockhart uses his 10 rings every day when he teaches us. George said involuntarily. He even said you were made under his guidance. Speaking of which, his tone was somewhat resentful. Lockhart is simply refreshing the lower limit all the time. Forget it, just a clown. Ron waved his hand indifferently. With chatting and eating, the party finally ended at 1 o'clock. Goodbye. Fred said in a low voice, his face was a little red. It was because he drank too much butterbeer. After all, butterbeer also has trace amounts of alcohol in it. See you tomorrow. Ron watched the little Gryffindor lions leave, but Hermione didn't leave, but was still standing beside him. You drink too much butterbeer. Hermione pinched Ron's smiling cheek and couldn't help saying. Taking advantage of the moonlight outside the window, she could clearly see that the handsome face was a little red. Looks very attractive. Thinking, Hermione's brown eyes were fixed. Let's go to sleep. Following Ron's method, she successfully opened the cozy cabin. It was cold in the room, and Miss Hermione lit the fire with her wand. Before he could react, Ron was pulled directly in. The candles in the room were extinguished, and only the fire illuminated the nearby floor, and of course the moonlight by the bed. The next day. By the time Ron woke up, Hermione was already standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror, sorting her clothes. A white shirt with a red tie, underneath is a pleated skirt and black stockings. Dressed in black and red Gryffindor robes. Are not you cold? Ron turned sideways and couldn't help asking. It hasn't snowed outside for a long time. Hermione said, holding the headband. Today's class is Professor Flitwick's class. And according to Hermione, they also have a small test in class. Since Slytherin was earlier than Gryffinder's spells class, Ron passed the test a few days ago. But in order to join in the fun, he was still going to seeds in. If nothing else, he already knew who the diary was looking for. Ron Weasley. Chapter 123, Guilty Ron. Ron took Hermione's little hand hidden in the robe and walked up the twisting stairs. Don't worry, Professor Flitwick doesn't have high requirements for spells. Feeling that the girl next to him was a little nervous, Ron couldn't help comforting, and it's just a small test, not the final exam. If you do well, you will get some credits. If you don't do well, he won't say anything. After all, Professor Flitwick is a very sexy and kind person, which is very famous in the whole academy. I'm sure. Hermione hugged the book in her arms and turned her face to Ron. In the past few days, Ron has been teaching her various spells in her spare time. Hermione has already learned from Professor Flitwick's quiz. She was not nervous because last night. Thinking of this, she couldn't help blushing. Then why are you nervous? Ron touched the tip of his nose and wondered. I'm not nervous. Hermione pouted. Saying that, her brown eyes couldn't help looking at Ron's profile. Is there something on my face? Ron noticed the gaze, a little inexplicable. Speaking of which, when I woke up today, my face was a little swollen. He couldn't help touching his profile. Hearing this, Hermione lowered her head a little guilty. Quickly dragging Ron to the spell class. After all, Miss Granger had a little butterbeer last night too. Inside the curse classroom, Ron and Hermione found a seat near the back row. The seats in this classroom are designed according to the stairs, so the two people sit in a relatively high position. 2 rows ahead of them are brothers Harry and Ron. The two were just like him and Hermione, almost inseparable. If Harry becomes Harry, it would also be a good choice to be with Ron, plus the third party Malfoy, and Snape. Ron thought silently. Harry suddenly felt a chill behind his back, and quickly turned his head to look. At a glance, he saw Ron, who was chatting and laughing with Hermione. Harry turned his head to look at Ron, who was sleeping on the table, not knowing why he felt a little uncomfortable. Why is Ron not goojang? At this time, the door was pushed open, and Professor Flitwick, who was a half-blood goblin, walked into the classroom with a half-length book. When he got to the seat made up of a pile of thick, CCFF, books, he used the floating spell to float the book to be talked about today in the air. Good morning, and Mr. Geralt. Seeing Ron's figure, Professor Flitwick was not surprised. After all, since last semester, he has often seen Ron in Gryffinder's class. It's nice to be young. Professor Flitwick looked at Ron and Hermione next to him and couldn't help thinking. At Ron's age, Professor Flitwick, a half-blood elf, only studies spells every day. This also led to the fact that he still does not have a partner. Thinking of this, he sighed helplessly. I don't regret it at first. Okay, today we agreed to test your spells. Of course, J-Lot doesn't count. Professor Flitwick pointed to Ron above. He also found himself giving Slytherin points in Gryffindor and Ravenclaw classes. Professor, of course. Ron smiled and shrugged. Okay, then Miss Hermione Granger, come first. Professor Flitwick picked up a list and named one of his favorite students. Watch me perform. Miss Hermione raised her head confidently and stood up, waving her wand gently. Immediately afterwards, a large pile of books around Professor Flitwick began to float, as if the entire room had lost its gravity. Oh, the silent charm and the floating charm. Flitwick nodded with satisfaction. All right, Miss Granger, you passed the test. Besides, Gryffindor gets 5 points for your silent spell. How about it? Hermione sat on the seat with her pleated skirt pressed down, and looked at Ron with a proud expression. It's like a little girl showing off her toys. Ron couldn't help laughing at this look. This arrogant look is like the way Hermione looked at other people when she was just entering school. After becoming a couple with Ron, he never showed it again. Your silent charm is pretty good, but the floating charm is almost there. Ron smiled and explained some mistakes in Hermione's charm. Harry Potter, come on. Professor Flitwick called out a name. Yes, Professor. Harry got up quickly and waved the wand in his hand. Wingardium Leviosa. As the spell was chanted, the books did not float. Instead, Professor Flitwick left the ground. Great Potter, your floating spell has an effect on me. Professor Flitwick shook his head helplessly, but he passed it to Harry. This made Harry a little overjoyed. Sure enough, Professor Flitwick was the kindest person in Hogwarts. Ron Weasley, it's your turn, little redhead. Hearing Ron's name, Ron turned his eyes away. Yes, Professor. Today Ron can clearly see the difference. Compared with the depression in the past, he now has a confident smile on his face. Wingardium Leviosa. The voice fell, and those books floated in the air under the command of the wand. Sure enough. Ron looked at Ron's figure. The corners of his mouth curled up. Found you, Senior Tom. Since the diary on the dining table vibrated that day, he knew that Tom had a high probability of eyeing Ron. After all, it is easiest to seduce a little wizard who needs power. Why is Ron's spell so skilled? Hermione also noticed the anomaly. Usually, Ron's floating charm works and doesn't work. It may be the result of practicing every night. Ron replied softly. It's just that this exercise was under the careful guidance of Senior Tom. The bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class. Harry couldn't wait to look at Ron. When did your spell become so powerful? It's on par with Hermione. Hearing this, Ron and Hermione also turned around. It's nothing, it's just more practice every night. Ron noticed Ron's gaze and turned his head slightly. This time it's a real hammer. Chapter 124, You Are Going to Murder? Look at Ron's guilty conscience. It should be Tom who told him that he had a diary. Ron can already imagine what Tom said when he seduced Ron. Is it just that you want to become as powerful as Ron? His spells were taught by me. Thinking of this, Ron couldn't help laughing. But now the whereabouts of the diary have been found. And now it is waiting for Tom to control Ron to wake up the Basilisk. What do you think? Hermione put her head in front of Ron and asked suspiciously. I miss you. Ron stroked her curly hair. You're definitely not thinking about me, you lie every day. Hermione couldn't help but rolled his eyes at the temperature above her head. But Ron's words always made her happy. Even if it is a lie. Quidditch matches are played at the end of the semester. However, the 4 major teams have been training hard since the beginning of the school year, hoping to win a championship in the final game. Wood is even more like crazy, taking Harry and the others to train 4 days a week. Fortunately, Fred and George had an excuse to open a shop, so they escaped a few times. Recently, cards have gradually become popular. Ron can see wizards fighting with cards while walking on the corridors or rooftops of the academy. Even Malfoy seemed to forget that Harry was addicted to it. The weather is getting clearer as the temperature rises. Are you really not participating? The buck-toothed Slytherin Quidditch captain, Flint asked in confusion. Since the last time he worked with Ron, he doesn't look good to anyone now. No way. It's just too easy to be with Ron, and he also appreciates Ron's style. Tricky, rude. Don't go. Ron shook his head and replied. He really doesn't want to take part in the Quidditch match. He might as well play cards with Miss Hermione when he has that time. Okay. Let's go. Flint glanced at Hermione who was following him, and sighed helplessly. Where do women have fun with Quidditch? On the other hand, Malfoy looked at Ron a little hesitantly before leaving, and finally he could only shake his head and leave. It made Ron a little puzzled. When did Malfoy become the Riddler? Let's go see Wood and the others training. Wait, aren't Wood and the others training at the Quidditch arena? Hermione said suddenly. Ron turned to look at where Malfoy and the others left. Right on the way to the Quidditch arena. Have you watched a good show? Let's go. You won't be able to see a good show if you're late for a while. Ron thought of this and hurriedly dragged Hermione away. Since Slytherin has been winning consecutive championships, he has been completely different from the group of lion cubs in Gryffindor. According to Flint's character, he would definitely force Wood and the others to leave. And Wood is not easy to bully. Now the two sides are going to snatch a training ground, and they're likely to fight for it. As for who did Ron help? Just kidding, he doesn't help anyone. Although he is a Slytherin wizard, his friend Fred and the others are Gryffindors. As for Gryffindor, Ron felt that the twins' strength was enough to deal with Flint and the others. He chose to watch a play. When the two of them came to the Quidditch arena, they saw Ron pointing his wand at Malfoy. You will pay for your actions, Malfoy. Eat slugs. The spell was activated, but since Ron's wand was very old, a green light was activated from the end of the wand. Yuck, disgusting slugs kept crawling out of Ron's mouth, and Fred and George couldn't help covering their faces. Even Ron and Hermione, who had just arrived, were stunned. Although I know it's a problem with the wand. Hermione looked at Ron, who was crawling on the ground and spitting slugs, and shook her head helplessly. Are you trying to laugh at me to death, and then inherit the inheritance of my Malfoy family? Malfoy laughed sarcastically. Eat slugs. George took out his wand and directly cast a spell on the laughing Malfoy. You Gryffindors don't know what to do. Hey, Fuchsia. Seeing that Flint was about to make a move, Fred's wand hidden behind him took the lead in attacking. Accept your weapons. Interpunct flowers interpunct Harry also joined the wizarding fight. The battle between Gryffindor and Slytherin began, and the young lovers of Snake House and Lion House sat on the high platform, pointing and talking and laughing. She had no intention of telling the professor what was going on here. Miss Hermione was also spoiled by Ron. However, at this moment, Ron was suddenly stunned. There seems to be something on the high platform in front of you. The powerful perception is reminding him. The three pitch-black sides turned, and Ron soon saw a house elf with an invisibility spell. It was a small house elf with thin bones, small ears, and ears as big as a bat, wearing tattered clothes, like a rag. Ron was somewhat impressed. It seems to be the elf of the Malfoy family. Is it Dobby or Dobby? But what is it doing here? Under Ron's suspicious gaze, the house elf hesitantly pointed at Harry, who was among the wizards. Seeing this, his scarlet eyes narrowed. Are you going to attack Harry? With the surge of magic power, a training quaffle was controlled to fly into the air, and then flew towards the back of Harry's head fiercely. My dear, this is going to kill Harry. Ron opened his eyes. With this quaffle, Harry reckoned that he would be crippled if he didn't die. Thinking of this, he reached out and snapped his fingers. The golden thunder and lightning raged out, rushing directly to the opposite high platform. The opponent was casting a floating spell, just interrupted. Miss Hermione was also attracted by Ron's snapped fingers. Following Ron's gaze, she turned her head suspiciously to look at the high platform opposite. I saw a ray of golden lightning flashing quickly. Boom! The wooden chair on the high platform was blown to pieces, and the house elf disappeared. Probably escaped by apparating. and the quaffle that flew towards Harry also landed on the ground and smashed a piece of dust, instantly attracting the two teams of wizards fighting over. Especially when Harry saw the quaffle behind him, he was scared into a cold sweat. "You're going to murder?" Fred's eyes widened and he shouted death. Chapter 125, The Legend of the Basilisk. "You are going to murder?" Fred shouted. "You fart." Hearing this sentence, the Slytherins on the opposite side panicked, and Flint even retorted loudly. The wizards are fighting back, but they really don't want to put a quaffle on Harry. Who knew which cub would be so ruthless? Flint glanced back at his team members with an ugly face, and found nothing unusual. Even Malfoy looked pale. "Not me." Seeing Flint looking at him, Malfoy quickly shook his head. Although he hated Harry, he wouldn't murder Harry with the quaffle. The two sides were at a stalemate like this. What was there just now? Hermione, who was standing on the high platform, questioned. "A house elf with a hidden 713 spell." Ron leaned against the guardrail, looking at the two teams below with light blue eyes. It was the one that controlled the quaffle just now. "Harry. Did it run away?" Hermione asked in a low voice, looking at the blown-up seat opposite. She didn't see Ron take out his wand just now. It was unheard of to have this kind of power just by snapping his fingers. "Well, it should be apparition." Ron nodded. "In Hogwarts, where magic is cast, no wizard can use the apparition charm, even Dumbledore. Except for the house elves. They don't need a wand and can cast most spells with a snap of their fingers. This is much better than most wizards." "But why did it attack Harry?" Miss Hermione looked at Harry, who was in a cold sweat from afar, with a puzzled tone. "Harry would have been sent to the infirmary right now if it wasn't forlorn just now." "Do not know." Ron shrugged. He only remembered that the house elf belonged to the Malfoy family, and that it was also an elf who betrayed Lucius. At this moment, the frozen scene below also parted. In the end, it was the Slytherins who left the Quidditch training ground. After all, it was Harry who was attacked, and they were already very suspicious. If it was Malfoy who was attacked, they could still fight. When he left, Flint's face was contorted. He was angry. "I think vomit." Ron stood up with Harry's help. But before he could finish speaking, he spat out a fist-sized slug. Looking at the worms wriggling on the ground, Harry couldn't help his scalp go numb. Is there such a vicious curse? "I think we should tell Professor McGonagall." Ron wiped the mucus from the corner of his mouth with the wizard's robe and said tremblingly. He now feels that he has been nauseous all the time, and he can't help but spit out slugs. By the way, ask Professor Flitwick to help me get rid of these disgusting slugs." Ron looked at the second-hand wand in his hand and shook his head helplessly. If it weren't for this wand, he would have taught Malfoy a lesson long ago. When the split ends at the end of this month, he must change his own wand. "Let's go, it looks like it's over." On the high platform, Ron smiled softly at Hermione. Harry still didn't tell Professor McGonagall about this terrible thing. According to his thinking, the person who attacked him must be the Nemesis Malfoy. Harry chose to take revenge himself. As for how to get revenge on Ron, they don't know. In the past few days, in addition to practicing spells and learning alchemy, Ron has been spending all day with Miss Hermione. Dating places are nothing more than the boats on Black Lake, the House of Requirement, the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and the library. When the two of them came to the library, Mrs. Pince was amazed. "After all, I saw these two diligent couples every day in the last semester, but basically I haven't seen them a few times this semester." She thought that the two had broken up, and felt sorry for it. Now it seems that she thinks too much. "Good morning, Mrs. Pince." Ron greeted with a chuckle. "Long time no see, you two." Mrs. Pince liked these two little wizards because they didn't mess up books and get stains and creases like other wizards. For any little wizard who loves books, she has a good impression. Although Mrs. Pince usually looks serious. The lamp came to the corner of the library, and Miss Hermione quietly came over. I heard that Filch had pursued Mrs. Pince. Who did you hear from? Ron tilted his head. How did the ugly Filch come together with the beautiful Mrs. Pince? And why did Miss Granger gossip so much? You didn't listen to Lee Jordan, did you? Ron remembered something and asked with half-squinted eyes. No, I heard it from George. Hermione shook her head, the high ponytail swaying behind her. Miss Beaver might be suitable for a black-rimmed eye. Ron looked at the bright brown eyes and thought. Lee Jordan confessed to Angelina in the library a few days ago, and was reprimanded by Mrs. Pince. Ron explained. There is no doubt that the scandal between Mrs. Pince and Filch was spread from here. It's Lee Jordan again. Hermione remembered that Lee Jordan hyped up her relationship with Lorne, and it was because of this that many little witches lost their secret crushes. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but laugh. Lorne can only be Miss Granger alone. What are you laughing at? Ron opened a book and looked suspiciously at Hermione, who covered her mouth and snickered. No, it's nothing. I'm wondering if there really is a basilisk in the school. Hermione quickly changed the subject and put her book in front of Ron. One push. A snake monster? Ron was stunned. Can he still not know if there are basilisks? The basilisk hidden in the basement for nearly 1,000 years has long since become his psychic object, and now it is up to Senior Tom to wake it up. Speaking of which, Ron has been in possession of the diary for almost half a month. Why hasn't he been controlled? Maybe it exists. Looking at Hermione's gaze, Ron gave an ambiguous answer. He couldn't answer that he had seen the basilisk, and he even gave it a little blood and made a contract, right? Yes. The keen Miss Granger saw Ron's little gesture of touching the tip of his nose. Chapter 126, Petrified Filch. So the basilisk really exists? Hermione squinted her eyes after noticing Ron's small movements. Two pairs of bright eyes looked at each other, very close. And you've seen it. Ron could even feel the heat on his cheeks when Hermione spoke. Did you drink chocolate milk this morning? Ron hesitated for a while and guessed. Miss Hermione also noticed that the distance between the two was too close, and quickly took a step back. Don't change the subject, she murmured in dissatisfaction. I have not seen. Seeing Hermione asking, Ron shook his head and lied. He had found out that some of his habits had already been figured out by Miss Hermione. So this time he didn't have any extra actions. Yes? Hermione gave him a suspicious look. What's the benefit of me lying to you? 22. Ron touched her brown curly hair angrily, messing it up a lot. I just got my hair done. Hermione quickly broke free from Ron's palm, and sat opposite him with the book in her arms. Okay, don't think about the basilisk, maybe it's just a rumor. Seeing Hermione nodding lightly in agreement, Ron was also slightly relieved. The basilisk's eyes have the characteristics of death, and this ability may not even be able to withstand it, so it is absolutely impossible for Hermione to participate in it. Auditorium at night. Have you seen Ron? After Ron and Hermione came to the auditorium from the library with books in hand, Harry, who was sitting opposite them, was eating pumpkin pie and asked with some doubts. I haven't seen him this afternoon. I originally wanted to take him to practice Quidditch together. In the second year, Ron also signed up for the Quidditch team, but he didn't know if he would be able to join in the end. I didn't see it. Ron and I have been studying in the library in the afternoon. Hermione shook her head. You haven't seen him all afternoon? Ron looked thoughtful after hearing Harry's words. I didn't see him during the lunch break. Harry spread his hands helplessly. Since the herbal medicine class in the morning was over, he saw Ron returning to the dormitory in a trance to rest. But when Harry got to the dormitory, he realized that Ron's bed was long gone. "Don't worry, you can't lose him." Hermione ordered a dinner and said softly, "Ron is so old, how can he still get lost at Hogwarts?" In her opinion, Harry was simply overthinking. After all, these two are inseparable all day long. Ron took a cup of black tea and took a sip. He didn't speak, but those pale blue eyes narrowed. According to Harry's description, if there is no accident, there will be an accident tonight. Is the basilisk going to be awakened at this time? He couldn't help thinking. After dinner, Harry decided to find Ron. And Ron and Hermione went with them. In the corridor on the second floor. Why are there so many people in front? Harry looked suspiciously at the crowded crowd in front of him. Suddenly he looked a little dazed. A hoarse voice entered Harry's mind, which made his scalp tingle, and the mark on his forehead hurt a little. "Did you hear a strange sound just now?" Harry clutched the scar on his forehead and asked the two of Ron. "Strange sound?" Hermione frowned. "No, what about you, Ron?" "I do not have either." Ron shook his head. But looking at Harry's appearance, he knew that the basilisk had been released by Ron, who was controlled by Tom. Knowing that Harry has the ability to speak Parseltongue, it is not uncommon to hear the basilisk's words. But I did hear. The sound disappeared. Harry looked around. There was nothing but the walls on both sides and a large group of little wizards in front, and the noisy hoarse voices disappeared in his mind. As if it was just an illusion. Let's go over first and see what's going on ahead." After speaking, Ron pulled Hermione towards the crowd. After arriving at the crowd, Ron was suddenly stunned. "Filch!" Hermione quickly covered her mouth and let out an exclamation. The little wizards around also had expressions of horror on their faces. Someone actually attacked Filch. This is what a little wizard did. I saw Filch, who had a gloomy face originally, fell to the ground motionless at this time, and the oil lamp in his hand for patrolling fell. Broken into several pieces on the slate. It was petrified. Ron didn't expect that the first victim would be Filch, the watchdog. "Did you look into the eyes of the basilisk through the mirror on the window?" Ron looked at the bright and patterned glass on the wall and thought to himself, if the eyes of the basilisk are seen through other media, it will have the effect of petrification, and it does not have the characteristic of death. How so? Harry also squeezed in at this time, and his emerald green eyes immediately saw the figure on the ground. Filch. Dead? His expression was a little stunned. No, it was just transformed by She 717. At this time, Cedric, who was wearing a little badger robe, came over. His expression was a little dignified. "I just told Professor Flitwick about the matter here." "Yes," Harry murmured. Suddenly his eyes widened. "Ron hasn't found it yet?" "The little red-haired wizard?" Cedric asked suspiciously. "Yes, have you seen him?" Harry asked hastily. Now he doesn't care if Cedric is his rival. "I saw him go up the stairs just now, looking a little tired." Cedric pointed to the stairs above. "The professors are still very fast." The first person to arrive was Snape. His fast pace made his black robe blown by the wind, and his cold and indifferent expression made the passing wizards quickly move away. Petricomical. Snape crouched down and glanced at Filch's condition, frowning involuntarily. "This is no ordinary petrification spell." "How is it, Severus?" Professor McGonagall and Dr. Madame Pomfrey also rushed over. "It's not life-threatening, but some potions need to be prepared. It's a bit Calvin suffering." Chapter 127, Lockhart. "Harry, you have to believe me." The story of Filch's attack quickly spread at Hogwarts. Almost everyone knows that the night nuisance is now lying unconscious on the hospital bed, with only a cat accompanying him. However, this matter has not yet been clarified, and the popularity was soon covered by the upcoming Quidditch match. Lorne did not participate in this year's Quidditch match, but the Slytherin team was very luxurious. Malfoy's father Lucius directly bought a team's latest version of Nimbus 2001. Near 11 o'clock, all the teachers and students of the school went to the Quidditch match. Ron and Hermione sat on a high platform in Gryffindor, which was specially prepared for them by Lee Jordan, and there were not many people around. This made Lorne's affection for Lee Jordan a lot more. The weather is good today, but there is a faint sound of thunder in the clouds, and it seems that it will turn into a thunderstorm in a while. I forgot to take an umbrella. Holding Ron's arm, Hermione suddenly remembered something, patted her forehead regretfully and said, "There's no need to take an umbrella, just cast a barrier spell." Ron waved his wand and smiled. Today's first game is still Slytherin vs Gryffindor. The two teams had just clashed a few days ago, so the enemy was very jealous when they met. Wood and the others put on red armor and robes, and they seemed to be preaching before the game. Harry and the others looked very high. As Mrs. Hodge blew the whistle, the game officially began. Harry was the first to fly high, with Malfoy following closely behind. The latest broom is very conspicuous on the field. It didn't take long for Malfoy to catch up with Harry. Ah, it's raining. Ron touched the raindrops on his face and used his wand to create a protective layer to surround the two of them. The clouds covered the sun, and the thunder light jumped from time to time, and the small water droplets gradually formed layers of rain curtains under the sound of thunder. Ron looked up at the golden lightning in the sky and felt a cool feeling. As a thunder dragon, he likes this kind of weather very much, and the thunder light in the sky looks delicious. The gap in this game is really too big. Fred and the others couldn't touch the ball fired by the opponent at all, and the score came to 90-10. If Harry can't get the golden snitch successfully, the game will be lost without a doubt. The crowd on the Slytherin side was noisy, as if they were celebrating the victory in advance. "Come on, Harry. Let those unscrupulous snakes see that as a seeker, one Lucius alone is not enough!" Lee Jordan's passionate voice echoed through the rain. The little wizards of Slytherin glared at the Gryffindor commentator. It seemed that I wished to drag him down and beat him. Lee Jordan, pay attention to your words. A crazy catgirl fan of Quidditch, Professor McGonagall glared at the lecturer who had started babbling nonsense. Even Snape looked at Lee Jordan badly. His ability to attract hatred is okay. Ron couldn't help laughing. Even Hermione was amused. The two of them didn't care at all who would win in the end of the game. The thunder roared, and the sky gradually darkened. "It hurts, it hurts." Under Miss Hermione's fierce gaze, she pulled her finger out of her small mouth. "Because he deserved the bite. Harry, be careful." At this time, a voice sounded, attracting the eyes of the two of them. That was Ginny in the Gryffindor seat. What happened to Harry? When Ron turned to look in confusion, he saw a quaffle slammed into Harry's elbow. At that moment, Harry felt a searing pain, and his arm was broken. Under Malfoy's sarcastic gaze, the wounded Harry gritted his teeth and flew straight at him. The sarcastic gaze turned to horror. "What are you going to do?" Malfoy hurriedly controlled the broom to avoid, but at this moment, the golden snitch flew over his head. And the oncoming Harry took the snitch, and with a bang, water splashed on the ground. The winner of this race fell headfirst on the muddy ground. Gryffindor let out a loud cheer. "We are the champion." Lee Jordan is also enthusiastic. "No, don't they go to see Harry?" Ron pointed to Harry, who slammed his head into the dirt and said, "I see that his arms are softening. Dash. Oh, it's just a minor injury, you believe me." Lockhart pointed his wand at Harry's fractured arm and smiled confidently. "Isn't it just a fracture? I used to treat it myself." chanted with an unknown spell. The originally firm arm suddenly became soft like a rubber. Harry's eyes widened. A mistake, a mistake. Feeling the gazes of the people around him, Lockhart rubbed his head and laughed twice, then turned around and ran away. I knew Lockhart was unreliable. Ron shook his head helplessly. In the end, Harry was still sent to the school infirmary by him using the levitation charm. That new defense against the dark arts professor is really stupid. How can he just use magic to make people's bones disappear? Madame Pomfrey said angrily. This was the first time in the 2 years that Ron came to Hogwarts that he was angry with this lady. As you can imagine, what Lockhart did this time was outrageous. In the end, under Madame Pomfrey's treatment, Harry had to lie in a hospital bed for several days and drink the unpleasant bone spirit. It's miserable. Looking at Harry's frowning face, Ron sympathetically took out a few bottles of the transformed bone spirit from the Shinway space. This raw bone spirit was made by me. It tastes like chocolate, and its efficacy has not diminished. Harry took it and took a sip, the chocolate taste in his mouth brightening his eyes. You really are a potion genius, Ron. Madame Pomfrey, on the other hand, looked at the bottle of bone spirit in confusion. Is this what you cooked? Yes, ma'am. Ron nodded leisurely. Well, the efficacy of the drug is not known yet, but you can experiment with Mr. Potter. Begging for flowers, begging for votes, begging for everything. Chapter 128. The Duel Club opens. Looking at the soft arms, Ron shook his head pitifully. The last time the quaffle didn't hit the back of Harry's head, this time it broke him into a broken bone. I really don't know what kind of hatred it is. Where did Harry provoke that house elf? Although I didn't find the elf when I was watching the battle on the high platform, it was obvious from the flight path of the quaffle that it was controlled by the levitation charm. Combined with the last quaffle, it was easy to guess. Thank you, Ron. Harry held the bottle of chocolate-flavored bone spirit, tears welling up in his eyes. If it wasn't for Lorne's potion, he would probably be connected to the raw bone spirit in the 3 or 4 days of the school's infirmary, and the dog would shake his head when he smelled it. It's simply not for people to drink. You better rest here. Ron stood up and took Hermione's little hand, turned and left. But on the stairs leading to the 8th floor, the two of them met Ron, who was about to go downstairs. To see Harry? Ron asked with a chuckle. Ron looked very decadent at this time, looking like he didn't wake up. Ah. Good evening. Ron's eyes were a little dazed, but after seeing clearly that it was Ron and Hermione, he still smiled vigorously. I'm going to see how Harry's injury is. See you tomorrow. After speaking, Ron yawned and went down from Ron's side. He looks weird. Miss Hermione frowned as she looked at the swaying back. Maybe he didn't wake up. Ron replied. Let's go, there's class tomorrow morning, we to go to bed early. Who wants to sleep with you? You sleep on the sofa tonight. Listen to you, listen to you. Ron was too lazy to argue with the duplicitous Miss Granger. Anyway, in the middle of the night, she would sneak out of bed and use a floating spell to move him to the bed. I don't know how many times this kind of thing has happened. Got used to. But Ron should be completely controlled by Tom like this now. You also have to find some time to control the Basilisk. Ron thought. The next morning. Waking up from the soft bed, Ron used his wand to help he, who was still asleep, Miss Minutes sorted out her clothes and hairstyle. The sunlight outside the window shone on the quilt, and the whole room of requirement had a scent of jasmine. That was the smell that often came to Miss Beaver's curly hair. Wake up, it's time for breakfast. After Ron made a rich breakfast with his cooking skills, he went to wake up his little girlfriend. Hermione was sitting on the bed at this moment, half squinting looking at the scenery outside the window. She stretched out. She is not surprised that the sleeping on her body has turned into a shirt and a short skirt. Has become accustomed to it. Good morning. Hermione covered her mouth and yawned. Get up and eat quickly. Ron hung his apron on the wall and smiled at Hermione. You made breakfast? Hermione opened her eyes, slightly surprised. It was also the first time Lorne had cooked at Hogwarts. You don't even look at the time. Ron pointed to the clock behind him. It was already 8 in the morning. If I go to the auditorium for breakfast, I will waste another half an hour. He simply made it himself with the ingredients of chinois pace. It doesn't take much time anyway. Come on, come on. Hermione lifted the quilt to reveal her little feet in black stockings, but put on her shoes and went to wash, CCFF. Ron's meals are almost all Chinese, at least according to Hermione. After all, during the holidays, Ron came to cook every day. Although she also thought about learning to cook, but she didn't have much time. At 8:30 in Hogwarts, the little wizards were all walking in the corridor, talking and laughing as they walked towards their classrooms. This morning's class was Lockhart's defense against the dark arts class. When Ron and Hermione walked to the door of the defense against the dark arts class, they turned around and saw a group of little wizards pointing around a wall. What are these people doing? Ron walked over curiously and took a look. There was a notice posted on the wall. Duel Club? Or is Lockhart the leading professor? Ron was stunned. Originally thought that after what happened to Harry last time, he might settle down for a while, but he really didn't expect it. A duel club opened the next day. Ron, what is written on it? Harry's voice came from behind him. Ron turned his head to look, only to see Harry coming over with a bandage on one hand. Didn't Professor McGonagall tell you to stay in the school medical office for a few more days? Ron wondered. Why did you run out in just one night? Professor McGonagall knew it would be sad. You must know that Harry tried his best to win the Golden Snitch and Gryffindor won, and Professor McGonagall laughed like a flower. It's Lockhart. He said there was a new dueling club today, and he said there was an opening ceremony that I must come. Harry said helplessly. Lockhart. This can be regarded as a refresh of Ron's lower limit for this forgetting spellmaster. When it comes to being a dog, Lockhart is definitely number one. I heard Lockhart say that this club was created because Filch was attacked. Harry twisted his fractured hand. After a night of time, the bones had grown a lot, and he could barely move. And this dueling club teaches some practical magic spells to deal with attackers. Speaking of this, Harry couldn't help but get excited. Although he knew that Lockhart was unreliable, he was a senior from Ravenclaw, and he must know a lot about spells. Finally, I can learn some useful spells. Harry thought. Seeing Harry's happy look, Ron hesitated for a while but didn't dampen his confidence. By the way, isn't Ron with you? Harry shook his head hastily. Last night he went back to sleep after watching me. He should be rushing over here now. Ah, isn't that Ron? Saying that, Harry pointed to a yawning little wizard in the distance. Chapter 129, 10 Commandments. Lockhart vs. Snape. Why do you look like you haven't woken up? Harry looked at the thick dark circles under Ron's eyes and questioned. I feel like I haven't slept enough in the last few days. Ron rubbed his eyes that could not be opened, and said sleepily. What are you all looking at? He asked curiously. There are so many little wizards here, Ron can see at a glance. Sorcerer Duel Club, classes start today. Ron replied. He glanced at Ron's current state, and it was obvious that he had been controlled by Tom for several days. Duel Club? Ron glanced at the notice posted on it. Is Professor Flitwick teaching us? It would be great if it was Professor Flitwick. Miss Hermione sighed. After all, Professor Flitwick's trophies and honors are real. A duel champion with a winning streak must be above Lockhart in the use and proficiency of magic spells. How could Ramclaw have such a parallel importer of Lockhart? I really don't know how he graduated from Hogwarts. Hermione said weakly. Wait, wouldn't it be Lockhart to teach us? Hearing this, Ron immediately grasped the point, and then his face fell down. He remembers all kinds of unreliable Lockhart. Plus the bone in Harry's arm was lost yesterday. Is it really okay for such a person to be a dueling professor? I really don't understand what Headmaster Dumbledore thinks. Even Harry was speechless. Ron doesn't really care, anyway. He has almost learned the magic spell technique. Whether it is the 3 unforgivable spells or the black magic spells such as Dementor, he is very proficient. So this duel club was just a decoration in Ron's eyes. As for who will teach the dueling club, does that matter? Okay, let's go to class first. Ron looked at the few people who were not in a high mood and said hello. What happened to Lockhart? Lockhart's Forgetting Empty Curse is a master class. Ron even suspected that Lockhart successfully graduated with a single-handed forgetting spell during the Hogwarts assessment. In the classroom of the Dueling Club. Slytherin and Gryffindor's second-year wizards are here, and they are honored to be the club's first students. It's a great honor for Headmaster Dumbledore to let me be the host of this duel club. I know you. Wearing a gorgeous blue dress and cape, Lockhart walked slowly in the middle of the classroom with a smile on his face, 10 silver rings on his fingers glistening in the sunlight. And behind him was today's assistant, Severus Snape. Snape's face was cold, and the wide black bathrobe on his body was replaced by a slim-fitting jet black dress, which made him look very tall and thin. Lockhart liked the attention of everyone, but Snape hated it, even Lockhart who walked in front of him. If it wasn't for Dumbledore, he wouldn't want to deal with this conceited Ravenclaw at all. Okay, then now it's up to me, Gilderoy Lockhart, to start the first game for you. Lockhart smiled and pointed his wand at the smooth carpeted floor. Boom. Under the expectant gaze of the little wizards, a gorgeous rectangular stage slowly rose, and Lockhart himself was already standing on it. Next, my assistant, Severus Snape, will be my opponent this time. Having said that, Lockhart untied the cloak behind him, and then threw his hand into the crowd. Looking at the gorgeous gold-studded cloak flying towards her, Hermione waved her wand and threw it to the other side. She dislikes this kind of ghost when it is burned with firewood. And the one who got the cape was a little witch of Gryffindor, with a happy smile on her face. Obviously, this little witch is a loyal fan of Professor Lockhart. This is just an ordinary duel, and there will be no casualties. Don't worry, I will return your potions, Professor, to you in good condition. Lockhart said confidently. Interpunct 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 flowers interpunct 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 interpunct. Ron below clearly saw Snape's face turning ugly. This was the first time someone had provoked him in public. The last time was the James Quartet. Snape stepped onto the stage, his eyes looking at Lockhart as sharp as a falcon. Let's get started, Professor Snape. Lockhart didn't care about Snape's gaze. In his opinion, what power can a professor who teaches potions have? In the end, he didn't let him figure it out. Lockhart is finishing today. Looking at Lockhart's big white teeth, Ron shook his head. Who gave him the courage to challenge Snape? With the salute between the wizards ended, Snape and Lockhart both retreated to the sides of the stage, wand holding hands in an attacking gesture. Okay, this is a showdown between wizards. Lockhart looked at Snape, and instantly threw out the wand in his hand. But obviously, his combat experience is not as rich as Snape's. After seeing Lockhart's gaze, Snape swung his wand long ago. "Accept your weapons." A dazzling light was launched from the wand and rushed towards Lockhart, who had not yet chanted the spell at a very fast speed. Obtuse, stupid. Why did Dumbledore find such a defense against the dark arts professor? Snape narrowed his eyes and thought. And Lockhart looked at the curse rushing towards him, and suddenly he was in a hurry. But the moment he touched him, a ring on his finger shone brightly. Snape's spell was like hitting an obstacle and disappeared without a trace. Iron armor curse? Snape opened his eyes wide and looked at Lockhart, who was somewhat dazed across from him, with incomprehension. He definitely didn't wave his wand just now. How did the iron armor spell come about? Suddenly, Snape turned his gaze to a ring on the opposite finger that shone with azure light. Is it about the ring? Death. Chapter 130, Geralt, give them a demonstration. Is it the power of those rings? Snape frowned and looked at the 10 delicate rune rings on Lockhart's hand, and suddenly had some impressions. He turned his head to look at Lorne and Hermione in the corner of the classroom. The young couple from Slytherin and Gryffindor were talking and laughing. He remembered. Lorne and Hermione also have an identical rune ring on their hands. Although he didn't know what the above runes meant, Snape could tell that those words were ancient runes. And Lockhart's 10 ring runes are different, each one is different. Does it represent 10 different spells? Snape had a guess in his mind, and he guessed right. Cough cough. At this time, Lockhart also opened his eyes that had just been closed due to shock. He looked down at the ring flashing blue light on his finger, a little overjoyed. July 20. Gerald's stuff is really good. If you didn't have this ring just now, it is estimated that Snape's weapon to kill you directly knocked him off the stage. Thinking of this, Lockhart held his wand and stared at Snape, who frowned. After all, I picked a hard stubble. Who knew that Snape, a potions professor, could have such powerful spell skills? Lockhart clenched his palm tightly. He had already experimented with the abilities of the 10 rings on it, and he was familiar with each one. In order not to lose face, I can only use these magic props. I have to admit that Professor Snape is still very strong. Lockhart forced a smile. However, it was obvious just now that I was not serious. The duel is about to begin now. Lockhart snapped his fingers under Snape's icy gaze, a ring flashed, and fiery flames swept over his body. Nice ring. Snape looked at the scorching flames and glanced at the rings somewhat unexpectedly. I didn't expect that even the Vulcan can be carved into it. And these rings are products of alchemy. Powerful blast. Seizing the opportunity, Snape swanned aimed at the figure in the flames again. I have to say, even with 10 rings, Lockhart's combat experience is still ridiculously poor. Before the wand in his hand could react, it was hit by Snape's spell. It's useless, I still have this. Lockhart laughed confidently, and the iron armor charm was activated again. A ring can be used multiple times. But the iron armor curse. Snape narrowed his eyes and waved his wand in his hand. Shinfeng has no shadow. The sound of this spell was very small, and a green light rushed straight to Lockhart in the flames. Under the stage. It's Shinfeng you eyeing. Miss Hermione, who had been practicing for a week, recognized it immediately. But when she looked at Lockhart on the opposite side, she was a little puzzled. Why didn't he control those flames to attack Snape with the floating charm? Hermione asked in confusion. How could I know? Ron shook his head. Who knows what the parallel importer of Lockhart thought? He used a fire god to open the way and simply surrounded himself. Those flames can't stop any spells. I have to say that Lockhart in the flames really has a cool feeling. Lockhart is going to lose. At this moment, Ron suddenly said softly. The ring he made could only use iron armor twice at most, and the second time was very unstable. Lockhart's ring might be able to block it if Snape was using a weapon to kill you or passed out. But Shinfeng is different. You can't even do it. Lockhart felt his body sink before he could finish speaking, and then he flew backwards and hit a wall not far away. The iron armor that bounced off the green light collapsed, and even the ring shattered into pieces. Since the iron armor curse blocked most of Shinfeng power, Lockhart only had a little nosebleed. I didn't even see you using the other 8 rings. Snape walked over coldly and used the levitation charm to pull Lockhart up. The ring is nice, but that's not your power. Cough cough. Lockhart staggered to his feet, and the smile that originally hung on the corner of his mouth also stiffened. He really didn't expect Snape to be so strong. You know, this is... I negotiated with Professor Snape. The spell just now is the flip and disarm spell. This is what you will learn next. Lockhart has become what he is now, and he is still stubborn. Liar, the one just now wasn't flipped in the air. Hermione retorted softly. What he says is what he says. After all, it's so miserable. Ron looked at Lockhart, who was forced to laugh and didn't know what to say for a while. After all, he had 10 magic rings, but he couldn't even hold on to Snape's 5 moves. This man is a waste. Okay, then you can find your opponents and fight on the stage later. Soon everyone found their opponents. Needless to say, Ron's opponent was the lovely Miss Hermione. And Harry was up against Malfoy. Because Snape called the 2 of them by name and let them go up first. The wizard salutes. The embarrassed-looking Lockhart was in charge of the duel, and he couldn't help but see blood from his nose. No way, Snape didn't give him a counter-curse. I can only wait for myself to recover. He suffered heavy losses this time around, and a ring of the iron armor spell was damaged. It seems that there is a chance to go to Ron to buy some more. After all, this is something that saves lives. Okay, let's start. Lockhart announced in a sullen voice that the wizard duel had begun. Fuchsia. Harry took the first shot, pointed his wand at Malfoy and shouted. The weakness of voiced spells is obvious, that is, when you shout the spell, the other side runs away long ago. Flip in the air. After dodging the spell, Malfoy quickly counter-attacked. Harry was thrown out of nowhere, and fell heavily on the second half of the stage. Oolong out of the hole. As a wizard of Sly 5.5 Turing, he knew best what it means to pursue a victory, and a white smoke came out of Malfoy's wand. As the smoke cleared, a small piebald snake appeared in the duel arena. Many little wizards near the table were startled. Even Hermione couldn't help hugging Ron's arm. Oh, a snake? Lockhart said to Snape with a smile at the corner of his mouth, but Snape ignored him at all. He could only ask for his own boredom. Harry looked at the wandering snake, and a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. This is the same sound as the last time in the hallway. However, before he could react, a cold voice sounded. Enough, Geralt, go up and show them. Looking at Harry lying on the ground in a daze, Snape directly declared the winner of this battle. Chapter 131, Parseltongue, Harry Potter. Geralt, go up and show them a demonstration. Snape said directly. The first wizard duel ended with Malfoy winning. Seeing Harry still lying on the ground in a daze, Snape's eyes flashed a hint of sarcasm. This is a day's time, and Malfoy has many ways to deal with him. Ha, Potter, you lost. Malfoy had a sarcastic smile on his lips, and then walked off amid Slytherin's cheers. He was still very popular in the same session of Slytherin. After all, Malfoy is a relatively high-class pure-blood family. Received, Professor. After hearing Snape's words, Ron nodded and said to the girl beside him. It's time for the 2 of us to go up. Ah, so fast? Miss Hermione was clearly not ready. You don't have to be merciless, just let me see what you have learned so many days. Ron chuckled and held out a hand. What can I learn? I'm bullied by you every night. 22? Hermione muttered softly, then put her hand on it. The hands are small, but they are fleshy. Have you gained weight recently? The moment he stepped onto the stage, Ron asked softly in her ear. I always felt that Miss Hermione's face was full of flesh recently. Hermione's brown eyes narrowed involuntarily, and after shaking off Ron's hand forcefully, she walked to the other side of the stage. I won't let go. Snape frowned at all this and remained silent. And Lockhart is relatively familiar with Ron, and he bought all 10 rings from him. It's a pity that the iron armor spell was broken. He was still thinking just now, should he go to Ron after class to buy one? The passive activation of the iron armor is simply amazing, and it is definitely a life-saving trump card in times of danger. It looks like the two of them are still a couple. Lockhart, wearing a white fringed dress, waved his wand down. Start now. Dizzy. As soon as the voice fell, Hermione waved her wand at Ron. A dazzling light flashed in the classroom. Armor protection. Ron indifferently swiped his wand upwards. The blue brilliance seemed to meet a shield in front of him, turned into a circle of blue ripples, and finally dissipated in the air. Iron armor curse? Snape raised his head slightly, and carefully watched the battle between Slytherin and Gryffindor with a pair of falcon-like eyes. Although Lockhart used this spell twice, Snape knew that it was all thanks to the alchemy ring. You must know that the iron armor spell is an exam spell for senior grades. It is not easy to learn and master it. If it were really that easy to learn, it wouldn't be included in the exam. Except your weapons. Seeing that Ron didn't care, Hermione threw out several less powerful attacking spells in a row, but they were all intercepted without any accident. You are cheating. Maybe you can try Avada Swimming. Seeing Hermione's anxious look, Ron said jokingly. After all, Avada Swimming is an unstoppable spell, which can ignore the defense of the iron armor spell. Hearing this, Hermione glanced at him angrily. If it wasn't for Shinfeng Yuing's counter curse, she would have to give her little boyfriend a shot. Thunderbolt, it's all petrified. Seeing Hermione sighing, Ron also gave up the iron armor spell and turned from defense to offense. But before his spell was finished, Miss Hermione, who seized the opportunity, took the lead. Dash. You just didn't dodge it on purpose. In the end, Hermione won the duel, and at the last moment she successfully petrified Ron. But she clearly saw that Lorne could dodge. You're wrong, I just didn't dodge it carelessly. Ron looked at the wizards who were still fighting on the stage and took a sip of black tea. Liar. Hermione's brown eyes rolled over at him. Except your weapons. Armor protection. Two voices sounded, attracting the eyes of the two of Ron. It was Pansy and Ron who had just come to power. It's just that these two people didn't show it, and the scene was silent for a while. High-level magic spells can't be learned by listening to them once. Seeing these two follow suit, Hermione shook her head speechlessly. Yes, I am. Ron smiled and touched her brown curly hair and low ponytail, which made the girl dissatisfied and threw herself into her arms. Instead, Harry was standing in the corner with a complicated expression on his face. He had indeed heard that familiar awe just now, which came from a snake transformed by Malfoy. The important thing is he can actually understand. You said you could understand the snake? Ron, with a bruised nose and a swollen face, asked loudly. The wound on his face was exchanged with Pansy. After the careful teaching of Senior Tom, in the end Ron reluctantly won. And Pansy was also bruised by the flying curse and fuchsia. SHH. Seeing his friend so loud, Harry quickly covered his mouth. I didn't expect you to be a Parseltongue. Ron's eyes widened, looking a little shocked. Parseltongue, you mean I can understand snakes? Harry's expression was a little dazed, Apparently it was the first time he knew the name. So, if you have time, go to the library to read more books. Hermione kindly gave her opinion. No, the Parseltongue you're talking about should be very common among wizards, right? Harry ignored Miss Knowles, but asked quickly. It's very common among dark wizards. Such as mysterious people. Under Harry's desperate eyes, Ron said these words. Don't scare him. Hermione shook Ron's arm involuntarily. I don't feel it. Ron thought. Don't panic, you have to know that one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts can speak Parseltongue. This is just an ability. Seeing Harry's pale face, Hermione explained to him. After listening to Miss Hermione's words, his expression improved, but then Ron asked again. Do you want to know who the founder is? Which founder? Harry asked subconsciously. The founder of Slytherin, Salazar Slytherin. Hermione covered her mouth and said softly. S. Slytherin? Chapter 132, the new game next semester, Werewolf Kill. The founder of Slytherin. Harry's face was covered in grey, as if he had lost his soul. Slytherin is not a bad person. Seeing Harry like this, Hermione was not happy anymore. She hugged Ron's arm tightly and said dissatisfiedly. You are so prejudiced. Harry raised his head and glanced at Ron, then shook his head quickly. I didn't mean that, you know, Ron. It was true that Ron had been on their Gryffindor side for too long. If it weren't for the green-bottomed robe on the other side, several people would subconsciously forget that Ron was a Slytherin. I really don't know how the Sorting Hat is assigned. How could someone as kind as Ron be assigned to Slytherin? It's almost as outrageous as Lockhart being assigned to Ravenclaw. It's okay. Ron chuckled indifferently. After the morning club was over, a few people went to the restaurant for dinner. Fred and George had already sat in their seats and waved to Ron and the others. Ron, what happened to your face? When he got closer, George looked at Ron's bruised face and wondered. Who bullied you? Fred also narrowed his eyes. For their younger brother, although the two of them don't seem to care, they still have a place in their hearts. Lockhart opened a duel club this morning, and Pansy Parkinson of Slytherin and I. Hearing the twins questioning, Ron explained his duel process proudly. It was almost impossible to say that Pansy almost surrendered to him. Ron and Hermione sat together. Since both of their books and notes had been received in the cameo space, his arms had been held tightly since the end of Get Out of Class. After sitting down, Miss Hermione let go of him and ordered 2 cups of herbal tea. I want to drink chocolate. After Ron took the scented tea, he sighed helplessly. Although he really wanted to tell Hermione about his Thunder Dragon physique, but after seeing the little witch's caring gaze, he didn't want to. You look over there? At this time, Fred sat over and pointed to the little wizard of Gryffindor in the distance. The two of them really didn't have much interest in listening to Ron's nonsense. This caused Ron to drink carrot soup a little glumly. What's wrong? Looking in the direction of the fingers, a group of little wizards appeared in the light blue eyes. They were sitting together, shouting something in high spirits. There were also a group of onlookers around. They played with the furnace stone? Hermione, who also turned her head to look over, guessed it at once. As expected of the proprietress, you'll know right away. Fred joked with a smile. What kind of boss lady? Hermione's ears were a little red, and she couldn't help but look up at the handsome profile. It's not just them, there are many people playing at the other tables. George said, and then he took out a note from his pocket, which recorded the income of Gin Galleon. So far, our fairy tale has earned more than 2,000 gold galleons. Harry couldn't help but look sideways. You must know that he and Ron are also investors. Before Ron could speak, Fred said again. This is just the little wizards in Hogwarts, and it's only been open for half a month. With 2,000 gold galleons in half a month, this kind of money-absorbing ability can rank first even in Diagon Alley. Okay, I'll give you some new ideas next semester. Ron nodded with satisfaction. Have you heard of werewolf killing? I know. Miss Hermione's eyes lit up and she raised her little hand. You sit down. Ron stroked Miss Beaver's hair amusingly. During their holiday, both of them had played many games. However, except for the werewolf killing, because there are many people in need. Werewolf killing? Fred wondered. Do you mean hunting wizards who turned into werewolves on a full moon night? Werewolf killing is also a board game. Ron took a sip of Miss Hermione's herbal tea and explained with a smile. By the evening, Ron had already told them the detailed rules of the game and played a few words. But it is obvious that some people are not smart enough and are always voted out. What kind of ghost game is this, and you want to vote for me again? Ron protested, unconvinced. You must be cheating. Don't you hide your expression? Fred pointed to the corner of the opponent's mouth speechlessly. You can't help laughing as soon as you get the werewolf card. It's hard not to guess your identity. However, this game is not bad. George looked at the note in his hand thoughtfully, with the identity of a werewolf written on it. If it is combined with magic, it may be similar to Hearthstone. The magic transformation is up to you. Ron is only in charge of giving opinions, and he doesn't have the imaginative imagination of the twins. Do not worry. After hearing Ron's words, Fred and George immediately laughed. 6 werewolf killing doesn't require too many cards, only a few identity cards, so it's not difficult to study it before next semester. Not to mention they have an off-field technician, Albus Dumbledore. Although Dumbledore did not join Fairy Tale at the invitation of the two brothers, 698,925,850, he could help them solve some minor problems. After chatting for a while, Ron and Hermione left. When going to the room of requirement on the 8th floor, Hermione's face was always filled with a happy smile. Miss Hermione's reasoning ability and logic ability completely crushed Fred and the others in the game of werewolf killing. As the referee, Ron can see it clearly. The whole situation of the game has been completely grasped by her. Have you had so much fun? Ron asked with a chuckle. It's not fun to judge without you. Miss Hermione replied mischievously. She learned this from Ron. Look, is that Beeves? At this moment, she pointed to the top of the stairs, pulled the corner of Lalorne's clothes and asked. Chapter 133, Lockhart, just kidding, I'm well connected, okay? Peeves? Ron raised his head and glanced. Since the last time Peeves was subjected to an illusion by him, he has been avoiding him. It's the first time I've seen it this semester. I saw Peeves hanging on a painting, with a weird smile on his face and a harsh sound. It's playing a prank again. Ron shrugged. The 1-year-old wizards have been tortured enough for a long time, and many people complained while eating. It always feels like it hasn't appeared for a long time. Hermione whispered thoughtfully, and said that she also glanced at Ron. Peeves seemed to be particularly afraid of Lorne after laughing at the two of them when they first met. Seemingly attracted by the voices of the two, Peeves turned his head and glanced back. The funny expression immediately froze. Geralt, Peeves screamed, and then rushed into the wall in a panic. What exactly did this ghost see in the illusion? Ron couldn't help thinking curiously. It is very rare to be able to scare Peeves to such a degree. After seeing Peeves disappear, Ron and Hermione walked to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. Tonight, he will also make some more alchemy props. 720 for example, the rings of the 3 unforgivable curses. The next morning. Inside the Hogwarts Great Hall. Today is a day off, so the two of them got up late, and there weren't many little wizards left by the time they got to the auditorium. After a simple breakfast, Ron took Hermione to practice spells by the Black Lake. It's after-school tutoring. Because in defense against the dark arts class, Lockhart would only teach some ordinary little magic spells, such as what weapons to kill, and he didn't mention anything at all, especially after the last elf incident. Although Lockhart's spell was still very eye-catching in the wizard duel, only he knew that the spell was all activated by the ring. Without those rings, let alone the god of fire, he couldn't even cast the iron armor spell. Lockhart from Ravenclaw does have wisdom, but that wisdom is completely skewed. It's like forgetting everything. The wand gesture is wrong. Seeing a plume of white smoke coming out of Miss Hermione's wand, Ron knew she had failed again. CCFF. The use of thunderbolt blasting should be done with a pick gesture. Ron walked behind Miss Granger and gently held her little hand, ready to teach by hand. Feeling the temperature from the back of her hand, Hermione's pale cheeks were a little red. Hands are so warm. No, 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 I can't think about it. She hurriedly shook her head, half squinted her eyes and listened to Ron's teaching. I have to say that Miss Hermione's talent is still very powerful, and she learned it after only half an hour of study. Thunderbolt, a large splash of water exploded on the Black Lake, and the splash triples in circles. Hermione looked at her masterpiece, and the corners of her mouth slowly curled up. At this time, Ron was leaning on a stone, leisurely looking at Fred's small stall in the distance. In the past few days, the card business has been getting better and better, and Fred and the others are almost too busy. In desperation, I could only use card packs to hire some little wizards to help. Lorne Gerald. A confident calling sounded, causing Ron to turn his head to look. I saw Lockhart walking towards this side in a gorgeous cloak, and his exposed white teeth were very conspicuous in the sunlight. Are you here to buy a ring? Ron remembered the broken iron armor ring during the duel against the wizard. Because it couldn't bear the curse that was too strong, and it was loaded with loads, it shattered into pieces. Is there something wrong with Professor Lockhart? Ron nodded in greeting, and then asked softly. Oh, Miss Granger is there too? Lockhart didn't answer him, but glanced at the girl who was still practicing spells by the lake. You two are really the best talent I've ever seen. Okay, Professor, the two of us are not as exaggerated as you said. Looking at Lockhart, who was still chattering, Ron reluctantly interrupted him. If you have anything, just say it. What can I do? Well, there is indeed. Seeing Ron asking, Lockhart gave up after a symbolic struggle. He slowly approached Ron and asked in a low voice, do you still have the ring I bought from you last time? Of course there is. Ron nodded. No, I mean those rings can be strengthened. Lockhart glanced around and there was no little wizard, and asked softly. You know, I'm just a second-year wizard. Ron thought it was wrong. He did strengthen the rune on the ring not long ago, so that it would not be as vulnerable as it was when facing Snape. But he had no idea of selling to Lockhart. Do you have any dreams? Seeing Ron's appearance, Lockhart understood that he was perfunctory, so he changed the subject. Dream? Ron looked at him suspiciously, not understanding what this was for. For example, becoming an era at the Ministry of Magic. You know, as a celebrity, I always have a lot of friends, even if you fail the exam. Lockhart tempted. In his opinion, no young wizard can refuse a job at the Ministry of Magic. This is a matter of honor, and the era is considered an iron job. You have someone at the Ministry of Magic? Ron couldn't help but glance at him, his tone full of doubts. What is someone from the Ministry of Magic? Lockhart raised his eyebrows. I just have a lot of connections. Help me make the ring, and leave the era exam to me in the future. Lockhart unabashedly stated his purpose. Even Minister Fudge, I know him. Hearing this sentence, Ron pondered for a while. He himself has absolutely no interest in any position. However, Lockhart's last sentence attracted him. Someone. Make a deal. Ron raised his head and replied with a smile. Perhaps Lockhart could be used to pave the way for Miss Hermione's ministerial position. Chapter 134, The Art of Psychic, Basilisk. Very standard answer, Miss Granger. Mag nodded in satisfaction. 5 points for Gryffindor. After hearing the extra points, Hermione sat down with a smile on her lips, and at the same time glanced proudly at Ron next to her. It was as if she had won this time. Ron smiled indifferently. In terms of memorizing textbooks, he is no match for the hard-working Miss Hermione. As long as the room of requirement is bored, she will either tease the busy Ron or memorize books of various subjects. Except for Ancient Rune and the Introduction to Constellation Divination, that Ron bought for herself, she obviously didn't like these two courses. Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class is the get out of class is about to end, mainly while playing and studying. Time always flies by quickly. For example, Ron also learned from Ron and turned Harry's hair into rabbit ears. Harry blushed on the spot and picked up his wand angrily to give Ron the exact same one. But obviously his transfiguration spell is not up to the standard. Looking at Harry's angry face, Ron couldn't help but think of Harry's face. It's a pity, Harry doesn't use that bottle of potion anymore. And Malfoy, sitting in the corner, looked thoughtfully at Harry who was playing with Ron. Why does he feel that Harry and Harry look alike, like those emerald green eyes? No, this must be an illusion. Harry just changed schools. Malfoy shook his head hastily, keeping in his mind the gossip that Ron told him. Ron, you are... Harry touched the bunny ears on the top of his head, and gave Ron a vicious look. Stop laughing. But why did Ron become so proficient with his spells recently? As a good friend, Harry felt that Ron was different recently. Obviously in the past, Ron's transfiguration charm was similar to his, or even worse. But now, his spell skills have obviously improved a lot, and even Professor Flitwick couldn't help but praise him. Ron, when did you become so proficient with your transfiguration spell? Looking at Harry's bunny ears, Hermione asked with a frown. She also tried to cast this transformation spell on Ron, but failed many times, and finally learned it under the hands-on teaching of her little boyfriend. I just listened carefully in class. Ron's smile froze, and he quickly said with some guilty conscience. Also, maybe I have a talent for magic spells. Hermione gave him a suspicious look. Ron was hiding something. She could see it, even Harry noticed it. I have to say that Senior Tom is more suitable to be a professor of defense against the dark arts than Lockhart. Ron's case is a prime example. Ron walked aside and thought silently. By the way, Ron, do you know about Lockhart? Harry asked suddenly at this time, the rings on his hand. I sold the ring to him, what's wrong? Ron nodded and asked Harry suspiciously. I knew it. Harry glanced at the rune rings in the hands of Hermione and Ron, and whispered angrily, Lockhart has been claiming that the producers of these rings are his students outside, saying that there is his help and hyped it up. Lockhart is shameless. Hermione was also a little angry. You must know that these rings were carved out by Ron every night, and there was nothing about Lockhart. Yes. Ron nodded knowingly. It seems that Lockhart is sure that he covets the position, and does not dare to report. Thinking of this, Ron couldn't help but laugh. Now he has no time to deal with Lockhart, knowing that there is a more difficult basilisk in the basement now. After the basilisk was dealt with, Lockhart couldn't run away. His writing will eyes are not good looking. Does the Ministry of Magic have connections? Thinking of this, Ron glanced sideways at Hermione who was still angry. Isn't Lockhart the best person to pave the way? After the herbal class in the afternoon, Ron went to meet Hermione for breakfast. Looking at the girl who ordered a cup of black tea, Ron quietly hid his chocolate milk. "I won't go to the room of requirement tonight." After thinking for a while, Ron said to Hermione. "Why?" Hermione tilted her head slightly in confusion when she heard the words. "I have something to do tonight." Ron touched her rose-scented curls, and then said softly, "Be careful. Don't get caught by Filch and Snape." Interpunct flowers interpunct 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 interpunct. Hermione nodded and didn't ask Ron what he was going to do. However, she still cares to remind. "Don't worry, Filch and Snape won't catch me." Filch had recovered a few days ago. The first day he got out of bed, he couldn't wait to go on patrol with his cat. According to some gossip, Filch's first words after waking up were the word basilisk. As a result, Professor McGonagall hurriedly wrote a letter to invite Dumbledore back, who was still playing cards in Ermengarde. This also led to an extra Snape on patrol at night. The twin brothers who were on the night tour were also caught once by Snape and were punished for cleaning the bathroom for a week, and going to Lockhart's office every day to help extract letters after class. That's why I haven't seen the two of them in recent days. Near the night, at the corner of the 8th floor. "Goodbye, my dear Miss Granger." Ron touched her head, then turned to leave. Tonight he is going to channel his basilisk. However, before he could turn around, Miss Hermione grabbed the black patterned tie. "The two of us haven't had this semester yet." In Lo Underend's suspicious eyes, Hermione's face slowly turned red, and her words were a little hesitant. If she couldn't tell, she simply didn't say it, and pulled the tie over, causing Ron to lean against the wall by surprise. "Well," Ron opened his eyes. "You drank chocolate again tonight." Miss Hermione bit him, and before Ron recovered, she turned and ran into the Gryffindor lounge. "Really?" Ron looked at the disappearing back, and the corners of his mouth slowly lifted. "It's so sudden every time." Inside the Slytherin lounge, Ron closed his scarlet eyes. Malfoy and Crabbe were already unconscious on the bed. "Harry, my Harry." Before leaving, Malfoy shouted, causing Ron to look back. How badly this was scourged by Harry. Dreaming about Harry. Ron shook his head, and then activated the coordinates marked in the Forbidden Forest. Then, the psychic technique is about to begin preparations. Death. Chapter 135, Thunder in the Forbidden Forest. The bright moonlight was blocked by dark clouds, and the mottled tree shadows swayed slowly under the blowing of the cold wind. The Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts is definitely one of the most dangerous places in the school, and there are all kinds of magical creatures in it. There are unicorns that can only be ridden by pure girls, centaurs who divination constellations, and cunning eight-eyed spiders. The more you go to the depths of the Forbidden Forest, the more dangerous it is, because no one knows what exactly exists in the darkness. Even when Hagrid patrolled the Forbidden Forest at night, he simply walked around the edge and rarely went to the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Except to see the pet eight-eyed spider that I raised. The last time Ron came here, he fought with Voldemort who possessed Quirrell, so he set up a space coordinate in place. When Ron slowly emerged from the center of the whirlpool, he opened his scarlet eyes and looked around. The huge pit that was originally bombed by Fangtians, 7-2, Halberd has been filled in, and a few trees have been planted. Dumbledore should have done it. After all, Dumbledore and Hagrid had also explored the terrain and dealt with unicorn corpses. The smell of blood. Ron twitched the tip of his nose lightly, and a faint smell of blood came from the depths of the forbidden forest. Not very thick, should have died a long time ago. Fluorescent flashes. As the wand waved, a shining point of light illuminated the dark surroundings. With the wind blowing, the leaves made a salsa sound. As if there was something hidden in it. Maybe. You can bring the timid Miss Hermione here on a date. Ron thought maliciously. But after looking at the surroundings, he still decided to go deeper. This is still Hagrid's patrol range, so try to minimize trouble. At this moment, Ron suddenly set his eyes on the tree trunk beside him. It was a spider the size of a broom's head. It was crawling on the tree trunk, and its 4 pairs of jet black eyes stared at Ron. "Have you reached the range of the 8-eyed spider?" he muttered to himself softly. A golden magic circle appeared in his hand, and a spear made of thunder and lightning was thrown onto its body. The green liquid flowed down the lines of the tree, exuding a stinky smell. It's just a small spider. Even if the huge 8-eyed spider came out in person, Ron had the confidence to kill it. After moving forward for a while, he stopped. This is a huge open space, overgrown with weeds, and a clear pool, surrounded by huge dense trees. The shadow of the moonlight is reflected on this pool, like a mirror in the dark night. This place should be fine. Ron took out his wand from his sleeve and cast a transformation spell on the surrounding tall trees. Soon, with the activation of the Transfiguration spell, a huge and smooth prism surface stood surrounding the pool. Well, there's still a magnifying glass. After everything was ready, the 3 sickles in Ron's eyes slowly turned. Click the link to join the group chat, Novel Exchange Group, https://jq.qq.com/question_wv1027 and die4kz9x, blank, 69:892 5850. Internal, group, 22 question 0 exclamation 52 question 3.14. 9 blank 698,925,850. Now see if the basilisk can stare him to death, or if the illusion of the flower cone controls the basilisk first. Then, let's start psychics. He slowly closed his eyes, and his hands began to form seals. Hi, Xu, Yu, Shen, We. After finishing the seal, Ron patted his palm towards the ground. The bizarre patterns traveled upstream like a spider web, and were soon connected into a circular pattern. At the same time, he hid his body in the Shenwei space to avoid being attacked by the basilisk. Boom! A burst of white smoke suddenly appeared, and the area of the smoke was so large that it almost covered the entire open space. A hoarse roar came from the fog, accompanied by huge dust. Coming. Ron turned his head to face the summoned basilisk, and the wand in his hand dispelled the fog. A pair of rapidly rotating sickles were also projected onto the prism through a magnifying glass when the fog dissipated. In the blink of an eye, a pair of kaleidoscopes appeared on the surrounding prisms. The basilisk's violent impact stopped slowly. Successful? Ron felt the silence behind him and was a little surprised. When he turned around, he saw the controlled basilisk behind him at a glance. It was a huge head, the scales on the body showed an emerald green in the moonlight, and there was a sticky transparent liquid on the body. It is worth noting that the original golden vertical pupils of the basilisk have been replaced by 3 sickles. It looks like the lethal effect and petrification effect are gone. Ron couldn't help thinking. But it's not bad. At least the overall value of this snake with a life of nearly 1,000 years is ridiculously high. Snake venom and snake teeth are all excellent materials. And who said that without the lethal pupil, there would be no attack power? With such a large body, it is also possible to walk sideways in this forbidden forest. But where to put it? Make a suitcase like Senior Newt? Just when Ron was thinking about how to deal with this basilisk, the controlled basilisk let out a hissing sound. Ron turned his head to look, and he didn't know when. The four-eyed spiders were already crawling all around him. Pairs of black spider eyes stared at Ron in the middle. They smelled the blood of the same kind on this human being. However, although there are more and more spiders, they still dare not approach this pool. Ron rubbed his arms a little hairy. He had a panic attack. Because spiders are afraid of basilisks, they don't dare to come here. Looking at the dense group of big spiders, Ron stretched out his hand and glanced at his watch. It is already 1 o'clock in the morning. It should be over early. He glanced at the basilisk waiting for an order, but didn't let it rush up. Instead, he chose to solve these annoying spiders by himself. Thunder dragons. Ron took a deep breath. The golden arc at the corner of his mouth burst out wanton, and the golden hair was also surrounded by crackling arcs. Roar. Golden lightning spewed out of his mouth, forming a semicircle with unstoppable power, and swept 5.5 to the group of spiders. Boom. Huge trees couldn't help being destroyed, and fell to the ground scorched. The thick burning smell filled the air, and the ground was full of thunder arcs, bright as day, as if it were a restricted area of thunder. It's okay to breathe with all your strength. Ron wiped the golden lightning that remained at the corner of his mouth, looked at the ground that had turned into scorched earth in front of him, and showed a satisfied smile. Time to go. At this moment, Hagrid, who was patrolling the Forbidden Forest, was taken aback by the sudden and huge thunder. He raised his eyes and saw that a large piece of thunder light roamed wildly in the Forbidden Forest in the distance, as if occupying half of the sky, and divided into two halves with the night, which looked very shocking. It's over. The oil lamp in Hagrid's hand fell to the ground, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help trembling. Headmaster Dumbledore. Chapter 136, The Frog Cub is Coming Back. After channeling the basilisk to the basement, Ron yawned and went back to the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, it was already around 2 in the morning. After extinguishing the still shining wand, Ron lay down on the soft bed and went to sleep. Without Miss Hermione as a pillow, it was really uncomfortable. In the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts, Hagrid, who found that the situation was wrong, immediately notified Headmaster Dumbledore, along with professors such as Snape and McGonagall. Dumbledore's face was a little serious. Just yesterday, he was still playing cards with his old friend, but such a big thing happened just after returning to Hogwarts today. If the Ministry of Magic knew about it, it would probably be another big trouble. Snape also followed behind Dumbledore and the others with a cold face. Did a Thunderbird run into the Forbidden Forest? Professor McGonagall couldn't help saying. She really can't imagine what other creatures can control the lightning in the sky. 20 to no, I didn't see any figures in the air. Hagrid shook his head immediately. He had a deep research on magical creatures, and the Thunderbird had seen it before. The kind of lightning that blocks half of the sky is not something that Thunderbirds can release. Just like the flames of those fire dragons, no, maybe even the flames of dragons can't reach that range. Hearing Hagrid's words, Snape frowned tightly. He didn't know much about magical creatures, so he couldn't understand Hagrid's shock. Oh, Merlin's beard. When Hagrid pointed to the spot, the short Professor Flitwick suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the coke ground scattered with lightning in disbelief. A dozen sturdy trees fell to the ground, chopped into coke and burning with roaring flames. If it is not stopped, the fire will get bigger and bigger. All curses end. Dumbledore frowned and took a step forward, aiming the Elder Wand in his hand at the restricted area of the mine. As the light flashed by, the arc showed no sign of weakening. What happened? The professors behind him were stunned. Isn't it magic, natural lightning? Dumbledore looked solemn. It seems that there is something incredible hidden in Hogwarts. Thinking this way, he used the Elder Wand to control the clear water in the pool and poured it towards the slowly burning flames. Wait, those are eight-eyed spiders? Snape used his wand to control a fairly intact corpse of a creature, and when he saw the eight eyes clearly, the corners of his mouth twitched. He has long heard of these spiders in the Forbidden Forest, and their venom is the best potion material. But these spiders are swarming creatures, so no one dares to provoke them, not even Snape. And after Hagrid saw this spider, he obviously took a step back with a guilty conscience. After all, these spiders were bred from his eight-eyed spider. This group of spiders has provoked creatures that shouldn't be provoked. Professor McGonagall covered her mouth and said, "As I get older, I can't stand these pungent smells. I sealed the Forbidden Forest with a spell, and no little wizards are allowed to come near here." Dumbledore said in a very soft voice. His tone was very flat, as if nothing had happened. "Hagrid, move out of the hut and stop patrolling the Forbidden Forest. We have to keep them safe." Listening to Dumbledore's words, several people present nodded in agreement. No matter how bright the sun is, it cannot penetrate Slytherin's underground patterned windows. Ron got up and stretched, looking refreshed. After releasing all the excess power in the body, it is strange that I feel uncomfortable. However, he also did not expect that his full-strength dragon breath would have such great power, and it seemed that the fusion with the Dragon Slayer crystal was deeper. After the lamp came to the auditorium, Ron saw Hermione waiting for him at a glance. Well, there are the Weasley brothers who are also waiting for him. "Have you heard what happened last night?" As soon as he sat down, Fred asked a few people mysteriously. Hearing this, Ron's mouth twitched. "No way. What's the matter?" Miss Hermione questioned. "She went to bed early last night because she was not accompanied by Ron. That thunderbolt in the Forbidden Forest." Sure enough. Ron lowered his head and took a sip of black tea, keeping silent. "I saw it too." At this time, Harry also came over. Ron was still yawning, obviously unaware of what happened last night. Because Gryffindor is on the 8th floor, if nothing else, most of the Ravenclaw who live on the top floor should have seen it. "I did hear the thunder, but I didn't see the lightning you mentioned." Hermione shook her head. "The girls' dormitory and the boys' dormitory are opposites. The side of the Forbidden Forest that Ben can't see. That piece of gold that renders the sky is really shocking." Fred explained to several people vividly. "Am I really that powerful?" After listening to Fred 723's remarks, Ron couldn't help thinking. George and Harry also joined in. "You said a word to me, and you almost didn't say that those lightning bolts could blow up the entire Hogwarts. Anyway, I saw Headmaster Dumbledore come out of the Forbidden Forest this morning." Fred raised his eyebrows and said, "Is it really that powerful?" Because the group of Gryffindors were too outrageous, Miss Hermione turned to look at Ron, her brown eyes full of confusion. "Don't look at me, I slept in Slytherin's dormitory last night." Ron shook his head. "Everyone knows that the Slytherin Lounge is a dark basement. Where can you see the Forbidden Forest? Did you not go out last night?" Hermione narrowed her eyes and came closer. "No." Ron pinched her little nose angrily. "I'm also a wizard who obeys the school rules, okay?" However, at this moment, Ron was suddenly stunned. He slowly put his hand into his pocket. "Photo? The frog cub I've been missing for a few months is coming back? The reincarnation of Dirty Earth is coming. Do you have any plots you would like to see? Please leave a comment." Chapter 137, Dirty Soil. Reincarnation? Looking at the fiery little lions chatting, Ron calmly took out the photo sent to him by the frog cub. It's been a few months. If it wasn't for the sudden photos sent, it is estimated that Ron would have forgotten the frog cub that he had raised for 11 years. Last time the photos that came over impressed him deeply. That's a photo of Ochimaru in Konoha, and the frog cub made friends with a little snake there. So this time, I don't know what photos were sent back. Ron took out a few photos in the wizard's robe, 3 in total were not too many. The photo in the first chapter is of a dark basement. A feminine man in a red robe with auspicious clouds is pressing his hands on the ground. Ninjutsu patterns appear on the ground. And in the middle of this ninjutsu pattern, there is a living person who is constantly struggling, and the surroundings are covered with dust. It seems that some cult ritual is going on. As for the remaining second and third photos, they are all group photos of frog cubs and friends. A photo with a giant toad and a photo with a white snake. There is no important information. It was the first photo that made Ron stunned for a moment. He had some impressions of this ninjutsu in his mind. It seemed to call back the soul of the dead from the Pure Land. It was considered an S-rank forbidden technique to blaspheme the dead. But, is there a Pure Land in this world? Ron does know that there is a legend of death and the 3 brothers here. At least Harry Potter's invisibility cloak and Dumbledore's Elder Wand both show that the Deathly Hallows do exist. Then what about the God of Death? If the God of Death also exists, it means that this world does have space to store souls. Thinking of this, Ron couldn't help shaking his head. Why do you think so much? The frog cub may not bring back this ninjutsu. Glancing at the date in the lower left corner, he came back 2 nights later. What are you looking at? A pleasant voice sounded, and Hermione lay on Ron's shoulder at some point, looking at the photo in his hand with brown eyes. Isn't this your frog cub? She suddenly remembered the scene of meeting Ron for the second time on the train. At that time, there was a cute green frog nesting on top of Ron's head. But I saw it just once, and never saw it again. It went on a trip and sent me photos and came back. Ron received the first photo in the Shinwei space, and then handed the next 2 group photos to the girl to see. Can your frog cub really travel? Hermione blinked her smart eyes and said in surprise. She thought that what Ron said on the train was just a joke, but she didn't expect to send back photos now. Looking at these 2 group photos, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Is there still such a big toad in this world? There is also that smart and delicate little white snake, which doesn't look so scary, but rather cute. I travel a lot, and I haven't seen it a few times in the past year. Ron shrugged and replied. When he didn't come to Hogwarts before, Frog Cub would often accompany him, a lonely person, at home. But since he came to Hogwarts, Frog Cub hadn't seen it, and if he hadn't sent back a few photos from time to time, he would have almost forgotten. And frog cubs aren't as fun as Miss Hermione. Looking at the lovely fair face lying on his shoulders, Ron leaned over gently, and a gentle touch touched her cheek. There are still people watching. Hermione closed her eyes in embarrassment, her ears turning crimson. She wiped her cheek with her hand and couldn't help complaining. We didn't see anything. After hearing Hermione's words, Fred and George hurriedly shook their heads. Then let's find a place with no one. Ron ignored the little lions next to him, took Miss Granger's little hand and left the table. I hold a grudge for what happened last night. On the carpet leaving the Hogwarts auditorium, Ron chuckled softly. I want to go to the library. Hearing Ron mentioning what happened last night, Hermione quickly changed the subject with a guilty conscience. If she went out with Ron on a date today, she would definitely be eaten to death. The state of blush and hypoxia is likely to last throughout the day. Miss Hermione knew it. Library? Ron looked at Hermione beside him with light blue eyes. I don't think Mrs. Pince will notice the corners, right? This is simply not a hint, but an undisguised statement. It's over, I can't run today. Miss Hermione finally gave in. Let's go boating on the Black Lake. Do you really need to breathe? Hermione pinched the tip of Ron's nose with some doubts about life. At this time, Ron was lying comfortably on the boat, looking at the blue sky leisurely. Miss Hermione hesitated for a while, then she lay down beside him. The two of them rowed the swaying boat and looked at the owls in the sky, the sea of clouds and the Thestrals flying by from time to time. "What do you think he looks like?" Hermione touched the handsome cheek beside her and murmured softly. "It's like a Pegasus, but its wings are like bats, and it's dark all over." Ron replied, "Believe me, you wouldn't want to see Thestrals." "Yes." Hermione's brown eyes gradually faded, not knowing what she was thinking. For the next 2 days, it was nothing more than a simple and normal class. The legend of the Basilisk was also suppressed by the heat of the cards and disappeared without a trace, but only Harley has been trying to find that Basilisk, because he did hear what the Basilisk said. And Lockhart has been featured in a newspaper again in recent days with his excellent staffless spellcasting, the Daily Prophet. And also said that these rings were made by Lorne under his guidance. And also claimed that Lorne Geralt was one of his most satisfying students. This made Ron appear in the newspaper once. Really don't want a face anymore. Ron didn't have time to pay attention to this jumping clown. He is now waiting for his traveling frog cub to come home. Today, was the day when the frog cub came back, so he didn't go to the room of requirement with Hermione to stay. After arriving at the dormitory, the first thing Ron did was to lock the door. However, an illusion was applied to Malfoy and Crabbe. I don't know how many times these two brothers and sisters have been used as experiments by him this semester. Guck. With the sound of a full-fledged frog croaking, Ron quickly turned to look at the head of his bed. I saw that my frog cub was putting down the huge luggage behind him and flew towards Ron. "Your travel time is really long enough." Ron hugged his frog cub and touched its little head with his fingers. "Let me see what goodies you brought back, brother." After Ron opened the cylindrical bag, a scroll with a strange font written on it rolled out. There were also 4 fonts similar to traditional Chinese characters on it, and Ron narrowed his eyes. Foul. Earth Reincarnated. Chapter 138, The Living Sacrifice of the Reincarnation of the Dirty Earth. Reincarnated from the dirt. Ron opened his pale blue eyes wide, looked at the ninjutsu scroll in his hand, and didn't know what to say for a while. Originally, he was still guessing whether his frog cub would bring him back this ninjutsu, but he didn't expect it to be brought back. He pursed his lips, then reached out and untied the rope on the scroll. As the rope slowly loosened, the contents of the scroll appeared in front of him. Forbidden Technique Interpunct Reincarnation of Dirty Earth, a precious specialty from the world of Naruto, effect. This technique can summon the long-dead soul back to the human world and resurrect it in the form of an entity. Please note that if the soul is in a sealed state or not in the Pure Land, it cannot be summoned. Usage. Please remember the gestures on the scroll. When performing the reincarnation of the Dirty Earth, prepare a living sacrifice, and have the blood and DNA cells of the person who needs to be resurrected. And then you can attach the soul of the deceased to the sacrifice. Body. At the moment when the scroll was opened, all the information about the reincarnation of the dirt appeared in front of his eyes. Is it impossible to summon in a sealed state or not in the Pure Land? Ron pondered for a while. He knew that there was a god of death in Harry Potter, but he didn't know if there was a Pure Land. Do you want to do an experiment? He subconsciously turned around and glanced at the drooling Malfoy. No, if you fail, your good friend will be gone. And it's easy to spot. Why don't you look for it, Lockhart, and try it? Placing the scroll on the table, Ron narrowed his eyes under the dazzling light. Anyway, as a professor of defense against the dark arts, Lockhart probably won't find anyone even if there is an accident. If it succeeds, it would be equivalent to giving Lockhart an immortal body, so that he can control him in the future. Thinking of this, Ron began to think about how to start planning. The first thing you need is a human sacrifice. It seems that there is time to visit Nocturne Alley. There are quite a few dark wizards and Death Eaters there. After the plan was made, the corners of Ron's mouth slowly curled up. I hope this world has a pure land. The content on the scroll is not difficult to learn, just some commonly used knots and some chakra flows. I don't know if it is the function of the frog cub. He can use the magic in his body to replace the existence of chakra. After a night of practice, Ron had almost mastered it. This is not like other ninjutsu with dozens of seal gestures. Reincarnation of the earth only has 4 seals, and finally there is a summoning hands folded. Since there were no creatures to experiment with, Ron let it go and went to bed. The next morning, Ron got up early. Next to him were sleeping the frog cub that came back last night, and a scroll unfolded on the table. There's nothing to hide in the scroll of reincarnation, anyway, only he can understand the words on it. Malfoy and his sidekick Crabbe were still sound asleep. Every time they were brought down by illusion, the two would sleep until noon before waking up. Put the scroll on the table into the cameo space, and then Ron touched his frog cub and put it into the hood of his robe. I finally came back. This morning, I have to let the frog cubs make up for it. What's more, the frog cub brought back this big surprise for himself during this trip. Although I don't know if it can be used. I just happened to be fine this afternoon. Why don't you take a trip to Nocturne Alley? Mr. Geralt, good morning. Ron's thoughts were interrupted and he looked up, not knowing when Miss Granger, who was wearing a red robe, came to him. Good morning, my lovely Miss Granger. CCFF, chuckled softly. You didn't even notice me just now? The corners of Hermione's mouth raised, and she half squinted at Ron. What were you thinking just now? I'm thinking about how to make Lockhart undead. Ron shrugged and replied. This answer is so outrageous that no one will believe it, let alone Miss Hermione who believes in logic. Lockhart will thank you when he finds out. Hermione tilted her head and covered her mouth with a smile. By the way, do you have any plans for this afternoon? Ron took Hermione's hand and asked softly. The arrangement for the afternoon. Hermione didn't have much reaction when she felt the temperature in her hands. She was used to being held by Ron like this. I want to go to the library this afternoon to read Fantastic Beasts, you go with me. When the door of the auditorium arrived, Ron shook his head and walked in with the little witch beside him. I have something to do this afternoon, so I can't go with you. This afternoon, he planned to go to Nocturne Alley to find a live sacrifice. After all, today is a rest day. Then can I go with you? Hermione's brown eyes gradually narrowed. What do you think? Ron asked back with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Seeing Ron's expression, Hermione knew that she couldn't go with her. However, she didn't show any dejected expression, at most she was a little emotional. Miss Granger knew that things that Ron didn't take with her were generally dangerous. Aren't you coming back tonight? She asked softly. I can come back tonight. Ron sat at the dining table and ordered a cup of jasmine tea. He also liked the smell a little under Hermione's curly hair. Good morning, you two. Harry, who was sitting on the side, came over with a plate. Behind him were Neville and Ron. Since they were going out in the afternoon, Lorne and Hermione went to the Black Lake in the morning to learn spells and brooms. When it was almost noon, Ron said goodbye to Hermione, who was a little reluctant, and walked into a bathroom on the 4th floor. He used to set the coordinates in a small alley in Nocturne Alley, so it was enough to teleport directly there. Although apparition is disabled at Hogwarts, Camu's spatial abilities are not disabled. As the vortex began to flow, the surrounding air and Ron's body were sucked in like flowing water. when he opened his eyes. Nocturne Alley is here. Chapter 139, Death Eater Marcel Avery. Inside the alley of Nocturne Alley. As a vortex slowly emerged in midair, Ron's figure appeared on the spot. He covered his splendid blonde hair with a hood and turned to look around. Nocturne Alley usually doesn't have many wizards, let alone around noon. It looks a little hard to find, a living sacrifice. Ron walked slowly towards the depths of Nocturne Alley. There is a place where dark wizards and Death Eaters live, and ordinary wizards will not settle in the depths of Nocturne Alley. On the way, he also saw the Borgin store that was opening a shop, and there were 2 or 3 wizards picking out the goods. Why don't you just grab one and take it back? Ron couldn't help thinking. Anyway, taking Borgin away is definitely not wronging him, but this is one of his gold masters, so he can't capture it. After all, most of the potions refined are sold here. If you want to find a dark wizard in Nocturne Alley, Borgin should be able to come in handy. At least he has always opened a shop here, and he must know more than ordinary people. Thinking of this, Ron walked in with the corners of his mouth raised. Mr. Borgin, long time no see. Oh. It's been a long time since the guest. A hint of surprise flashed across Borgin's gloomy face, and then he threw the 3 guests out. Although the 3 guests were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to lose their temper here at Borgin. While living in Nocturne Alley, no one does not know Borgin's name. Are you going to sell potions? With a sinister smile on the corner of Borgin's mouth, he looked malicious. But since last year's vacation, he hadn't seen this little wizard with blonde hair again. This also caused his compound medicine to be out of stock for a while. I want to know if there are any dark wizards in Nocturne Alley. Ron reached out and took out a few bottles of potions from the shadowy space, placed them on the glass table, and asked with a chuckle. If you're looking for a dark wizard, Nocturne Alley is everywhere. Borgin picked up a bottle of potion and glanced at it. It was in good condition and it was a bottle of Veritaserum. You know what I mean, Mr. Borgin. Ron said. A pair of pale blue eyes looked directly at Borgin's wrinkled face. These are all rewards for you. A sense of crisis. Borgin frowned and looked at the indifferent eyes. He couldn't help but took a step back, keeping himself as far away from that gaze as possible. Although I don't know what you want to do with those outlaws, but I do have news of them here. With that said, Borgin took out a copy of the Daily Prophet from under the counter and handed it to Ron. This is a recent daily newspaper, and there is a portrait at the top. It was a thin and weak wizard, with an undisguised tiredness on his face. Marcel Avery. Ron said the wizard's name softly. He once heard about this report from his little girlfriend, who seemed to be a fugitive, and Avery was one of the 28 pure blood families. A Death Eater on the run. He was escorted by a Dementor a few days ago, although I don't know how he escaped. Borgin pointed to the wizard's portrait and continued, but he was still in my shop yesterday. Bought some soothing agents, presumably to relieve fatigue. And I happen to know his location. Having said this, Borgin sneered at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he was investigating the whereabouts of this man from the very beginning. Make a deal. Without hesitation, Ron gave all the potions to the smirking old man Borgin. And Borgin was also very trustworthy and gave him the address. As for whether there will be revenge, don't be funny. Borgin knew the abilities of this little wizard in front of him, so he probably wouldn't be able to get him in a fight. Not to mention a dark wizard who is about to die and is still wearing shackles. I'm looking forward to the next cooperation. After leaving a sentence, Ron took the address to the depths of Nocturne Alley. The target this time is a Death Eater, but it is not difficult for him now. Right here? Ron looked at the dilapidated wooden building in front of him and muttered to himself. interpunct flowers interpunct When he knocked on the door and waited for a while, no one came to open the door for him. Don't open the door? The corner of Ron's mouth twitched, he retracted his wand into his robe, and stretched out his fist. Golden thunder and lightning crackled, all surrounding his fists. Thunder Dragon's collapse fist. Boom. With a punch, the raging thunder and lightning directly crushed the wooden door into charred wood with the fist. The moment Ron walked into the house, his powerful perception let him know that a curse was flying towards him. Avada Kedavra. The green killing curse flashed by, but when it was about to hit, Ron's body turned into lightning and disappeared in place in the blink of an eye. And the tall and thin wizard hiding at the door, clutching his arms, was gasping for breath. A pair of nervous eyes looked around, but did not see the figure. "Are you looking for me?" At this time, a dull voice came from behind him, but before Marcel could react, he felt like he was being picked up. "Are you from the Ministry of Magic?" He shouted loudly, and his whole expression looked like he was in a trance. "Is this too much demulcent?" Ron frowned slightly. Demulcents also have side effects. People who drink too much may experience hallucinations in their brains. Obviously, Marcel's crazy appearance is because he drank too much demulcent. Forget it, drinking too much won't affect you as a living sacrifice. Without any hesitation, Ron stepped on Marcel's wand with one foot. Then he took out his wand and cast a petrification spell and binding spell on him. Throwing the immobile Death Eater Mother into the divine space, Ron was ready to return to Hogwarts. "It's only been 3 hours since we came out." Finding a sacrifice this time was much easier than he had imagined. Then the next step is to find a way to kill Lockhart. With the whirlpool, Ron returned to the bathroom on the 4th floor. It is only evening now, and there is still a lot of time to accompany Miss Hermione to die. Chapter 140, Professor Lockhart, Do You Want to Be Famous? The evening dusk is hidden in the clouds, and the fire on the horizon is like a burning flame. Miss Hermione, without Lorne's company, can only go to the library to study alone this afternoon. When Mrs. Pince saw Miss Granger alone, she was stunned for a moment. "Why did the little witch come alone? I can't study." Hermione closed the Fantastic Beasts book, which was like a brick in her hand, a little depressed. She found that without Ron to accompany her, she couldn't see anything. "It's all because Ron has something to do this afternoon." Hermione thought angrily. "Why are you stunned?" At this time, a smiling voice sounded from the side. "Ron." When Miss Hermione heard this voice, she immediately turned around in surprise and threw herself into his arms. "Good afternoon." "Good afternoon." Ron, 727, touched the curly hair behind Hermione and replied softly. "Is your business done?" Raising her head, the girl asked suspiciously. "It's a small thing and it's easy," Ron said and shrugged. Catching a Death Eater on the run is really not a big deal for him. But now that there are living sacrifices, Lockhart is about to die. First, try to see if there is a concept of pure land in this world. As for Lockhart, dead is dead. No one would care that a defense against the dark arts professor went missing. Dumbledore didn't care, and Ron didn't care either. The Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts is a 1-year consumable item, and it is not surprising that it expires early. "Come on, dear Miss Granger, it's time for dinner." Ron bent down and held out a hand to Hermione, chuckling softly. Hermione nodded happily, and placed her little hand lightly on Ron's palm. But when she got up, The keen Hermione saw some charred sawdust on Ron's shoulder, and she reached out to help sweep it down. "Let's go." Ron took the thick book and returned it with his wand. "Goodbye, Mrs. Binns." When leaving, Ron politely said goodbye to Mrs. Binns. "See you tomorrow, the little couple of Slytherin and Gryffindor." Mrs. Binns covered her mouth and smiled. It can be seen that she likes this unusual couple very much. It's not uncommon for a Slytherin to fall in love with a Gryffindor, although it turned yellow in the end. But what made Mrs. Binns peculiar was that a Slytherin was gentle and polite, a Gryffindor who studied every day was like a outlaw. This is simply too rare. Is the Sorting Hat about to die? Looking at the two backs leaving, Mrs. Binns whispered to herself. Inside the house upon request. This hut has become a dedicated dormitory for the two of them, and they usually don't leave here unless necessary. "You want to learn divination with me?" Ron was wearing a turtleneck sweater and took a sip from the steaming coffee. Looking at the curly-haired girl with a low ponytail holding a copy of Constellation Divination in front of him, he was a little surprised. "What's your expression?" Hermione pinched Ron's cheek in dissatisfaction. "Can't I learn divination?" "No, it's not impossible." Ron took a sip of coffee. "The main reason is that you're not interested in divination? You must know that after Hermione came into contact with these mysterious things for the first time, she immediately showed resistance. She was completely uninterested. Why do you want to study now?" I just want to catch up with you." Hermione hesitated before saying it. "Then, didn't you succeed long ago?" Ron said and rubbed into her arms, causing Miss Granger to bite her little tiger's teeth. "I mean knowledge," Hermione said weakly. Because she has been studying with Ron since the beginning of the school year, she naturally knows how far he has reached now. He is very proficient in potions and herbal medicine. Even the divination, magical zoology, astronomy and alchemy that he learned later, Ron was involved. And the level of research is very deep. Perhaps aside from the demon history class, Ron is a genius in all aspects. But what about Hermione? Until now, alchemy has not been thoroughly studied. Don't use so much pressure. Seeing that Miss Granger's expression was a little depressed, Ron quickly comforted him. Even if I learn more, isn't it yours in the end? But since you said it all, of course I will teach you. With that said, Ron used his wand to put out the fire and the lights. So let's start learning now? With an exclamation from Hermione, Ron picked her up with a princess hug, and then walked slowly to the bedside, which was reflected in the moonlight. "Aren't we going to learn?" Hermione said softly with some guilty conscience. "Yes, of course I learned." After placing the shy Miss Beaver under the moonlight, Ron waved his wand and pointed at the pitch-black ceiling. The starry sky is presented. As the blue light shone, the constellations of light were reflected in the air in the room. Then he lay down beside Miss Beaver. "Now I teach you to learn horoscope divination." Those twinkling constellations shone in her brown pupils, and Miss Hermione slowly stared blankly. These constellations. So beautiful. "Is this a spell you created yourself?" Hermione whispered in his ear. "Well, I created it to teach you." Ron laughed. "That, Sagittarius, what their constellations represent." The next morning, Hermione rubbed her eyes, which she couldn't open, and yawned helplessly. "Last night, I saw too many stars, and my eyes couldn't stand it." Even Ron was the same. "We should probably go outside and teach in the clouds." 5.5 Ron suggested. "I agree." Hermione raised her hand in agreement. Let's go to the auditorium for dinner." After changing their clothes, the two went to the auditorium of Hogwarts. "By the way, I have something to go to Lockhart." After eating, Ron suddenly said to Hermione, You go to the green lawn and wait for me first. I'll be there soon. Row. Inside the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Boom. Come in, I have no reason to refuse the arrival of an admirer. Lockhart's confident voice came from inside the office. Ron, who was standing outside the door, pushed the door in without hesitation. Before Lockhart could ask a question, he took the lead. Professor Lockhart, do you want to be famous? Chapter 141, Controlling Gilderoy Lockhart. Professor Lockhart, do you want to be famous? Hear this. Lower the quill in T's hand paused, and looked at the little wizard in front of him in a daze. Want to be famous? Lockhart couldn't help but laugh a little. Who is he? The most prestigious travel writer in the wizarding world, a recipient of the Order of Merlin 3rd class, an honorary member of the Anti-Dark Magic League, and a 5-time winner of the Witcher Weekly Most Charming Smile Award. With so many honors, you, a little wizard, told me, do you want to be famous? Think. Lockhart nodded with a smile. Who would dislike the feeling of being watched by everyone in the spotlight? Moreover, he also wanted to see what this genius little wizard could pay attention to. Professor Lockhart, you should know about Filch some time ago, right? Looking at Lockhart's smile, the corners of Ron's mouth raised. Here he has two choices. One is to see if he can fool Lockhart to follow him to the basement of the Basilisk, and the second is to force him to control it with a writing wheel. It would be best to be able to follow him, but it would be a little troublesome to use a wheel shaker. After all, Lockhart is a Defense Against the Dark Arts class today. Oh, the petrified Filch. It was obvious that Lockhart also knew about this, and he looked directly at Ron. Do you know who did it? He asked softly. Just this one thing, there is no way for him to be famous in front of those reporters. Most famous at Hogwarts. What's more, it may be thankless. You should tell Headmaster Dumbledore about this. He replied with a shrug. That's not what I said. Ron chuckled and shook his head. As a Ravenclaw, you should have heard the legend of the Basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. The Basilisk? Lockhart's eyes widened, and he didn't care whether Ron was wearing an honorific. If it was normal, he would also teach this talented little wizard what respect is. You are different from you. As an outstanding Hogwarts graduate, Lockhart has of course heard the legend of the Basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. If it was just a legend, he wouldn't be so panicked, but the key point is that the Basilisk is a real magical creature. Its eyes have the ability to make people die, and media such as glass and water surface will be petrified. And the petrified Filch a few days ago. When you're talking about the chance to become famous, the Basilisk. Lockhart put down his trembling quill and squinted his eyes at the smiling Ron. If you kill the Basilisk, let alone become famous. With the help of his contacts, it is easy to get a Merlin medal again. But you have to have your life to get it. After several days of investigation, I have found the location of the Basilisk. Ron's pale blue eyes met Lockhart's. He could clearly see that the other party was a little flustered. Have you heard that the Basilisk exists in this academy? So, Professor Lockhart, will you go with me? This is a great opportunity to be famous. Do you think about how much fame you will gain after killing the Basilisk? Ron hid a smile on the corner of his mouth, and he liked to see Lockhart panicked, but with a smile on the surface. Don't you like being famous? Now the opportunity is in front of you. Even if you don't want it, you have to. I don't think we can take this on alone. For example, we can tell Headmaster Dumbledore or Fudge. Lockhart turned the ring on his finger, as if this would give him a sense of security. But I think with those rings, combined with your superb spell, killing a basilisk should be more than enough, right? Also, I can magic, did you mention that you killed a basilisk? Ron's voice was very soft, but it was very loud in this quiet office. After hearing Ron's words, Lockhart leaned back on the chair behind him, and suddenly felt that the white dress on his body made his breathing a little dull. Although Lockhart likes to be famous, it does not mean that he is a fool. Otherwise, it would not enter outlaw. Listen, Mr. Geralt. This matter is not something we can handle, and that basilisk that has lived for nearly 1,000 years is not something we can handle either. With the eyes of death, Lockhart doesn't know how to defeat it with 10 rings and a master-level oblivion. So I think we should tell Headmaster Dumbledore about this matter, and then come back and have a dessert to calm down," Lockhart said casually. However, after hearing this, Ron chuckled lightly. "After all, do you still dare not follow him? Since that's the case, Professor Lockhart, I once met a traveler who told me exactly the same story as your unpublished book at the time." Having said that, Ron pretended to be suspicious. The strange thing is that when I saw him later, the traveler had completely lost this memory. Traveler is fake, but the content is real. When Lockhart heard the first sentence, he had already picked up the wand on the table. "Looks like you knew about me a long time ago." When Lockhart saw that the matter was revealed, he did not hide it. "The basilisk thing is what you used to test mine? I have to say, you succeeded. However, have you ever thought about why those experienced adventurers lost their memories with me?" He did not tremble at the beginning, and the corners of his mouth grinned with a hint of sneer. It turned out to be the case. Just now everything was to test him. "What basilisk? No, no, the basilisk is real." However, Ron shook his head and said, "Actually, I'm curious how you graduated from Hogwarts with the Oblivion spell." The sun shines through the patterned glass and slowly falls on Ron's body. The golden back seems to be shining with the light of broken gold. Everything is forgotten. When he heard the Oblivion curse, Lockhart's eyes widened and he quickly waved his wand. But when Lockhart looked up at Ron, those azure blue eyes had turned scarlet, and there were 3 slowly turning sickles inside. Pat. The wand fell to the ground. "To be honest, you still have class today, and I don't want to use a kaleidoscope on you. It's very troublesome after all." Ron looked at the sluggish Lockhart and shook his head helplessly. Soft is not good, then only hard. Chapter 142, Dirty Reincarnation, Lockhart's Death. Looking at Lockhart, who was sluggish in place, Ron stepped forward and picked up the wand that was thrown on the ground. Next, I was about to kill Lockhart, and then see if he could be summoned back through the reincarnation of the dirt. But if it succeeds... Thinking of future plans, Ron couldn't help shaking his head. "I still don't know if the reincarnation of the dirty earth will work or not. Go to Slytherin's basement for an interview tonight." After Ron glanced at Lockhart, he snapped his fingers. Camus took his body into the alien space. So far, 2 important materials have been prepared. As for Lockhart's lesson today, just based on the kind of defense against the dark arts class that he read according to the book, it is estimated that if Lockhart does not go, the group of little wizards will not care, and they will even be very happy. Inside the Hogwarts Great Hall. After finishing the Lockhart matter, Ron came to Gryffinder's table. "This way." Seeing Ron arriving late, Hermione stopped the quill in her hand and waved over there. "Why are you so slow?" The little witch couldn't help complaining. It's been half an hour since Ron left to find Lockhart, and now he came back. It's almost time for the first class. Even Harry and Ron finished breakfast and left early for the classroom. "No way." Lockhart and I chatted for a while, and even wanted to teach how to use magic spells. Ron shrugged and said, "Teach you to use magic spells?" Hermione tilted her little head and smiled softly. In her opinion, Lorne taught Lockhart to use magic spells. "Let's have breakfast. After that, we have to go to the demon history class," Granger said, resting his chin on his hand. What were you writing just now? Ron simply ordered a pumpkin pie and an omelette, glanced at the notebook covered with dense letters on the table and asked. The conjoined font looks very beautiful, and the notes are also very neat, just like a book on sale. It's the knowledge of horoscope divination. Hermione handed the notebook to him and said contentedly, I wrote down everything you said last night. Ron took a sip of black tea and looked at the contents of the notebook. Last night, he spoke about Sagittarius, Orion, etc. and all the divination contents he remembered very comprehensively, and he even had pictures of constellations. Well written. Ron praised. In his opinion, Miss Hermione's going to Gryffindor was really a gift. After eating breakfast, Hermione dragged Ron and walked quickly towards the classroom of the Demon History class. After entering the classroom, the ghost professor hadn't come yet. Since the two came late, they could only choose the front row. Because no one likes to sit in the front row in a History of Magic class and listen to Professor Binns. It was simply torture. Soon, a ghostly figure came through from behind the wall. It was Professor Binns, who was neatly dressed. Now take out your magic history textbook, we're going to continue. Professor Binns began his solitary lecture. His voice seemed to have a hypnotic feeling. Ron couldn't help propping his chin with his hand. After a while, he couldn't help lying on the table. His eyes slowly closed uncontrollably. On the contrary, Miss Hermione was listening intently to Professor Binns' lecture, and she was taking knowledge notes from time to time. To know that Ron's final exam in the history of magic can get a pass or above, it all depends on Miss Granger's notes. Hermione glanced sideways at Ron, who was sleeping on his stomach, and gently poked his finger. However, no response was received. It made her feel a little funny. It turns out that my little boyfriend is not all-powerful. Only when she was taking the class on the history of magic could Miss Hermione feel that the gap between herself and Ron was not that big. I suspect that Professor Binns is more effective than the stun potion. Ron hit hack, and there was still a tear in the corner of his eye. Nearby Harry nodded knowingly. Do you want to go to the lawn to play ball? At this moment, Harry suddenly proposed. Neither Gryffindor nor Slytherin have classes this afternoon. And Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw have a defense against the dark arts class in the afternoon. You to go, Hermione, and I won't go. Ron shook his head and declined Harry's invitation. They still had a good date in a quiet place for 2 afternoons. How could they have time to play Quidditch? And Ron still needs to do an experiment tonight, so the two of them can't stay together in the room of requirement. Why do you have something to do every night? After hearing Ron's words, Hermione gave him a suspicious look. I've been very busy the past few days, just wait for these days to pass. Ron touched her brown curly hair and said. He not only wanted to experiment with reincarnation, but also to find a way to deal with Tom's diary and the basilisk hidden in the basement. In the afternoon, the two held hands and chatted by the Black Lake, just like other young lovers. After dinner, Ron parted with Hermione under the stairs. After all, one is on the 8th floor and the other is in the basement. Goodbye. Goodbye. After Hermione gave Ron a light hug, she turned upstairs with the book in her arms. And Ron also walked towards the Slytherin lounge. Inside the dormitory. Let's have some dumplings. Ron turned on the bedside light, broke Momotaro's rice ball into small pieces and threw it to his frog cub. The frog cub, wearing a green lotus leaf hat, ate it deliciously. This time, I don't know how long it will take for the frog cub to travel. After lying in bed, Zhao Li Otsao, and watching Wandering with Werewolves, for a while, it was already around 1 o'clock in the morning. Malfoy and Crabbe played cards with Goyle for a while and fell asleep long ago. The steady breathing sounded in the silent dormitory. Ron slowly walked out of the dormitory wearing a black turtleneck sweater and came to Slytherin's lounge. Oil lamps illuminate the Slytherin Gothic Hall. He passed through the subterranean stone floor with ease. Looking at the dark tunnel around him, Ron used his wand to cast a fluorescent flash, illuminating the surroundings. It's not bad here. Whoa, after walking forward for a while, his eyes lit up. It was a flat ground made of stones, and there was dust all around. Taking the sluggish Lockhart and the petrified Death Eater out of the space, the two fell directly to the ground. The first is to kill Lockhart first. Chapter 143, Congratulations on becoming an undead. As the two stiff bodies rolled to the ground, a large cloud of dust was stirred up. The dust disperses. Ron frowned and expelled the dust flying in the air, and then set his eyes on Lockhart, who was still immersed in illusion. According to the first requirement of reincarnation in the dirty land, the soul of the summoned must be in the pure land. So we have to kill Lockhart first. Thinking this way, Ron used the Transfiguration charm to turn Lockhart's wand into a sharp long knife, and then open the kaleidoscope to unlock the illusion. A person dies only once, and I believe Lockhart also wants to experience the process of dying. Gerald? As the illusion was unlocked, Gerald came to his senses in a daze. What are you doing? When his eyes saw Ron, who was holding a sharp blade, he suddenly shouted in panic. Lockhart subconsciously went to his dress pocket to get his wand, but he took it all out. Don't look for it, your wand is the long knife in my hand. Ron raised his eyebrows and said in a relaxed tone. You. Lockhart took a few steps back in horror, but bumped into a wall. I didn't want to kill you. His tone was trembling. His face had long since lost the confident smile of 727, and instead looked very gloomy. Obviously he just wanted to erase Ron's memory. But what about Ron? He actually wanted to kill himself. Yeah, you didn't want to kill me. Ron flicked the blade and took a step forward slowly, but sometimes, losing your memory is more cruel than killing someone. He slowly aimed the blade at Lockhart, who had nowhere to escape, and gradually approached under the staring eyes of the other party. I can give you all the fame and wealth you want. I can even get some jobs in the Ministry of Magic. Let me go, Gerald. Lockhart was already pleading. I'm sorry, then I'm going to kill you even more. After hearing the last sentence, a smile appeared on the corner of Ron's mouth. Didn't he want Lockhart's contacts at the Ministry of Magic? There is nowhere to escape, no resistance. Lockhart could feel the weakness of his body, and the few steps he just moved were the limit. Do not, puff CCFF, in Lockhart's constricted pupils, the blade that his wand turned into pierced his chest. The pain pierced Lockhart's nerves. Goodbye. Ron whispered in his ear, like a call from death, Professor Lockhart, we'll see you later. Sharp blade out, bright red blood sprayed out like a water column. The dust and blood on the ground were mixed together. Before the last sentence was heard, Lockhart fell to the ground in a trance, causing a burst of dust. Ron threw the blood-stained blade in his hand aside. Using Lockhart's wand to kill himself is a real murder and a heartbreaker. He is really a big villain. Ron couldn't help thinking. After Lockhart gradually lost his breath, Ron turned around and threw Marcel, whose pupils were trembling, into the middle of the floor. After 2 days of cooling down, this Death Eater who had drunk too much had long since recovered his sanity, but who would have seen such an exciting scene as soon as he opened his eyes? The handsome man lying on the ground wearing a gorgeous dress, he knew or didn't know a wizard. Gilderoy Lockhart. Such a well-known writer was brutally murdered by this little wizard in front of him. At this time, Marcel noticed that the robe on the other side belonged to Slytherin Academy, which meant that the little wizard in front of him was still a student. What exactly does he want to do? Watching Ron take off Lockhart's lock of blonde hair, and then start to print his fingers in front of him, as if he was doing an evil call. Marcel gradually became terrified in his heart. People are always frightened by things they don't understand. The container is ready. Don't let me down, Professor Gerald. Ron squinted and muttered to himself. The seals in his hands were all finished. As his hands slammed to the ground, unknown runes began to spread under his hands, eventually surrounding Marcel. The art of reincarnation from dirty soil. With a light drink, the dust on the ground began to surge, and they all moved towards the panic-stricken Mather in the middle. Being petrified, he could only let out a desperate whimper. After about half a minute, Mather was already covered in dust. "Did you fail?" Ron murmured softly. It seems that there is no pure land in this world. However, at this time, Marcel, who was originally petrified, moved slightly. This made Ron, who had been looking at the kaleidoscope, noticed. As the dust was expelled, Marcel, who had pale red hair, had turned into blonde hair. That face gradually formed a familiar face. It is the face of Mr. Lockhart, who is known as the most beautiful smile. Success. Ron opened his eyes wide and looked at the figure lying on the ground. From the perspective of body shape and face, there is no longer the original appearance of Marcel. As a living sacrifice, that Death Eater went to find the god of death in this world. Am I dead? After a while, under Ron's gaze, Lockhart slowly opened his eyes. Those azure blue eyes have been replaced by grey, and the whites around them have turned into deep black. Irregular cracks appeared on the face that countless witches were fighting for, as if it were a piece of ceramic. Ron walked aside and picked up the blood-stained blade on the ground. It had been stained with a lot of dust and looked dirty. "Professor Lockhart, I said we would meet." Ron's chuckle sounding in a good mood. "Lorne Gerald?" Lockhart, who was lying on the ground, sat up quickly and looked at Ron, who was holding a sharp blade. He stared blankly at the corpse behind Ron. "Isn't that himself?" "Wait, don't come here." Seeing Ron getting closer, Lockhart quickly raised his butt and ran towards the back. Then, before he could react, the sharp blade penetrated his body directly, and at the same time there was a voice. "Congratulations on becoming an undead. Chapter 144, at the end of this semester, go to the Ministry of Magic for me." As his chest was pierced by the sharp blade flying behind him, Lockhart's wand was directly inserted into the stone wall in front of him under enormous force. "Am I going to die again?" Lockhart knelt on the ground weakly, his grey pupils gradually dilated. Ron's footsteps sounded behind him. Every step of the way was very loud. But to Lockhart, this voice sounded like a death killer, approaching quietly. "Congratulations, Professor Lockhart. Now you are undead." Ron pondered the vocabulary for a while, patted his shoulder and chuckled. When Lockhart heard these words, he froze in place for a while. He watched the deformed blade of his wand stick firmly on the stone wall. At that moment, he was indeed pierced through his entire chest. But why didn't I die? And wasn't he killed just now? What happened to the corpse on the ground exactly like me? There are too many questions entangled in his mind. "Professor Lockhart, did you hear me?" Ron looked at Lockhart in a daze and couldn't help but patted him on the shoulder. "What you just did was an illusion, right? Ming Ming, I have been killed by you." Lockhart murmured unconsciously. "Didn't you say, now you are an undead?" Ron shook his head and used the flying spell to take the blood-stained long knife he came over, turned it into a mirror and handed it to Lockhart. "You are indeed a dead person now, and your soul has been summoned by me again," Ron said softly. "This is me?" Lockhart took the mirror subconsciously and saw his strange appearance different from before, and there were strange pieces of paper on his chest that were repairing the wound. That's where the blade was pierced. He reached out and touched the wound that was being repaired, but he could not feel any pain. "What did you do to me?" Lockhart gradually calmed down. He suppressed his complicated emotions and asked, "It's just taking your soul from the god of death." Ron shrugged. "Stole my soul? Or from the hand of the god of death?" Normally, Lockhart would have thought Ron was a lunatic when he heard this. But it's different now, because his body is still lying beside him, and even the blood hasn't coagulated. "What do you want to do?" Lockhart stood up and turned to Ron. After killing him, he was resurrected. Lockhart really didn't understand why the little wizard did this. And if what Ron said was true, then this spell to summon the souls of the dead back would definitely cause an uproar. "No idea, I just want to try this spell to see if it works." What Ron said was the truth. After all, from the very beginning, he wanted to use Lockhart, the jumping clown, as an experiment to see if there was a pure land in this world. The result was an obvious success. "You killed me in order to experiment with a magic spell?" Lockhart's grey eyes widened, his nose crooked in anger. "Anyway, he has already been killed once, and he has nothing to be afraid of now. You still wanted to use the Oblivion spell on me." Ron walked to Lockhart's body and collected his blonde hair into a bottle to prevent any accidents. Lockhart stared at Ron's handsome face. "I just want to make you lose your memory, but you are playing with my soul like a devil." He looked at the sharp blade on a stone wall, which was deformed by a magic wand. As long as he gets that wand, he has the confidence to perish with this damn demon. Noticing Lockhart's movements, Ron reluctantly snapped his fingers. Immediately afterwards, his body was unable to move. "I put a spell on your body, you can't do anything against my will. Unless, Lockhart can unlock the reincarnation of the dirt. But that is impossible, because he is the only one in the world who can use it. You'd be an underdog if you don't become the Dark Lord." Lockhart gritted his teeth. "Thank you, Senior Tom also said what you said." Ron ignited a flame with his wand, and the scorching temperature seemed to burn into anything. "Fierce fire curse? Interpunct flowers interpunct 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 interpunct. Lockhart had a bad idea in his mind. Immediately under his unbelievable gaze, Ron burned his corpse with a fiery flame, leaving not even the ashes. I have to say, the fiery fire spell is really useful. Ron couldn't help thinking. "Okay, don't look at me so angrily." After noticing Lockhart's cannibalistic gaze, he walked over slowly. "Don't you think you're still alive and well? And most importantly, you now have an endless lifespan and an immortal body." Hearing this, Lockhart couldn't help but glance at Ron, then slowly lowered his head. He seems to be thinking about the meaning of this sentence. "The only condition is to surrender to me." The corners of Ron's mouth were raised, and he looked at Lockhart with pale blue eyes. "It's worth it no matter what. Didn't you take me as an experiment on the spot?" Lockhart's tone was sarcastic, but he didn't forget what Ron said at the beginning. However, endless lifespan and undead body. He looked at himself in the mirror. The eyes can also be changed back through the transformation spell, but these cracks are the only ones, and I don't know if the repair spell can be used. "It doesn't matter, your answer is not that important to me. After all, I can control you at any time." Ron didn't care about this sarcastic tone at all. He just looked at the silent Lockhart. "Make a deal." After a long time, Lockhart slowly raised his head and gave his answer. "Wise choice." Ron smiled and extended his hand to Lockhart. After hesitating for a while, Lockhart also stretched out his hand. Looking at that handsome face and bright smile, he couldn't help feeling a little cold in his heart. It's terrifying that a second-year wizard can actually study such a spell. After releasing his hand, Ron controlled the spell to repair the crack on Lockhart's face. When the semester is over, you will give me a job at the Ministry of Magic. Ron said the first task. Hearing this, Lockhart looked at the ring on his hand. He suddenly understood death. Chapter 145, Luna accepts the invitation. After listening to Ron's words, Lockhart suddenly understood where the problem was. You want me to go to the Ministry of Magic? Lockhart touched the restored skin with his hand and turned to look at the demon who played with the soul. She must have said something when she bought the ring that day, and was then targeted by this little wizard. Try to aim for the position above. Ron patted him on the shoulder and said softly, now that you have an immortal body, I believe that for a celebrity like you, promotion is a very simple matter. After a year and a half of precipitation, Ron is now about 1.7 meters tall. Although he is a head shorter than Lockhart, he can still pat him on the shoulder. Oh, you want to control the Ministry of Magic? Lockhart immediately thought of Ron's purpose. 730 must know that when he was in the second grade, I am afraid that Voldemort was still trying to figure out how to integrate into the quagmire of Slytherin's group of snakes. But what about Ron? Such a young grade is already ready to be sent to the Ministry of Magic. No, it's just to pave the way. Ron explained with a smile. Anyway, Lockhart is already a puppet at his mercy, even telling him is nothing. Paving the way, for whom? But before Lockhart could ask his question, he found that Ron had turned around and was about to go back. It's 2 o'clock now, you'd better go back and familiarize yourself with your body. After all, you have classes tomorrow, Professor Lockhart. By the way, the entrance is in Slytherin's lounge. Don't be caught by Snape. After he finished speaking, under his surprised gaze, Ron's figure was slowly sucked in by a whirlpool. What kind of spell is this? Lockhart's mind was a little confused, and what happened tonight has exceeded his imagination. First of all, the ashes of his body have been burned by the fiery fire curse, and then he borrowed someone else's body to resurrect himself. Slap! A crisp sound made him slowly turn around. At some point, that sharp blade turned back into his wand again. The ebony rod was still covered with dry blood and dust, which belonged to its owner. Lockhart bent over and picked up the wand with a very complicated expression. Inside the auditorium. Good morning, Ron. Ron, who had just entered the auditorium, heard an ethereal, lark-like voice. It's Luna. This voice is so recognizable, it is estimated that after hearing it once, you will never forget it. Good morning, Hermione. When Ron turned his head, he saw not only Luna in the azure robe, but also Miss Hermione with a smile beside her. Good morning, my Mr. Geralt. Hermione's delicate face had a slight smile, and her brown curly hair was scattered behind her, looking full of energy. How did the two of you get together? Ron touched the tip of his nose with some doubts. I ran into Miss Hermione when I was going down the stairs. Luna stood aside and replied softly. I saw Luna alone, so I came to the auditorium with her. Hermione shrugged. Let's go and have breakfast. With that said, Hermione trotted to Ron's side and hugged his arm. Goodbye, you two. Luna nodded and was about to go to Ravenclaw's table, but just as she was about to turn around, Hermione's voice sounded. Do you want Luna to have breakfast together? Hearing this, Ron couldn't help but glanced at the little witch beside him with a thoughtful expression. I? Luna's expression was always in a trance, making it impossible to guess her inner emotions. Is it okay? After thinking about it, she asked softly. Certainly. Miss Granger nodded, looking at Luna with friendly brown eyes. Hearing the affirmative answer, Luna also had a smile on the corner of her mouth. At the Gryffindor table, Luna sat down next to Hermione, and Ron sat next to his little girlfriend. Ron and Harry haven't come yet, they are probably still sleeping in. On the other hand, the twins and Wood have already finished eating. After coming over to say hello, they are ready to go to training. You saw Harry remember to send him out of class for Quidditch training. After Wood pleaded with Ron, he took the unlovable twins to train. Originally, the two of them wanted to think about how to make werewolf killing while there was no class in the morning. It is worth mentioning that the card store has been handed over to Cedric and Lee Jordan, because these two people are also considered to be in the gang. And Fred and George, who were already understaffed, agreed immediately. After all, only the two of them are busy in fairy tale. Harry occasionally comes to help. Ron is a troublemaker, and Ron and Hermione date and study every day. A cup of milk tea with sugar. Seeing that Hermione and Luna were chatting, Ron said softly. As a cup of hot milk tea appeared on the table, he asked for a few more rock skin cakes. For others, it is a toothless rock cake, but in Ron's opinion it is a crunchy little biscuit, and it tastes good. Ron, good morning Hermione. Harry, who had overslept, ran to the dining table angrily, and a white mist appeared on his glasses. It's all Ron's fault. Don't call me when you leave. Harry, who ordered an omelette, couldn't help complaining to Ron. 5.5, Ron? Miss Hermione, who was beside her, turned her head with a doubtful tone. We didn't see him at the dinner table, did we? Maybe it's going to the classroom. Ron took a bite of the hard rock crust and made a crisp sound. Luna looked curiously at the food in his hand. Looks delicious. Instead, Harry had a toothache looking at the cake. You eat rock crust cake for breakfast? It's okay, it tastes pretty good. Ron said softly. At least it's a lot better than Hagrid's, and the house elves are still very good at cooking. Speaking of house elves, Ron thought of Dobby, who always wanted to help Harry. I haven't seen it recently. I don't even know where to go. Chapter 146, Disappearing Ron. Although Dobby's method of help is indeed a bit peculiar. Even nearly killed Harry twice. Thinking of this, Ron couldn't help but glance at Harry, who was drinking soup. I don't know if Harry noticed the house elf. Right, who is this? Harry raised his head and suddenly found a little witch with long blonde hair sitting beside Miss Know-It-All, who was also wearing a robe with a blue base and a tie with a small eagle pattern. Is it a Ravenclaw witch? Luna Lovegood, Ravenclaw's little witch. Ron introduced. Who is this? Harry Potter, the boy who survived. Before he could finish speaking, Luna said in a light and airy tone. I saw you on the train once, when you were sitting in a flying car with the red-haired wizard. Yes. Is it? Harry laughed dryly, looking a little embarrassed. Why does everyone know about him and Ron now? At the moment when the car collided with the willow, he would never forget those 22 wickers that went crazy and Snape's complicated eyes. That is to say, after that time, he never used Nanguaquin again. It's not that you don't want to use it, it's that you don't dare to use it. Have you found your car? Hermione also asked curiously. After all, after the car was lost, Mrs. Weasley sent a roaring letter for it. If it wasn't for Ron's spell, Ron and Ginny would have left Hogwarts by train overnight. No. Harry shook his head, although he had thought about going to the Forbidden Forest to find the car. But after the Golden Thunder a few days ago, the entire Forbidden Forest was sealed off, and even Hagrid and the Cowardly Fang moved out of the log cabin at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest. And he had also heard Hagrid say that Headmaster Dumbledore would patrol it every day. There must be some dangerous creatures hiding in there. Speaking of this matter, Harry said with a certain look on his face. Ron silently took a sip of milk tea. In a sense, he is indeed a dangerous creature. After breakfast was over, Ron and the others waved goodbye to Luna. Today's class is Defense Against the Dark Arts, Slytherin and Gryffindor together. And Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff take a class on magic history together. It's Lockhart's class again. Hermione looked listless. She didn't know what to do in Lockhart's class. The class was full of nonsense, and not a single sentence was the focus of the final exam. Made Miss Hermione not even know how to take notes. Lockhart. Ron, who was following him, remembered last night, and the corners of his mouth twitched. I don't know if he is familiar with the body after the reincarnation of the dirt. Inside the defense against the dark arts class. The three of them came relatively early, so they chose a position close to the wall in the back row. And Harry stood up and looked around, looking for Ron's figure. Unfortunately, it was not found. Ron isn't in the classroom? Don't worry, you can't lose him. Hermione looked at Harry speechless. Why is Harry so anxious every time he can't find Ron? Is Ron being controlled by Tom again? Ron narrowed his eyes and thought. If nothing else, he should be in the basement now. It looks like I'm going to the basement tonight to settle the matter with Senior Tom. The Basilisk has been controlled by his kaleidoscope now, and he doesn't know what Tom will look like when he sees his Basilisk. The bell for class rang. In the classroom, Lockhart was nowhere to be seen. I really don't understand why Headmaster Dumbledore hired such a professor. Why do you think so much? You might change professors next year. Looking at Hermione lying on the table next to him, Ron reached out and took a strand of brown curly hair, wrapping it lightly around his fingers. Besides, isn't the self-defense spell I taught you enough? He picked up his curly hair and gently swiped it at the tip of the girl's nose. Go away, you. Feeling the movement on the tip of her nose, Miss Hermione knocked off the messing hand and glanced at him annoyed with her brown eyes. I'd just like to see your expression. Ron smiled and poked her puffy face with his hand. It looks so cute. Harry beside him felt out of place. With a soft sound from the classroom, Lockhart, with blonde hair, walked in. Different from the confident smile in the past, his current smile looks very reluctant. Why does he look half dead? Hermione let go of the fingers biting Ron and asked in a low voice, wiping the saliva from the corner of her mouth. Who knows? Ron looked at the fingers with a row of teeth marks, and shook his head in response. Miss Granger does look like a little lion sometimes, for example, in the aspect of biting people. Today's Lockhart donned a blue embroidered dress 730 with a red bottoming cape on the back. Just like the decorations in the past. Okay, the little wizards are quiet. Lockhart clapped his palms and shouted loudly. His eyes have changed from grey to blue, and the whites of his eyes have returned to normal. It looks like he must have used a transfiguration spell or a confusion spell. Let's talk today. Some ways to deal with werewolves. As Lockhart said. He glanced at Ron in the corner without a trace. I saw Ron looking at him with his chin on his hand. After noticing Lockhart's gaze, he also smiled. Just like the usual meeting, like a harmless little wizard. But after what happened last night, Lockhart didn't dare to think so. After all, he killed himself, took his soul from the god of death, and resurrected it on an unknown sacrifice. Lockhart spent the night studying his body. But no matter how you look at it, it is exactly the same as the original. If it weren't for those terrifying grey eyes and black whites, he would have thought he was dreaming. He read according to the book again. Hermione shook her head helplessly. Chapter 147, Senior Tom, long time no see. No, I have to find Ron. Just after class, Harry left such a sentence, and then ran out with the book. I don't know if I can't stand Ron and Hermione, or if I really went to Ron. Why do I feel like he wants to stay away from us? Hermione turned her head sideways with her brown eyes half squinted. Remove the feeling. Ron rubbed her curly hair and whispered softly. It's all your fault. Hermione shook her head. not letting his hands mess with the hair she'd made all morning. "Why do you blame me for everything?" Ron gave a funny look at Hermione, who stood up and was about to leave the classroom. He put his book into the chenille space, and then he got up and followed. As for Lockhart, after he finished the lecture, he left without saying a word. When he left, there was not even a smile on his face. Lockhart hasn't recovered from what happened last night. He didn't understand his state. Was he dead or alive? On the balcony on the 7th floor of Hogwarts. A balcony would be more like a large platform, with pillars carved with exquisite patterns in the middle, as well as several stone benches and stone tables. Under the blue sky, many owls flew by. This is also a place for the little wizards to rest and chat after class. Of course, there are many young couples who are dating. Like Miss Hermione and her little boyfriend. Are they playing cards? Hermione leaned on Ron's arm, looking curiously at the piles of little wizards around her. She could see that the cards that were thrown out were all shining with blue light, just like the cards Fred and the others made. Almost everyone at Hogwarts knows about the Hearthstones of the two brothers, and even Professor McGonagall bought a set of Ron explained with a chuckle. He never thought that this kind of card combined with magic would be so popular. Even the older cat girl was very interested, and so was Headmaster Dumbledore. Is it so powerful? Hermione opened her mouth slightly in disbelief. She was also very interested in those cards at the beginning, but after playing more and more, the freshness disappeared. Fred and the others are also preparing to hold an end-of-semester competition in June. The winner will have 50 gold galleons and a set of limited cards. The idea for this game was told to Fred and George by Lorne, but he didn't expect it to be implemented so quickly. 50 galleons? Hermione tilted her head and muttered to herself. The 50 galleons was not a small sum, it was even enough for Ron to get a brand new wand. "Do you want to participate too?" Seeing Miss Hermione's expression, Ron joked. "I'm not going." She hurriedly shook her head. "It's only 50 gold galleons. Hermione's money with Ron during the holidays is enough for her to start school for the next 2 years. Will there also be a competition for the werewolf killings in the back?" Hermione asked curiously. She is much more interested in this logic game than Hearthstone. "Probably." Ron was also a little unsure. After all, these things were left to Fred and the others. He is only responsible for making a note. After chatting for a while on the rooftop, the two returned to the auditorium and prepared to have lunch. "It's over, Ron really can't find it." Lon and Hermione came over, Harry said quickly. "I've searched the dormitory and bathroom, but I haven't seen him anywhere." His tone was a little anxious. "Didn't you visit the green lawn and the Quidditch training ground?" Hermione asked. "I've been there, but I haven't found anything," Harry said helplessly. "Would you like to tell Professor McGonagall about this?" Hermione suggested. "Don't worry, I'll be looking for Professor McGonagall when I don't come back tonight." Ron shook his head and said, "If there is a big fanfare now, it is very likely to attract Dumbledore. After all, the last time the Basilisk in the secret room killed a little witch, that is, Myrtle. This female ghost who was crying in the bathroom so early was shy and wanted to make friends with Ron. But he was rejected. Is that making friends? That's greed for his body, scumbag." Speaking of second-year Lorne, he has become the secret crush of many little witches, whether it is Gryffindor, Ravenclaw or even Slytherin. There are many pure-blooded witches who have expressed their affection to him. However, these were all rejected by him on the spot. These little witches are not as cute as Miss Hermione, and they are also smart. "So, you're not going to the room of requirement tonight?" Hermione asked softly, holding a silver fork on the steak. "Believe me, this is the last time." Ron slowly approached Hermione, and her forehead touched her gently. You. This is the auditorium. Hermione blushed and spoke in a hesitant manner. After so many times, as long as Ron brought out something romantic, she still couldn't help blush. Looking at the ears that were already red, Ron smiled and pinched. See you tomorrow, dear Miss Granger. Well, see you tomorrow. Her voice was low. Inside Hogwarts at night. Ron glanced at the time on his watch. It was already 12 o'clock. In the end, Ron, How, didn't come back, and Harry had informed Professor McGonagall. He didn't know what happened later, because at that time Ron had already returned to the dormitory. It's time to see Senior Tom. After not showing up all day, it was obvious that Tom had found something wrong with the Basilisk. Now is the time to meet. Thinking of this, Ron's body twisted like a whirlpool and quickly disappeared on his bed. When he appeared again, he was already in Slytherin's basement. Going down the long staircase, after a while, I saw the entrance to the Basilisk's lair. Ron raised the corners of his mouth and walked in slowly. As the angle of view gradually widened, Ron, who was standing above, saw the tall and thin figure standing on the square below at a glance. Senior Tom, long time no see. Chapter 148, Collapsed Tom Riddle. Long time no see, Senior Tom. Ron looked at the figure standing below, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The sound was not too loud or too small, but it was very loud in the silent basement. Tom was attracted by the voice and looked up. He saw the little wizard with brilliant blonde hair at a glance. Lorne Gerald. Seeing Ron standing above, Tom's handsome features gradually twisted. This was the first time in his life that he wanted to kill a person the most. That was Lorne Gerald, who had been cheating on his feelings. Not only some ordinary spells and alchemy, but even the 3 major unforgivables have been learned by him. Although he couldn't see Ron's face in the diary, the familiar tone immediately made him conclude. That's right, it's me, Senior Tom. Ron nodded with a smile, and then walked down the stairs beside him. Behind Tom, Ron was lying on the ground with his eyes closed, looking at his breathing. He should be alive. I'm sorry that our plastic friendship ended like this. I have to say that you teach people a lot better than Lockhart. He praised softly. Although he didn't know who Lockhart was, when he heard Ron mention this sentence, Tom 730 couldn't help but pointed Ron's wand at his head. Angrily. He couldn't hold back his attack on Avada. You really have the guts to say it, Lorne Gerald. Obviously I have always regarded you as my friend, but what about you? After taking advantage of my trust in you, you just abandoned me without even the slightest hesitation. Tom quickly calmed down. He looked at Ron with a sneer, and slowly pointed his wand at Ron, who was lying on the ground. When I asked you about the fate of Earth Demon, you just closed the diary and ignored me. Don't say that, Senior Tom. Ron stood on the water-stained floor, and the friendly Tom looked at each other. After all, you used the confusion charm to control me from the very beginning. Don't we both trust each other? Hearing this, Tom retracted his wand and looked at the second-year little wizard silently. He still underestimated the wizard's sensitivity to magic. You didn't kill me, Lee-ho-oh. Before Senior Tom finished speaking, he saw On raise his own voice. A fiery, scalding flame erupted from his wand. How did he know that the fiery fire spell can destroy Horcruxes? Tom's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. Don't be surprised, I always know more than you know. Ron threw off the sharp fire on his wand and looked at Tom with a chuckle. You're going to use the spell I taught you to deal with me? Tom said through gritted teeth. This fiery fire spell was also taught by Ron, and everything was done to gain the trust of this little wizard with the talent of a dark wizard, but what happened? As a result, he destroyed himself with the fiery fire spell he taught. He couldn't help laughing angrily. What noble aristocratic temperament, what elegant words and deeds. He abandoned all of them when facing this wizard. You are really suited to be a dark wizard, Gerald. You and Lockhart must have a common language. Ron shrugged helplessly. He didn't understand why people always said that he was suitable to be a dark wizard. It's nothing more than giving Lockhart an immortal body and deceiving Tom's knowledge. How could he be black? This is all slander. Tom didn't want to continue wrangling with Ron anymore. He just wanted to torture him to death with Cruciatus as soon as possible. Such a wicked person must use the gouging curse. Avada Kedavra. The wand in Tom's hand waved, and a dark green light shone from Ron's wand, CCFF, and shot at Ron fiercely. Looking at the dark green light coming over, Ron appeared unhurried. I saw a burst of golden thunder light erupted from his body. Before the life-sucking charm could be touched, Ron turned into a lightning bolt and flashed to the side. This is the simplest materialized thunder elementalization of Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. Hide away? That golden light of lightning. What is it? Tom looked at what had just happened in disbelief. This was the first time he had seen the life-sucking curse being evaded. In the past, entities were used for cover. And, just now, Ron definitely turned into a thunderbolt. Is this a spell you developed yourself? He couldn't help shouting in a low voice. Ah, so it is. Ron thought about it and nodded. After all, there is no Dragon Slayer magic in this world. Hearing this sentence, Tom fell into silence. Although he wished to torture this pesky wizard to death with Cruciatus, he had to admit that Ron did have a strong talent. This kind of spell. No, it can't be called a spell anymore, it should be magic. So, Senior Tom, do you only have this ability? Seeing Tom's silence, Ron took a step forward slowly. Your friend is still in my hands. Noticing Ron's movement, Tom aimed the wand in his hand directly at Ron. Gerald. You don't want your friend to die, do you? Threaten me? And still take Ron? The corners of Ron's mouth twitched, but his footsteps stopped. Seeing Ron stop, Senior Tom took a deep breath. In addition to the hostages in his hand, he also has a basilisk as the finale. However, there seems to be something wrong with the basilisk's eyes. He studied here all day today, and he didn't understand what happened to those scarlet-side eyes. However, even a basilisk that has lost its deadly eyes is not something a little wizard can deal with. What's more, the basilisk has deadly fangs. Thinking of this, Tom seemed to see a glimmer of hope, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Gerald, the last thing you should do is come to this place. Come here, Salazar Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Ron was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered the existence of a basilisk. Is that the whole card you prepared? Senior Tom Riddle. Chapter 149, What have you done to my snake? Is the basilisk your last resort? Senior Tom. Looking at the smile on the corner of Tom's mouth, Ron also felt a little funny. That snake was already under his control, even if it didn't have a Parseltongue. The control ability of his kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes is completely more powerful than Parseltongue. As a Slytherin wizard, you must have heard the rumor about the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago. Tom was wearing a green Slytherin robe and stood opposite him. Seeing Ron's unmoved expression, he continued. The founder of Slytherin, Salazar Slytherin, once kept a basilisk in this secret room that no one knew about, and nearly 1,000 years have passed. Tom's mouth couldn't hold back his smile. So what? Ron turned the wand in his hand, and looked at Tom with pale blue eyes calmly. You don't mean to say that you can control that basilisk, do you? Tom's confident look made him laugh. You must have heard Parseltongue, Gerald. Ignoring Ron's laughter, Tom continued. He has regained his calm appearance now. We born Parseltongue owners, snakes who can control everything. Even the legacy of Salazar Slytherin, the Basilisk is no exception," said Tom, pointed at him with the wand in his hand. Behind him, a snake-like hissing sound came from his mouth. "Although I don't know what happened to the Basilisk's eyes, it can still be controlled by Parseltongue." As Tom's neigh sounded, there were also some slight sounds from the depths of the cave behind Ron. Ron turned sideways to look at the cave behind him, and saw a pair of scarlet scythe eyes like light bulbs very conspicuous in the dark cave. Seemingly seeing the sluggish figure of the little wizard, Tom sneered. "As I said, Geralt, you must pay for your actions." The next moment, the huge figure of the basilisk slowly crawled out of the cave, and a pair of scarlet eyes stared at the two figures in front. Came out. Ron looked at the basilisk with ferocious scales and shook his head amusedly. "Senior Tom, don't you think you can deal with me with just one basilisk?" He turned to look directly at Tom and said softly, "Even if there is no kaleidoscope to control the basilisk, he has many ways to solve it. Like his own dragon slayer magic." "What do you mean?" Looking at Ron's indifferent gaze, Tom suddenly felt something wrong. Why is he not afraid when he sees a basilisk? You must know that even the first time he saw the sleeping basilisk, he was almost scared to death. But what about Ron? Hiss, killed the wizard. Suppressing the bad thoughts in his heart, Tom didn't want to drag it on, and directly controlled the basilisk to attack with Parseltongue. But the next scene made him dumbfounded. I saw the basilisk winding its body and crawling in front of Ron, and slowly lowered its noble head, as if welcoming its master. "That's what I mean." Ron reached out and touched the head of the basilisk, then looked up at Tom, who was standing beside him in a daze. "How can you control the basilisk?" Tom couldn't keep his cool. He cried out loudly. "It's impossible, I'm the heir to Slytherin, and you don't know Parseltongue." Seeing that his last hole card was gone, he was completely panicked now. "Is Parseltongue important?" Ron chuckled lightly. Under Tom's terrified gaze, his eyes quickly turned into a pair of scarlet pupils with 3 scythes. These eyes. After seeing Ron's eyes, Tom froze in place, and he looked at the basilisk's pupils subconsciously. "Yes, exactly the same. It turned out that you controlled my basilisk." Lorne Geralt. Before, he was like a clown on stage, and Lorne was the only audience in the audience. Interpunct 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 flowers interpunct 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 interpunct. Thinking of this, Tom has collapsed. Hiss, wakes up. He did not believe in evil and tried his Parseltongue again, but this time the basilisk did not give him any feedback. It stared at Tom with scarlet eyes, and couldn't help chilling behind him. Even now he can only be regarded as a soul body, but he can still feel the oppression brought by the basilisk. "Geralt, what did you do to my snake?" Anger filled Tom's heart. Even hearing from Ron that Voldemort was defeated by a newborn baby, he was not as uncomfortable as he is now. 698,925,850. Okay, Senior Tom, stop doing those useless struggles. Ron snapped his fingers crisply. The basilisk twisted its huge body and charged towards Tom, its emerald green scales rubbing against the slate, making a harsh sound. Avada Kedavra. The green killing curse hit the basilisk, but the scales resisted the curse. Seeing that his spell had no effect on the basilisk, Senior Tom fell into despair. This was the first time in his life that he was so desperate. At this moment, the basilisk's sharp teeth like serrated teeth ferociously bit at Tom, who was sluggish in place. However, His body turned into a bright spot of light and disappeared in mid-air. The diary is coming. Looking at Ron, who was still asleep on the ground, Ron reached out and took the diary next to him. If Tom had just taken Ron hostage, he might have hesitated for a few seconds. But the already numb Tom did not. As the diary was slowly opened, a font with sharp strokes appeared on it. "Destroy me, Gerald." "Destroy you?" Ron laughed. Ever since he knew that reincarnation could be used in this world, he had already thought about the arrangement of the 6th grade senior Tom riddle. It is a pity that such a talent is not used for himself. Chapter 150, I, Tom, beg you to be a man. Looking at the diary in his hand, Ron naturally wouldn't let the benevolent Tom die just like that. And being able to become the second generation of Voldemort also means that Senior Tom must be a talent. It's a pity to do things for yourself since Bufta was reincarnated. What the hell do you want to do? Kill me, Gerald? Tom's angry handwriting, who hadn't received Ron's response for a long time, appeared on the diary. The body just now was the limit of his strength, and now the remaining soul can only be resurrected in this diary again, just like being deceived a few months ago, communicating with Lord Gerald. It wouldn't be enough to kill you. Ron turned Ron's wand into a quill pen and wrote. You, Senior Tom, do you also want to have an active body? 730. Tom's words were not finished before they were covered by Ron. The diary slowly put a question mark. You're going to kill Ron Weasley? Ha 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 ha, Gerald, don't try to lie to me. Don't try to get any knowledge from me now. Killed Ron? Ron subconsciously glanced at Ron lying on the ground. The other party's face was pale, and if it wasn't for the heaving of his chest, he would have thought that Ron had been killed by Tom. Do you mean to restore your body by using Ron as a sacrifice? It seems that Tom has a lot of knowledge, at least Ron has never heard of this method. So there is such a way to shape the body, my friend, you haven't mentioned it? Bah. After writing a letter, the diary fell into silence. No matter what Ron wrote next, Tom just wouldn't respond to him. After pondering for a while, Ron's beautiful handwriting appeared on the diary. I remember Mrs. Sprout, who seemed to have prepared some rich fertilizer for her plants yesterday. After writing this sentence, Tom finally couldn't hold back his emotions. Fertilizer? What fertilizers can plants use? I, Tom, beg you to be a man. He was really fed up with Lorne, a second-year dark wizard. It's even darker than him. Now Tom would rather be burned alive by a fiery curse than communicate with Ron. It's really a murder to be punished. I'll help you recover, you help me do things. Seeing Tom respond to him, Ron relied on the snake's head to write this sentence. He knew Tom would not agree. But he just wanted to see Tom looking so irritated. Gerald, why didn't I realize that you still like to dream? Tom sneered. If you want me to do things for you, you might as well burn the entire diary with a fiery spell. Who is he? He is the second-generation Dark Lord. Even if Tom is still a student now, he can't help this liar, Ron. An unexpected answer. Ron shrugged and closed the diary. Resurrection of Senior Tom still needs a living sacrifice. Although there is a ready-made sacrifice lying on the ground, it is a pity that it cannot be moved. Okay, go back to the cave and wait. I'll take you to eat 8-eyed spiders in the Forbidden Forest in a few days. He snapped his fingers, and the basilisk slowly returned to his lair and continued to sleep. Glancing at the watch in his hand, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. I didn't expect to spend so long with Senior Tom. Ron raised his hand slightly, and Ron, who was unconscious on the ground, was lifted up by the floating spell. Now let's send Ron to Gryffinder's dormitory first. Fortunately, the last time he caught Scabbers, he left a space marker in Harry's dormitory. Thinking so, Ron and Ron's figure slowly disappeared into the secret room. After leaving Ron in his own empty bed, Ron returned to Slytherin's dormitory. The diary is always in his hands. Glancing at the diary in his hand, Ron thought about it, locked it in the drawer by the bed, and reinforced it a few layers with magic spells. Although it is said that Tom's strength is now a little bit left, it is unavoidable. After all, he will be a second-generation Dark Lord after all. After everything was ready, Ron, who had been busy all night, turned off the light of his wand and went to sleep. No one knew what happened to the Hogwarts Chamber of Secrets that night. No one knows how much torment and torment Senior Tom has endured, and a generation of Voldemort has completely lost hope of living. The dim candlelight hung in Slytherin's bedroom. Under the reflection of the green patterns, the cabinet that locked the diary moved slightly, and finally returned to calm. As if nothing happened. Getting up early in the morning, Ron glanced at the diary that was locked in the drawer, but he didn't run away again. It seems that there is time to describe a rune that isolates magic. Thinking of this, Ron remembered that Hogwarts couldn't use the rules of apparition, and he didn't know how to do it. Hogwarts contains too many secrets. The secret room he has explored so far may be just the tip of the iceberg. After Ron tidied up his robes, he walked towards the Hogwarts auditorium. "Good morning, Ron." As soon as he walked out of the main building of Hogwarts, he saw a smiling Cedric and his sleepy twin brothers. "Good morning, 3. Ron glanced at the three people with some doubts. Their robes were all dirty. "Why did you go?" "I was dragged to training by Wood at 4 o'clock. Fred replied feebly. "4 o'clock?" Ron looked at Free with wide eyes and George. "Your Gryffindor team is working too hard, right?" "I went to the training ground at 6 in the morning and played with them at 5.5 for a while," Cedric said with a smile. "Their Hufflepuffs don't have a training madness like Wood, and everything is going on as usual, like a fitness game. Winning or losing doesn't matter to these little badgers. Wood just wants to win and wants to go crazy." George couldn't help complaining. Let's go to the auditorium for breakfast together." Ron smiled and shook his head. After reaching the auditorium, Cedric went to the Hufflepuff dining table on the side, while Ron followed the twins to Gryffindor's dining table. As soon as he sat down, he saw On, who was pale and tired. There was also Harry, who was a little worried. "Good morning, my little witch." Ron chose to give a gentle hug to Miss Hermione, who was reading a book.